Tonight on Digging into History, we journey to the misty beginnings of one of humanity's oldest continuous civilizations. A tale of rivers and oracle bones, of bronze and jade, of farmers who became emperors. This is the dawn of Chinese civilization. Long before written records, before emperors ruled from golden thrones, before the Great Wall stretched across mountains like a stone dragon, there was the Yellow River. Flowing down from the Tibetan plateau, it carved a path through the heart of what would become China, depositing rich, yellow-brown, low soil along its banks. This fertile gift would nurture the first seeds of Chinese civilization. Around 8,000 years ago, as the last ice age retreated, small bands of people began to settle along this river valley. These early farmers discovered that the lower soil was perfect for growing millet and later rice. They fashioned simple tools from stone and bone, built homes of mud and timber, and began the slow transformation from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. Villages grew along the river's embrace. The people developed pottery, first rough and unadorned, then increasingly sophisticated with intricate designs that told stories of their daily lives and spiritual beliefs. They crafted jades into ritual objects, believing the stone possessed magical properties that connected them to the heavens and their ancestors. As centuries passed, these early communities grew more complex. The first signs of social hierarchy appeared. Village leaders became chieftains, then petty kings, claiming divine connection to the natural world. They controlled irrigation systems that turned the sometimes destructive Yellow River into a source of life and prosperity. Around 4,000 years ago, as Egypt built its pyramids and Mesopotamia developed its city-states, a similar transformation was occurring in China. The legendary Xia dynasty emerged, traditionally dated from around 2100 BCE. While long considered mythical, archaeological discoveries have revealed settlements that align with ancient texts describing this first dynasty. The Xia rulers are said to have mastered bronze working and developed the first calendar to predict the flooding cycles of the Yellow River. The most famous legend tells of Yu the Great, who spent 13 years channeling the Yellow River's floodwaters into a system of canals and dikes. Unlike his father, who attempted to block the floods with dams that inevitably failed, Yu worked with the river's natural flow. For this achievement, he was made king, founding the Xia dynasty and establishing the principle that leadership could be passed from father to son, the hereditary system that would define Chinese rule for millennia. Yet the Xia remained shrouded in legend, their stories passed down through oral tradition long before they were recorded by historians. It is with the Shang dynasty, beginning around 1600 BCE, that Chinese civilization steps firmly into the historical record. The Shang people built walled cities with massive rammed earth foundations that have survived to this day. At their capital near modern-day Anyang, archaeologists have uncovered royal tombs filled with bronze vessels of astonishing craftsmanship. These objects reveal a society obsessed with ritual and ancestor worship, where the living maintained constant communication with the dead. The most remarkable discovery from the Shang period was thousands of oracle bones, shoulder blades of oxen and turtle shells used for divination. Shamans would carve questions onto the bones, apply heat until cracks appeared, then interpret these cracks as answers from the ancestors or gods. Later they would carve both the question and the interpreted answer onto the bone, creating the earliest substantial body of Chinese writing. These oracle bones reveal a world where kings consulted their ancestors about everything from military campaigns to toothaches, from hunting expeditions to the cause of a queen's difficult pregnancy. They show a society where the boundary between the spiritual and physical worlds was thin, where rulers drew their legitimacy from their ability to communicate with the divine. The Shang dynasty fell around 1046 BCE to the Zhou, a Western state that had once been their vassals. The Zhou would rule, at least in name, for an extraordinary 8 centuries, making them the longest-lasting dynasty in Chinese history. They expanded the boundaries of Chinese civilization, pushing south toward the Yangtze River, and establishing a proto-feudal system where the king granted territories to relatives and loyal nobles. The early Zhou period was marked by relative stability and cultural flourishing. The Zhou rulers claimed they had overthrown the Shang because the last Shang king had been corrupt and tyrannical. To justify their conquest, they developed the concept of the mandate of heaven, the idea that heaven grants the right to rule to those who govern with virtue and withdraws it from those who become corrupt. This powerful concept would be used to legitimize all future dynasties and revolutions in Chinese history. Under the Zhou, Chinese philosophy began to take shape. The earliest poems of the Book of Songs were composed celebrating love, war, agriculture, and the rhythms of court life. Bronze working reached its artistic peak, with ritual vessels displaying intricate patterns and Taoti masks, stylized animal faces that seemed to stare out from the bronze surface with ancient, knowing eyes. Yet the Zhou kings gradually lost power to their feudal lords. In 771 BCE, barbarians from the west sacked the Zhou capital, killing the king. The dynasty survived by moving its capital east to Luoyang, but central authority was weakened. The Eastern Zhou period saw the gradual dissolution of the feudal system, as powerful states began to assert their independence. The landscape of ancient China was changing. Iron tools allowed farmers to clear more land. Trade between states increased. Cities grew larger and more complex. Writing spread beyond the royal court, and educated men began to question traditional beliefs. It was during this period of political fragmentation that Chinese culture would reach its first intellectual golden age. As the sun set on the unified feudal system, it also marked the beginning of a new dawn. The weakening of central authority created space for intellectual experimentation and philosophical debate. The stage was being set for the 100 schools of thought, a period when competing philosophies would offer different solutions to the problem of how to restore order to a fractured world. From the humble beginnings of river valley farmers to the complexity of warring states, Chinese civilization had transformed. Yet through all these changes, certain continuities remained: reverence for ancestors, belief in the connection between human virtue and cosmic harmony, and the central importance of agriculture to Chinese identity. The foundations had been laid for everything that would follow: the unification under the Qin, the glories of the Han, the poetry of the Tang, the innovations of the Song, and beyond. Like the Great Yellow River itself, Chinese civilization had begun its long journey through history, gathering strength with each tributary that joined its flow. The mandate of heaven stands as one of the most influential concepts in Chinese political thought, shaping how power was understood and legitimized for over 3,000 years. This powerful idea emerged during the early Zhou dynasty as its rulers sought to justify their overthrow of the Shang. When the Zhou conquered the Shang around 1046 BCE, they needed to explain why their takeover was legitimate. They were outsiders who had defeated a long-established royal lineage. The solution they developed would echo through the entirety of Chinese imperial history and influence political thinking across East Asia. The Zhou rulers claimed that heaven, the supreme cosmic force, had withdrawn its support from the last Shang king because of his corruption, cruelty, and neglect of ritual duties. Heaven had then transferred its mandate to rule to the virtuous Zhou king. This concept, known as the Mandate of Heaven or Tianming, created a foundation for political legitimacy that was both religious and deeply ethical. Unlike the European concept of divine right, which suggested that kings were chosen by God and could not be legitimately opposed regardless of their behavior, the Mandate of Heaven contained a revolutionary idea. If a ruler became corrupt, cruel, or incompetent, heaven would withdraw its mandate and transfer it to a more worthy leader. This created a moral framework for dynastic change and even rebellion. The Duke of Zhou, regent for the young King Cheng in the early Zhou period, was instrumental in developing this concept. In carefully crafted proclamations and rituals, he established the idea that the Zhou had overthrown the Shang not merely through military strength but through moral superiority. The final Shang king, he claimed, had indulged in luxury and cruelty while neglecting the welfare of his people and the proper reverence due to heaven and ancestors. This powerful idea transformed Chinese political thought. It meant that political authority had a moral basis. A dynasty did not rule simply because it had conquered, but because it had earned heaven's approval through virtuous governance. And this approval was conditional. It could be withdrawn if the rulers failed to govern justly and wisely. How would people know when a dynasty had lost the mandate of heaven? The signs were thought to be clear. Natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, and droughts were interpreted as heaven's displeasure with the ruling dynasty. Famines, plagues, and widespread suffering were seen as evidence that the cosmic balance had been disturbed by immoral rule. Economic troubles, corruption among officials, and foreign invasions all pointed to a dynasty in decline, one whose grip on the mandate was weakening. The concept provided a powerful explanation for the cyclical pattern of Chinese dynasties. Each dynasty would begin with a strong, virtuous founder who had received the mandate. The early rulers would govern wisely, bringing peace and prosperity. Over generations, later rulers would become increasingly corrupt or incompetent. Natural disasters, economic problems, and social unrest would increase. Eventually, rebellions would break out, sometimes led by ambitious nobles, sometimes by desperate peasants. If successful, the rebels would establish a new dynasty, claiming that heaven had transferred its mandate to them. This cycle played out repeatedly throughout Chinese history. The Zhou themselves eventually succumbed to it. After centuries of rule, their authority weakened. In 771 BCE, barbarians from the west sacked the Zhou capital, forcing the dynasty to relocate eastward. Though the Zhou kings continued to rule nominally for another 500 years, real power had slipped from their hands into those of regional lords. During the Eastern Zhou period, as central authority declined, the concept of the mandate of heaven evolved. Confucius and his followers emphasized that virtue, not heredity, was the true basis of leadership. They taught that rulers had a sacred responsibility to govern for the benefit of the people, not for their own glory or pleasure. The philosopher Mencius, who lived during the Warring States period, made perhaps the most radical interpretation of the mandate of heaven. He argued that the will of the people reflected the will of heaven. If the people suffered under a ruler, it was a sign that heaven had withdrawn its mandate. Mencius even suggested that in extreme cases, when a king had become a tyrant, rebellion was justified. The welfare of the people, not the security of the ruler, was heaven's primary concern. For ordinary people, the mandate of heaven provided both comfort and hope. When times were difficult under a failing dynasty, they could believe that heaven had noticed their suffering and would eventually bring change. For officials and scholars, it created a moral framework for serving the state. They were not merely serving a human ruler, but participating in a cosmic order sanctioned by heaven itself. The concept also shaped how history was recorded and understood. Each new dynasty would commission official histories of previous dynasties, emphasizing the moral failings of the last rulers and the virtuous qualities of the new founding emperor. These histories reinforced the idea that dynastic change followed moral patterns, not merely military ones. When the Qin finally unified China in 221 BCE, ending the Warring States period, its founder proclaimed himself first emperor and claimed the mandate of heaven. When the Qin quickly collapsed and was replaced by the Han, the latter explained this as the Qin losing the mandate due to excessive cruelty and legal harshness. The Han emperors were careful to present themselves as more benevolent rulers who had heaven's blessing. This pattern repeated throughout Chinese history, when the Tang dynasty replaced the Sui, when the Song replaced the Tang, when the Ming drove out the Mongol Yuan dynasty, and when the Manchu Qing conquered the Ming. In each case, the new rulers claimed that heaven had withdrawn its mandate from the corrupt previous dynasty and bestowed it upon them. Even non-Chinese conquerors adopted this concept. The Mongols under Kublai Khan and the Manchus both presented their conquests as evidence that they had received the mandate of heaven. By accepting this central concept of Chinese political thought, these foreign rulers helped to legitimize their rule in the eyes of their Chinese subjects. The mandate of heaven created surprising political flexibility within an apparently rigid imperial system. While the emperor's authority was absolute in theory, in practice it was constrained by this moral framework. Officials could remonstrate with the emperor, pointing out policies that might cause suffering and potentially lead to the loss of the mandate. Scholars could write historical analogies that subtly critiqued current rulers by comparing them to failed emperors of the past. Natural disasters posed particular challenges. When floods, droughts, or earthquakes struck, emperors would often issue self-criticism edicts, acknowledging their moral failings and promising to govern more virtuously. They might reduce taxes, release prisoners, or perform special rituals to restore harmony between heaven and earth. These responses showed the power of the concept. Even the most absolutist emperor had to acknowledge that his rule depended on more than just military might. For over 2,000 years, until the fall of the last dynasty in 1911, the mandate of heaven provided the fundamental framework for understanding political legitimacy in China. It created a moral dimension to politics that went beyond simple power relationships. It explained the rise and fall of dynasties as part of a cosmic moral order, and it gave both rulers and subjects a shared understanding of the purpose of government, to maintain harmony between heaven and earth through virtuous rule. As China entered a period of intense warfare and intellectual ferment known as the Warring States period, the concept of the mandate of heaven would be tested, reinterpreted, and debated by competing schools of thought. The idea that heaven granted power to the virtuous would remain central, but what constituted virtue and how it should be expressed in governance would become subjects of philosophical debate. In a time when the old order was crumbling, thinkers sought new ways to understand heaven's will and how it might be manifest in a fragmented land. The map of China, fragmented like a shattered mirror, where once the Zhou kings had maintained at least a ceremonial unity, now 7 powerful states engaged in a deadly dance of alliances, betrayals, and brutal warfare. This was the Warring States period, an era of unprecedented violence and bloodshed that lasted from around 475 BCE until 221 BCE. Yet from this chaos emerged some of the most profound philosophical thinking the world has ever known. As the authority of the Zhou kings weakened, regional lords consolidated their territories into larger and more powerful states. By the mid-5th century BCE, 7 major powers dominated the landscape: Qin, Chu, Yan, Han, Jia, Wei, and Qi. These states no longer paid even lip service to Zhou authority. They called themselves kingdoms, and their rulers took the title of king rather than duke or lord. Warfare transformed dramatically during this period. Earlier battles had been ritualized affairs fought between aristocratic warriors who followed codes of honor. Now massive armies of infantry, armed with crossbows and iron weapons, fought in campaigns that could last years. Military leaders developed sophisticated strategies and tactics, no longer bound by traditional rules of engagement. The famous military strategist Sun Tzu wrote his classic text, The Art of War, during this time, advocating for psychological warfare, deception, and intelligence gathering. His work reflected the increasingly ruthless nature of conflict, where victory was the only measure of success, regardless of the methods used. The scale of these conflicts dwarfed anything seen before in Chinese history. Historical records tell of battles involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers, with casualties in the tens of thousands. The state of Jia reportedly lost 400,000 men when the Qin army surrounded and starved their forces at the Battle of Changping in 260 BCE. In this harsh environment, statecraft evolved from the feudal arrangements of the early Zhou to more centralized systems of governance. Rulers could no longer rely on personal bonds of loyalty from aristocratic families. Instead, they developed bureaucracies staffed by educated men, chosen for their abilities rather than their bloodlines. Taxation systems became more sophisticated, enabling states to support standing armies and ambitious building projects. Agricultural productivity increased through large-scale irrigation works, often mobilizing tens of thousands of laborers. The state of Qin was particularly effective at harnessing its population for both military and civil engineering projects. Commerce flourished despite the warfare, or perhaps because of it. Iron tools became widely available, increasing agricultural productivity. Coins replaced barter in many regions, facilitating trade. Cities grew larger and more complex, with specialized neighborhoods for craftsmen, merchants, and scholars. Social mobility increased as the old aristocratic order weakened. Men of humble birth could rise to positions of influence through military prowess, administrative skill, or scholarly achievement. The state of Qi even established an academy called the Jixia, where thinkers from various schools gathered to debate and develop their ideas, supported by state patronage. It was in this turbulent environment, where old certainties had crumbled and new social orders were emerging, that Chinese philosophy flowered in extraordinary ways. Historians later called this intellectual flourishing the 100 schools of thought, as numerous philosophical traditions competed to provide solutions to the pressing problems of the age. The oldest and most influential of these schools was Confucianism, founded by Confucius, who had lived during the early spring and autumn period, roughly 551–479 BCE, just before the Warring States began. Confucius had witnessed the early breakdown of Zhou authority and proposed a solution based on reviving the moral foundations of society. Confucius believed that social harmony could be restored through proper relationships governed by ritual propriety and moral virtue. He emphasized filial piety, the reverence children should show their parents, as the foundation of all other virtues. He taught that rulers should lead by moral example rather than coercion, and that educated gentlemen junzi should serve as moral exemplars for society. His followers, particularly Mencius, Mengzi, and Junzi, developed these ideas further during the Warring States period. Mencius argued that human nature was fundamentally good, but needed cultivation through education and ritual. He emphasized the ruler's responsibility to care for the common people, even suggesting that a tyrant could legitimately be overthrown. Sunzi took a more pessimistic view, arguing that human nature was inherently selfish and needed to be restrained through ritual and education. Despite this difference, both thinkers agreed on the importance of moral self-cultivation and proper social relationships as the basis for political order. In stark contrast to the Confucians, another school called legalism emerged, advocating for a harsh, pragmatic approach to statecraft. Legalist thinkers like Han Feizi and Shang Yang argued that human beings were motivated primarily by self-interest and fear of punishment. They proposed systems of strict laws with severe penalties, combined with agricultural policies and military organization that would strengthen the state. The state of Qin adopted many legalist reforms under the guidance of Shang Yang, transforming itself from a semi-barbaric frontier state into the most powerful kingdom in China. Qin rulers replaced the old aristocracy with a merit-based bureaucracy, standardized weights and measures, and mobilized the entire population for military service and public works. While Confucians looked to the past for inspiration and emphasized moral virtue, legalists focused on practical results and had no reverence for tradition. This fundamental difference reflected the tension in Chinese thought between moral idealism and pragmatic realism, a tension that would continue throughout Chinese history. A third major school that emerged during this period was Taoism, traditionally associated with the mysterious figure Laozi and his classic text, the Tao Te Ching, Tao Te Ching. Where Confucians emphasized social engagement and moral action, Taoists advocated a withdrawal from the artificial structures of society to live in harmony with the natural way Tao of the universe. The Taoist sage Zhuangzi wrote parables and paradoxes questioning conventional distinctions and values. He suggested that the pursuit of knowledge and social status was ultimately pointless, and true wisdom came from accepting the limitations of human understanding and flowing with the natural processes of life and death. In many ways, Taoism developed as a critique of Confucian activism. While Confucians sought to reform society through moral effort, Taoists suggested that such efforts often made things worse. They advocated non-action wu wei, not as laziness or passivity, but as a form of effortless action in harmony with natural processes. Beyond these three major schools, numerous other thinkers proposed solutions to the chaos of the warring states. Mozi, founder of Mohism, advocated universal love and impartial caring as an alternative to Confucian emphasis on graduated love based on family relationships. He also promoted meritocracy and criticized wasteful expenditure on rituals and music. The school of names, including thinkers like Gongsun Long and Hui Shi, explored logical paradoxes and the relationship between language and reality. Their famous puzzles, like a white horse is not a horse, challenged conventional thinking and developed logical analysis in ways reminiscent of Greek sophists. The Yin-Yang school, associated with Zhu Yan, developed theories about the five elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, water, and their cyclical interactions, creating a framework for understanding everything from seasonal changes to dynastic succession. These ideas would later be incorporated into Chinese medicine, astronomy, and geomancy. Despite their differences, all these schools were responding to the same crisis: the collapse of the old feudal order and the extreme violence of the Warring States period. They all sought, in different ways, to understand how harmony could be restored to a fractured world. The diversity of Chinese philosophy during this period created an intellectual foundation that would influence Chinese culture for millennia. Later dynasties would draw selectively from these traditions, often combining elements from different schools to create syncretic approaches to governance and ethics. As the Warring States period progressed, the competition between states became increasingly deadly. Smaller states were absorbed by larger ones. Military technology and organization continued to advance. The state of Qin, implementing legalist reforms with ruthless efficiency, gradually gained the upper hand. Under King Zheng, who would later proclaim himself Qin Shi Huang, first emperor of Qin, the Qin armies conquered one state after another. By 221 BCE, the last independent state fell, and China was unified under a single ruler for the first time. The Warring States period had ended, but the philosophical legacy it produced would endure. The competing schools of thought developed during this time of crisis continued to shape Chinese culture through all the dynasties that followed. The tension between Confucian moralism and legalist pragmatism would influence governmental approaches for centuries. Taoist perspectives would provide a counterbalance to Confucian activism and inspire artistic and spiritual traditions. In the crucible of war and social upheaval, Chinese civilization had forged intellectual tools for understanding politics, ethics, and human nature that remain relevant to this day. The great thinkers of the Warring States period demonstrated how periods of crisis can stimulate intellectual creativity as people struggle to make sense of a world in transition. As the dust settled on the battlefields and the banners of the seven states were replaced by the singular standard of Qin, a new era was beginning. The philosophical debates would continue, but now within the context of a unified empire. The first emperor would attempt to impose a single vision on the diverse intellectual landscape, creating new tensions between state power and freedom of thought that would shape the next chapter in Chinese history. Amid the tumult of the Warring States, two philosophical traditions took root that would shape Chinese thought for millennia to come. Like two ancient trees growing from the same soil but reaching toward different skies, Confucianism and Daoism offered contrasting visions of the good life and harmonious society. These philosophies would become the twin pillars of Chinese civilization, influencing everything from government administration to poetry, from family life to painting. Confucianism began with the teachings of Confucius, known in the West as Confucius, who lived from 551 to 479 BCE during the late spring and autumn period. Born into a minor noble family that had fallen on hard times, Confucius spent much of his life seeking a position where he could implement his ideas for social harmony. Though he briefly served as a minister in his native state of Lu, most of his career was spent as a teacher, gathering disciples who recorded his wisdom. The core of Confucian teaching was the belief that social order begins with moral self-cultivation. Confucius taught that human beings could transform themselves through education, ritual practice, and sincere effort. He emphasized 5 key virtues: humanity, ren, righteousness, yi, ritual propriety, luz, wisdom, shi, and trustworthiness, shin. Of these, ren, often translated as benevolence or humanness, was the most fundamental. Confucius lived in a time when the old feudal order was breaking down, and he looked back to the early Zhou period as a golden age of harmony and virtue. He believed that if people could recover the moral foundations of that earlier time, social order could be restored. This gave Confucianism a conservative character, valuing tradition and established practices. Central to Confucian thought was the concept of proper relationships. Confucius identified 5 key relationships that formed the basis of social order: ruler to subject, parent to child, husband to wife, elder brother to younger brother, and friend to friend. Each relationship involved mutual but unequal obligations. Rulers should be benevolent and subjects loyal, parents should be loving and children filial, husbands righteous and wives attentive. The family served as both the model for social order and the training ground for virtue. Filial piety, the reverence and care children show to parents, was seen as the foundation of all other virtues. By learning to respect and obey parents, children developed the moral character needed to function in wider society. Ritual propriety, or lin, was another key concept. For Confucius, rituals were not empty formalities but tools for moral cultivation. By performing rituals with sincerity, people developed the proper attitudes that rituals expressed. Whether pouring a libation to ancestors or offering a formal greeting, proper ritual performance helped align one's emotions and behaviors with moral ideals. Education held a central place in Confucian thought. Confucius believed that education should be available to all men of ability, regardless of social background. His own school accepted students from diverse backgrounds, evaluating them based on their moral character and intellectual potential, rather than family status. This meritocratic aspect of Confucianism would later influence the civil service examination system that became a defining feature of Chinese government. After Confucius's death, his disciples compiled his sayings into the Analects, which became the core text of Confucian thought. Over the next several centuries, later thinkers developed his ideas in different directions. The most important of these was Mencius Mengzi, who lived from about 372 to 289 BCE during the Warring States period. Mencius expanded on Confucius's teachings by arguing that human nature is fundamentally good. He believed that all people are born with sprouts of virtue that, if properly cultivated, grow into full moral qualities. Mencius used the famous example of a child falling into a well. Anyone who witnessed this would feel alarm and compassion, demonstrating the innate goodness of human nature. Politically, Mencius was more radical than Confucius. He emphasized the ruler's obligation to ensure the welfare of the common people, arguing that if a ruler failed in this duty, he could legitimately be removed. This interpretation of the mandate of heaven placed moral constraints on political authority and created a foundation for what we might now call political legitimacy. Another major Confucian thinker was Yunzi, who lived toward the end of the Warring States period. Unlike Mencius, Yunzi argued that human nature is inherently selfish and must be restrained through education and ritual. Despite this more pessimistic view of human nature, Yunzi maintained the Confucian emphasis on moral self-cultivation and proper social relationships as the basis for order. As Confucianism developed, it increasingly focused on practical governance. Confucian scholars served as officials and advisors, bringing their moral vision to the administration of the state. They emphasized the importance of leading by moral example rather than coercion, believing that a virtuous ruler would naturally inspire virtue in his subjects. The Confucian gentleman, or Junzi, became an ideal type, educated, morally cultivated, and committed to public service. He was expected to master the 6 arts: ritual, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. These skills combine practical abilities with moral and aesthetic cultivation, creating a balanced human being capable of serving society. While Confucianism focused on social engagement and moral action, Daoism took a radically different approach. Traditionally attributed to the semi-legendary figure Laozi, Daoism emerged as a distinct philosophical tradition during the Warring States period. Where Confucians sought to reform society through moral effort, Daoists suggested that such efforts often made things worse. The foundational text of philosophical Daoism is the Tao Te Ching Tao Te Ching, a poetic work of just over 5,000 characters. Its central concept is the Tao Way, the unnamable source of all being that flows through everything in the universe. The Tao is described as both the origin of all things and the natural pattern of their development. It cannot be grasped through rational thought or described in words. The opening lines of the Tao Te Ching express this ineffability. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. This sets the tone for a philosophy that questions conventional categories and distinctions, suggesting a reality beyond conceptual understanding. A second key concept is Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action. This does not mean doing nothing, but rather acting in harmony with the natural flow of the Tao, without forcing or striving. The Tao Te Ching uses natural metaphors to illustrate this concept. Water flows to the lowest places without effort. Plants grow without trying. Similarly, the sage accomplishes much by working with natural tendencies rather than against them. The ideal Taoist sage contrasts sharply with the Confucian gentleman, where the Junzi actively cultivates virtue and engages in social reform. The Daoist sage empties himself of conventional knowledge and desires. The Tao Te Ching describes this ideal. The sage has no fixed mind. He makes the mind of the people his mind. By emptying himself, he becomes receptive to the Tao and can act in harmony with it. Politically, Daoism offered a critique of Confucian activism. The Tao Te Ching suggests that the more laws and regulations a society creates, the more criminals it produces. Instead of trying to improve society through moral exhortation and ritual, the Daoist ruler governs by not governing, allowing things to follow their natural course with minimal interference. A second major Daoist text, the Zhuangzi, developed these ideas in a more playful and literary direction. Named for its author Zhuangzi, the Zhuangzi, who lived in the 4th century BCE, this work uses parables, dialogues, and paradoxes to challenge conventional thinking. Zhuangzi embraced relativity and perspective, suggesting that distinctions between good and bad, beautiful and ugly, are human constructs rather than absolute realities. In one famous passage, he described dreaming he was a butterfly, then waking to wonder whether he was Zhuangzi, who had dreamed he was a butterfly, or a butterfly now dreaming he was Zhuangzi. Both Confucianism and Daoism reflected deeply on the nature of language and its limitations. Confucians emphasized the rectification of names, believing that social harmony required a precise correspondence between words and reality. Daoists, by contrast, questioned whether language could ever capture the fluid, changing nature of reality, suggesting that wisdom might require moving beyond conceptual thinking entirely. Despite their philosophical differences, Confucianism and Daoism shared certain common assumptions. Both emerged from the traditional Chinese worldview that saw heaven, earth, and humanity as interconnected parts of a single whole. Both valued harmony and balance as essential to the good life, and both developed in response to the political fragmentation and social upheaval of their time. In practice, these philosophies often complemented each other in Chinese life. A scholar official might govern according to Confucian principles during the day, then retreat to a mountain hermitage to practice Daoist meditation on weekends. Poetry and painting often expressed Daoist themes of natural harmony, while social and political life remained organized along Confucian lines. Over time, both traditions developed religious dimensions. Confucian ancestor worship evolved into an elaborate ritual system that connected living family members with their deceased forebears. Daoist ideas about immortality and harmony with nature developed into religious practices aimed at achieving longevity or spiritual transcendence. The tension between Confucian activism and Daoist naturalism created a productive dialogue throughout Chinese history. Confucianism provided the structure and ethical foundation for Chinese society, while Daoism offered a space for intuition, spontaneity, and critique of rigid conventionality. Together, they created a philosophical balance that helped Chinese civilization maintain both stability and adaptability over millennia. As China moved toward unification under the Qin dynasty, these philosophical traditions faced new challenges. The pragmatic legalist philosophy that guided Qin statecraft had little patience for either Confucian moralism or Daoist mysticism. The first emperor would attempt to impose a single vision on China's diverse intellectual landscape, creating tensions that would shape the next chapter of Chinese history. Yet even as political circumstances changed, the fundamental insights of Confucianism and Daoism endured. Their contrasting visions of human nature, society, and the good life continued to inspire Chinese thinkers for generations to come. Like the interplay of yin and yang, their dynamic tension created a philosophical wholeness greater than either tradition alone could provide. From the western frontiers came a force that would forever change the face of China. The state of Qin, once considered semi-barbaric by the more cultured states of the Central Plains, had transformed itself through decades of harsh reforms. Now, under an ambitious young king named Zheng, Qin armies marched eastward with ruthless efficiency, conquering one state after another. By 221 BCE, the impossible had happened. For the first time in its long history, all of China was unified under a single ruler. King Zheng now stood at the pinnacle of power. No longer content with the title of king, he proclaimed himself Qin Shi Huang, first emperor of Qin. This new title reflected his unprecedented achievement. Previous rulers had been kings of individual states. He was emperor of all under heaven. With this declaration, he established the imperial system that would govern China for the next 2,000 years. The first emperor came from a state that had embraced legalism, a harsh but effective philosophy of governance. Under the guidance of thinkers like Shangyang and Li Si, Qin had instituted reforms that transformed it from a peripheral state into the most powerful kingdom in China. The old aristocracy was replaced with a centralized bureaucracy. The population was organized into mutual responsibility groups, with neighbors required to report each other's crimes. Agriculture and military service were emphasized above all else. These legalist principles now shaped the new empire. The first emperor abolished the feudal system that had existed since the early Zhou period. Instead of dividing the land among relatives and nobles who might later rebel, he organized the empire into administrative units, governed by officials appointed directly by the imperial court. These officials could be replaced at will, preventing the development of independent power bases. To strengthen central control, the first emperor standardized weights, measures, and currency throughout his realm. Where previously each state had its own systems, now a single standard prevailed, facilitating trade and administration. Most significantly, he standardized the writing system. His chancellor Li Si created a unified script that eliminated regional variations, ensuring that documents could be read throughout the empire. This standardization of writing would prove to be one of the most enduring legacies of the Qin, helping to maintain Chinese cultural unity despite regional diversity. The first emperor was a builder on a monumental scale. He connected existing defensive walls into a unified Great Wall to protect the northern frontier from nomadic peoples. Though much of the wall we see today dates from the later Ming Dynasty, the concept of a unified defensive barrier began with the Qin. He also built a vast network of roads radiating out from the imperial capital near modern-day Xi'an, allowing rapid movement of troops and officials throughout the empire. His most spectacular project was his own mausoleum. For decades, hundreds of thousands of workers labored to create a microcosm of the empire that would serve as his eternal resting place. According to historical records, the tomb contained replicas of palaces and pavilions, with ceilings mapped with the stars and floors inlaid with maps of the empire. Rivers of mercury represented China's waterways. Most famously, an army of life-sized terracotta warriors was buried nearby to guard the emperor in the afterlife. This terracotta army, discovered by farmers digging a well in 1974, has become one of China's most famous archaeological treasures. Over 8,000 individual soldiers, each with unique facial features, stand in formation, accompanied by horses and chariots. The scale and detail of this project reveal both the immense resources at the emperor's command and his determination to rule even in the afterlife. The first emperor's massive building projects came at a tremendous human cost. Hundreds of thousands of laborers were conscripted, many dying from exhaustion or mistreatment. Heavy taxes and demands for military service strained the population. The emperor showed little concern for these hardships, viewing his subjects as resources to be mobilized for imperial glory rather than as people whose welfare was his responsibility. Beyond his architectural achievements, the first emperor sought to reshape Chinese thought itself. Advised by his chancellor Li Si, he ordered the burning of books that did not conform to legalist philosophy. Particularly targeted were works of Confucian thought, which emphasized moral constraints on rulership that the emperor found inconvenient. Only practical texts on agriculture, medicine, and divination were spared. According to later historians, he even had 460 Confucian scholars buried alive for criticizing his policies, though this may be an exaggeration by historians sympathetic to Confucianism. This suppression of intellectual diversity reflected the legalist belief that the ruler should control not only people's actions but their thoughts as well. Where the Warring States period had seen a flourishing of competing ideas, the Qin sought to impose a single state-sanctioned worldview. This approach to thought control would be rejected by later dynasties but would periodically re-emerge throughout Chinese history. Despite his efforts to control every aspect of life in his empire, there was one enemy the first emperor could not defeat: his own mortality. As he aged, he became increasingly obsessed with finding the secret of immortality. He dispatched expeditions to search for mythical islands where immortals were said to dwell. He consumed alchemical elixirs prepared by priests and magicians, some containing mercury and other toxic substances that may have hastened his death. The first emperor died in 210 BCE while on a tour of his eastern territories, just 11 years after unifying China. His death was kept secret by his chief advisor Li Si and the eunuch Zhao Gao as they returned to the capital, the corpse's decay masked by carts of rotting fish. This deception gave them time to alter the emperor's will, placing a more pliable son on the throne instead of the designated heir. This son, Qin Shi, second emperor of Qin, proved to be a weak ruler dominated by the eunuch Zhao Gao. Under his reign, the harsh policies of his father continued without the strong leadership that had made them effective. Taxes remained heavy, labor demands oppressive, and punishments severe. With the first emperor gone, the fear that had kept rebellion in check began to fade. In 209 BCE, just a year after the second emperor's accession, the spark of rebellion was lit. Two men, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, were leading a group of conscripts to a military post when they were delayed by heavy rains. Under Qin law, being late carried the death penalty. With nothing to lose, they raised the banner of rebellion, claiming to restore the old state of Chu that had been conquered by Qin. Though this initial uprising was quickly suppressed, it inspired others throughout the empire. Soon rebellions were breaking out everywhere. The most significant were led by Shang Yu, a brilliant military leader from an aristocratic family, and Li Bang, a man of humble birth who had risen to become a minor official. These two would eventually become the main contenders for power as the Qin dynasty crumbled. The rapid collapse of the Qin revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of the legalist approach. Its emphasis on harsh laws and punishments had created an efficient state capable of mobilizing resources on an unprecedented scale. But by ruling through fear rather than moral legitimacy, it had built no reservoir of loyalty among the population. When the strong hand of the first emperor was removed, the system quickly unraveled. By 206 BCE, just 4 years after the first emperor's death, the Qin dynasty had completely collapsed. The imperial palace was burned, and the last Qin emperor was forced to commit suicide. After a period of conflict known as the Chu-Han contention, Liu Bang emerged victorious and established the Han dynasty, which would rule China for the next 4 centuries. The brevity of the Qin dynasty, just 15 years from unification to collapse, has led many to view it as a failure, yet its legacy was profound and enduring. The unified writing system, standardized measurements, and administrative divisions it established formed the foundation for all subsequent Chinese dynasties. The concept of a unified Chinese state, ruled by an emperor with absolute authority, became the political norm that would endure until the early 20th century. The Han dynasty that followed would reject many aspects of Qin legalism, especially its harsh punishments and suppression of diverse thought. Confucianism would be rehabilitated and eventually elevated to state orthodoxy. Yet even while criticizing Qin excesses, Han rulers maintained the centralized bureaucratic state the first emperor had created, merely tempering it with Confucian moral principles. The first emperor himself remains a controversial figure in Chinese history. Traditional Confucian historians portrayed him as a tyrannical villain whose cruelty brought about his dynasty's rapid downfall. Modern Chinese perspectives are more nuanced, recognizing both his brutal methods and his lasting achievements. Today he is often seen as a necessary transitional figure, the harsh force needed to break the cycle of warfare and create a unified Chinese state. The terracotta warriors stand silent now in their excavated pits, a testament to the ambition and vision of the man who unified China. Their ranks stretch into the distance, an army for eternity, guarding the tomb of the emperor, who, unable to achieve immortality in life, sought it through the grandeur of his final resting place and through the empire he created. Though the Qin dynasty quickly faded, the imperial China it birthed would endure for 2 millennia, its foundations laid by the first emperor. As the fires of rebellion consumed the Qin palaces and a new dynasty prepared to take power, China stood at a crossroads. Would the Han maintain the unity achieved at such cost by the Qin, or would the empire fragment once again into warring states? The answer to this question would determine the course of Chinese civilization for centuries to come. From the ashes of the Qin emerged a new dynasty that would become synonymous with Chinese civilization itself. Founded by Liu Bang, a man of humble origins who rose to become a military leader during the rebellions against Qin, the Han dynasty would rule China for over 4 centuries, from 206 BCE to 220 CE. So profound was its impact that even today the majority ethnic group in China calls itself the Han people, and the written Chinese language is referred to as Han characters. Liu Bang, who took the imperial title of Emperor Gaozu, was a pragmatic ruler who learned from the mistakes of his predecessor. Where the first emperor of Qin had ruled with unbending harshness, Gaozu adopted a more moderate approach. He retained the centralized administrative structure established by the Qin, but reduced taxes and softened the legal code. He famously told his followers that he had won the empire from horseback, but he knew he could not govern it from horseback. Effective administration required a different set of skills than military conquest. The early Han emperors maintained elements of various philosophical schools in their governance. Legalist methods provided administrative efficiency, while Daoist principles of minimal interference allowed the population to recover from the harsh Qin policies. Gradually, however, Confucianism gained influence at court. Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing, who ruled during the middle of the 2nd century BCE, were particularly known for their Confucian virtues of frugality and benevolence. The Han dynasty reached its peak under Emperor Wu, reigned 141–87 BCE, whose long rule brought unprecedented prosperity and expansion. Emperor Wu was an energetic ruler who strengthened the central government, promoted education, and launched military campaigns that greatly expanded China's territory and influence. Under his rule, the Han Empire stretched from Korea in the east to Central Asia in the west, and from Mongolia in the north to Vietnam in the south. Emperor Wu officially adopted Confucianism as the state ideology, a decision with far-reaching consequences for Chinese civilization. He established the Imperial Academy, where scholars studied Confucian classics, and he instituted a civil service examination system based on these texts. Though initially small in scale, this examination system would evolve over subsequent dynasties to become the primary path to government service, creating a meritocratic system where men of talent could rise to high positions regardless of their family background. The elevation of Confucianism did not mean an immediate rejection of other philosophical traditions. Rather, a syncretic approach developed, incorporating elements of legalism in administrative practice while cloaking them in Confucian language about virtue and moral governance. Daoism continued to influence art, poetry, and private life, even as Confucianism dominated public discourse and political theory. Han society was hierarchical but offered pathways for advancement. At the top stood the emperor and the imperial family. Below them were the scholar officials who staffed the bureaucracy, followed by farmers who were considered the productive foundation of society. Artisans and merchants occupied lower positions in the social hierarchy, though in practice, wealthy merchants could live in great luxury and influence government through indirect means. Agriculture formed the economic foundation of the Han Empire. Technical improvements such as iron plows, irrigation systems, and crop rotation increased productivity. The government maintained grain reserves to stabilize prices and provide relief during famines. The land tax was the government's primary source of revenue, reflecting the central importance of agriculture in the economy. While farmers tilled the fields, urban areas flourished with trade and craft production. Cities like Chang'an, the Western Han capital, near modern Xi'an, and Luoyang, the Eastern Han capital, grew into sophisticated metropolises with populations in the hundreds of thousands. Chang'an was laid out in a grid pattern with broad avenues and specialized markets. Its walls enclosed an area of over 30 square kilometers, making it one of the largest and most advanced cities in the world at that time. The Han period saw remarkable technological and scientific developments. Paper was invented, replacing bamboo and silk as writing materials and revolutionizing record-keeping. The magnetic compass was developed, initially for divination, but later adapted for navigation. Seismographs, wheelbarrows, and improved metallurgical techniques all appeared during this fertile period of innovation. Astronomy advanced considerably, with Han scientists keeping detailed records of comets, sunspots, and other celestial phenomena. The calendar was refined to better predict seasonal changes. Mathematics developed to serve both practical needs in engineering and theoretical interests in understanding numerical relationships. Medicine evolved with systematic theories about the body's functioning, detailed pharmacopoeias listing hundreds of medicinal substances, and sophisticated techniques like acupuncture and moxibustion. The arts flourished during the Han. Literature expanded beyond classical works to include poetry, essays, and historical writings. The records of the Grand Historian by Sima Qian, completed around 94 BCE, set the standard for historical writing not just in China, but in world literature. Covering over 2,000 years from the legendary Jia dynasty to his own time, Sima Qian combined rigorous research with vivid biographical portraits, creating a comprehensive view of Chinese civilization. Music was considered essential for moral cultivation, with the imperial court maintaining orchestras that performed ritual music on bronze bells, stone chimes, stringed instruments, and drums. Painting and calligraphy developed as elite art forms, though few examples survive from this period. Sculpture and ceramic arts produced works of remarkable naturalism and technical sophistication. Perhaps the most significant development of the Han period was the opening of trade routes connecting China with Central Asia, the Middle East, and eventually the Roman Empire. These routes, later called the Silk Road by European historians, began with the diplomatic and military expeditions of Emperor Wu, concerned about the threat posed by nomadic Xiongnu Confederation on China's northern border. Emperor Wu sent his envoy Zhang Qian westward to seek allies in 138 BCE. Zhang Qian's journey was an epic of exploration. Captured by the Xiongnu and held for 10 years, he eventually escaped and continued westward, reaching as far as Bactria, modern Afghanistan, before returning to China. Though he failed to secure military allies, he brought back invaluable information about the lands and peoples beyond China's western borders, including the powerful Parthian Empire and the prosperous Fergana Valley, with its prized heavenly horses. Emperor Wu was particularly interested in these horses, larger and stronger than Chinese breeds, which could give his armies an advantage against the Xiongnu cavalry. He sent expeditions to acquire these horses, establishing the first regular contact between China and Central Asia. These initial military and diplomatic missions soon developed into trade relationships that would flourish for centuries. The Silk Road was not a single path but a network of routes connecting east and west. Caravans would travel in stages, goods changing hands multiple times before reaching their final destinations. The journey was arduous and dangerous, crossing harsh deserts, high mountain passes, and territories controlled by bandits or hostile states. Few merchants traveled the entire route, most operated within regional networks with goods passed from one group to another. Silk was China's most famous export, highly prized in Rome and other Western civilizations for its lightness, strength, and beauty. The Chinese carefully guarded the secret of silk production, which involved raising silkworms on mulberry leaves and carefully unwinding the cocoons to extract the fine threads. Other Chinese exports included paper, ceramics, bronze work, and lacquerware. In return, China imported horses, jade, grapes, and alfalfa from Central Asia, glassware, gold, and silver from the Middle East, and even goods from as far away as the Roman Empire. Roman glassware was particularly valued in China for its clarity and craftsmanship, while Roman and Middle Eastern merchants paid enormous prices for Chinese silk. A pound of silk in Rome cost roughly a pound of gold, making the silk trade enormously profitable for all involved. Beyond material goods, the Silk Road facilitated exchange of ideas, technologies, and religions. Buddhist missionaries from India traveled to China, beginning the long process of Buddhist integration into Chinese culture. Zoroastrianism and later Nestorian Christianity also made their way eastward. Mathematical knowledge, astronomical observations, and medical techniques were shared among civilizations. Music, art styles, and culinary traditions spread along these routes, enriching each culture they touched. Central to the functioning of the Silk Road were the oasis cities that provided rest and resupply points for caravans. Places like Dunhuang, Turfan, and Samarkand became cosmopolitan centers where merchants from many lands gathered to trade. These cities developed unique cultural blends, incorporating elements from Chinese, Indian, Persian, and Turkic traditions. The cave temples at Dunhuang, with their magnificent Buddhist artwork, exemplify this cultural synthesis, showing Chinese, Indian, and Central Asian artistic influences. The establishment of these trade networks required military power to secure routes and diplomatic skill to maintain relationships with states along the way. The Han expanded their direct control into Central Asia, establishing the Western Regions Protectorate to oversee these territories. Military colonies were established at strategic points, with soldiers cultivating land when not engaged in defensive duties. This pattern of expansion and consolidation increased China's size and influence dramatically. After the long reign of Emperor Wu, the Western Han continued for another century, though with declining vigor. Wang Mang, a reform-minded official from a powerful family connected to the imperial house by marriage, seized the throne in 9 CE, establishing the short-lived Xin dynasty. He attempted sweeping reforms including nationalizing land and prohibiting slave ownership, but his policies disrupted the economy and alienated the elite. Floods, famines, and peasant rebellions followed, and he was killed when rebels captured the capital in 23 CE. The Han dynasty was restored under Emperor Guangwu, beginning the period known as the Eastern Han, 25 Neat 220 CE, named for the location of its capital at Luoyang. While initially a time of recovery and prosperity, the Eastern Han gradually declined due to familiar dynastic problems, corruption among officials, factionalism at court, and the increasing influence of imperial relatives and eunuchs. Major peasant rebellions broke out in the 170s CE, including the Yellow Turban Rebellion inspired by Daoist religious movements. Though these were suppressed, they weakened central authority. Military commanders increasingly operated independently, setting the stage for the dynasty's final dissolution. By 220 CE, the Han Empire had fragmented into 3 competing states, beginning the period known as the Three Kingdoms. Despite its eventual fall, the Han dynasty left an enduring legacy that defined Chinese civilization for centuries to come. The synthesis of Confucian ideology with practical governance created a model that subsequent dynasties would emulate. The civil service examination system, though still limited during the Han, established the principle that government service should be based on merit rather than heredity. The territorial expansion under Han created a sense of China's natural boundaries that would influence later dynasties' understanding of their realm. Most importantly, the Han period established a pattern of imperial governance that was remarkably durable. After periods of disunion, China would reunify under new dynasties that consciously modeled themselves on the Han. The title, Son of Heaven, the structure of the imperial court, the organization of provinces and commanderies, and the role of the scholar official class, all these elements of imperial China were either established or consolidated during the Han period. The Silk Road networks established during the Han continued long after the dynasty's fall, waxing and waning with the rise and fall of empires but never completely disappearing until the age of maritime trade. These routes connected China to the wider world, bringing new ideas, technologies, and religious beliefs that would transform Chinese civilization in the centuries to come. Buddhism, in particular, would enter China along these trade routes, eventually becoming fully integrated into Chinese culture and providing spiritual and philosophical ideas that complemented and sometimes challenged the Confucian tradition. As the light of the Han dynasty flickered and died, China entered a period of division and uncertainty. Yet the cultural foundations laid during these 4 centuries proved remarkably resilient. The ideal of a unified empire governed by moral principles would remain powerful, a beacon guiding China through the fragmentation that followed and inspiring later efforts at reunification. The golden age of the Han would be remembered, celebrated, and emulated by generations of Chinese who proudly called themselves people of Han. In a small workshop in 2nd century China, craftsmen labor over flattened plant fibers, pressing them into thin sheets that will soon revolutionize how humans record and transmit knowledge. Across the empire, other workshops develop new techniques for printing, navigating, and even warfare. The story of ancient China is not just one of emperors and philosophers, but also of inventors and innovators whose creations would transform both their own civilization and eventually the wider world. The 4 great inventions traditionally celebrated in Chinese culture, paper, printing, the compass, and gunpowder, each began as solutions to specific problems before evolving into technologies with far-reaching consequences. Beyond these famous 4, ancient China produced countless other innovations in fields ranging from agriculture to mathematics, from astronomy to medicine. Paper emerged as a response to the limitations of existing writing materials. Before its invention, Chinese scribes wrote on bamboo strips or wooden tablets, which were heavy and cumbersome, or on silk, which was prohibitively expensive. According to traditional accounts, in 105 CE, a court eunuch named Kai Lun presented the emperor with a new writing material made from tree bark, hemp, rags, and fishnets. While archaeological evidence shows that simpler forms of paper existed before this date, Kai Lun is credited with standardizing and improving the production process. The manufacturing of paper involved breaking plant fibers into a pulp, mixing this with water in a large vat, and then lifting the mixture on a screen so that the fibers would bind together as the water drained. After drying in the sun, the resulting sheets were smooth, light, and ideal for writing with brush and ink. Different types of paper were developed for various purposes: thin, delicate paper for calligraphy and painting, thicker papers for official documents, and specialized varieties for packaging, clothing, and even armor. Paper transformed Chinese society by making written texts more accessible. Government documents, scholarly works, and eventually religious texts could be reproduced more cheaply and circulated more widely. Literacy expanded beyond a narrow elite, though it remained largely confined to government officials, scholars, and merchants until much later periods. The technology spread gradually westward along the Silk Road, reaching Central Asia by the 8th century and the Islamic world by the 9th. From there, papermaking technology entered Europe, where it would later play a crucial role in the spread of knowledge during the Renaissance. The invention of paper laid the groundwork for another revolutionary technology: printing. The earliest form was block printing, developed during the Tang Dynasty, 618–907 CE. Craftsmen would carve a relief image on a wooden block, ink the raised surfaces, and press paper against it to create an impression. This technique was initially used to reproduce Buddhist texts and images, reflecting the religion's emphasis on the spiritual merit gained by multiplying sacred writings. The oldest surviving printed text is the Diamond Sutra from 868 CE, discovered in the Dunhuang Caves. Its colophon proudly states that it was created for universal free distribution. By the Song Dynasty, 969–1279 CE, commercial publishing had emerged, producing everything from Confucian classics to agricultural manuals to popular entertainment. The next major advance came with movable type printing, attributed to Bai Sheng around 1040 CE. Instead of carving entire pages, he created individual characters that could be arranged in frames, used for printing, then rearranged for new texts. His first types were made of fired clay, but later artisans created more durable types from wood and eventually metal. While movable type offered greater flexibility, the vast number of Chinese characters compared to alphabetic scripts meant that block printing often remained more practical for large-scale projects in China. These printing technologies allowed knowledge to be preserved and disseminated on an unprecedented scale. During the Song Dynasty, imperial printing offices produced huge numbers of books on history, classics, medicine, mathematics, and governance. Private publishing houses spread poetry, fiction, and practical manuals to a growing reading public. This expansion of printed material fostered intellectual developments and preserved cultural knowledge that might otherwise have been lost during periods of war and dynastic change. The compass represents another world-changing Chinese invention. Its origins lie in divination rather than navigation. As early as the Han Dynasty, fortune tellers used lodestones, naturally magnetized pieces of iron ore, on divination boards to determine auspicious locations for buildings or graves. These lodestones, when shaped into spoons or fish and placed on smooth surfaces, would align with the Earth's magnetic field, always pointing south. Chinese compasses traditionally pointed south rather than north. By the 11th century, Chinese mariners had adapted this technology for navigation, creating the world's first magnetic compasses. These early devices consisted of magnetized needles floating in water or suspended on silk threads. They were particularly valuable in cloudy weather, when stars were not visible, and for maintaining direction when sailing out of sight of land. The compass transformed maritime activity, making long-distance voyages safer and opening new trade routes across the South China Sea and Indian Ocean, along with other Chinese nautical technologies like the sternpost rudder, which improved steering, and watertight compartments in ship hulls which enhanced safety. The compass enabled China to become a major maritime power during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Chinese ships carried goods and ideas throughout East and Southeast Asia, and during the early Ming dynasty, the great treasure fleets of Admiral Zheng, he sailed as far as East Africa. The compass technology spread westward, reaching the Islamic world and Europe by the 12th century. In European hands, it would later facilitate the age of exploration, ironically contributing to the maritime power that would eventually challenge China's position in Asia. Perhaps the most controversial of China's great inventions is gunpowder, which transformed warfare around the globe. Its discovery was an accidental byproduct of Taoist alchemical experiments. Taoist adepts seeking elixirs of immortality experimented with various mineral and vegetable substances, including saltpeter, potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal, the three components of gunpowder. By the Tang Dynasty, alchemical texts described the explosive properties of this mixture and warned of its dangers. Initially used for fireworks and ceremonial explosions at festivals and court events, gunpowder was gradually adapted for military purposes during the Song Dynasty, as China faced threats from northern nomadic peoples. The earliest weapons were simple tubes of bamboo or metal filled with gunpowder and projectiles, fire lances that combined flames with shrapnel, and bombs thrown by catapults. Over time, these evolved into more sophisticated firearms and cannons. Military treatises from the Song and Yuan periods describe various gunpowder weapons and tactics for their use on battlefields and in siege warfare. Like other Chinese technologies, gunpowder spread along trade routes, reaching the Middle East by the 13th century and Europe soon after. Its arrival transformed warfare, gradually rendering traditional castle fortifications obsolete and shifting the balance of power towards states that could effectively deploy the new weapons. The global consequences of this Chinese invention have been enormous, changing the nature of conflict and state power across continents. Beyond these four famous inventions, ancient China produced many other innovations that improved daily life and economic productivity. In agriculture, the development of the iron plow, the seed drill, the collar harness for draft animals, and techniques for irrigation and flood control all increased food production, supporting larger populations and urban growth. Sericulture, the cultivation of silkworms for silk production, was pioneered in China thousands of years ago and remained a closely guarded secret for centuries. The Chinese also developed sophisticated techniques for spinning and weaving silk into fabrics of extraordinary beauty and durability, creating one of their most valuable trade goods. Porcelain, sometimes called white gold by Europeans, represents another distinctive Chinese invention. By firing kaolin clay at very high temperatures, Chinese potters created ceramics of unparalleled hardness, translucency, and beauty. Different regions developed their own distinctive styles and glazes, with the most famous being the blue and white porcelain of Jingdezhen. These ceramics were prized throughout Asia and later in Europe, inspiring countless imitations but rarely equaled in quality. In the realm of timekeeping, the Chinese created increasingly accurate water clocks, culminating in the monumental clock tower built by Samsung in the 11th century. This engineering marvel combined a water-powered mechanism with an escapement and utilized chain drives to rotate an armillary sphere, showing celestial movements, and to power jacks that struck bells and gongs to mark the hours. Chinese astronomers made detailed observations of celestial phenomena, recording comets, sunspots, and supernovas centuries before European astronomers. They developed accurate calendars essential for agricultural planning and created elaborate bronze instruments for tracking celestial movements. The armillary sphere, which modeled the apparent movements of stars around the Earth, was invented in China and later transmitted to Europe through Arabic intermediaries. Mathematics flourished as well, with developments in arithmetic, algebra, and geometry. The Chinese used a decimal place value system and understood negative numbers more than 1,000 years before Western mathematicians. They developed methods for solving systems of linear equations and calculating square and cube roots. Mathematical knowledge was applied practically in surveying, calendar making, and architectural design. Chinese medicine evolved into a sophisticated system with its own theoretical foundations, different from Western approaches. Physicians compiled detailed pharmacopoeias describing thousands of medicinal substances derived from plants, animals, and minerals. Therapeutic techniques included acupuncture, which involved inserting thin needles at specific points to influence the flow of key vital energy through the body, and moxibustion, which applied heat to these same points. Chinese doctors pioneered forensic medicine, with texts from the Song Dynasty describing autopsy techniques and the signs of various causes of death. Civil engineering achievements included not only the Great Wall, but also extensive canal systems like the Grand Canal, which linked the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. Built primarily during the Sui Dynasty, 581 to 618 CE, but expanded in later periods. This 100-mile waterway facilitated transportation of grain from the productive south to the political centers in the north, becoming the lifeblood of the empire's economy. Many Chinese inventions arose from a distinctive approach to practical problems, combining careful observation with incremental improvements over generations. Unlike the Western tradition, which eventually developed a theoretical science separate from practical applications, Chinese innovation typically blended the practical and theoretical, with scholars often being both theorists and craftsmen. The Chinese state played an important role in fostering invention through imperial workshops, standardization efforts, and government sponsorship of projects too large for private enterprise. The imperial examination system, which selected officials based on their knowledge of classics rather than scientific or technical expertise, has sometimes been cited as eventually limiting technological innovation. However, for many centuries, this system actually promoted a broadly educated elite who valued both cultural refinement and practical governance, including material improvements. The question of why China, despite its early technological lead, did not experience an industrial revolution similar to Europe's has fascinated historians. Some point to the strength of the Chinese state, which could sometimes suppress innovations that threatened social stability. Others suggest that China's abundance of labor reduced incentives for labor-saving devices. Still others note that Chinese inventors often lacked the legal protections and financial incentives that later encouraged Western innovation. What is clear is that the flow of ideas was never one way. Technologies and scientific knowledge moved in both directions along the Silk Road and maritime trade routes, enriching civilizations across Eurasia. When European explorers reached China in the 16th century, they found much to admire and copy, even as they brought their own innovations from the West. The legacy of Chinese invention extends far beyond the specific technologies themselves. Paper and printing transformed how knowledge was preserved and transmitted. The compass changed humanity's relationship with geography and the oceans. Gunpowder shifted the balance of power between states and civilizations. Countless other innovations, from umbrellas to playing cards, from wheelbarrows to restaurant menus, originated in China and spread gradually throughout the world. In many cases, the full potential of Chinese inventions was realized only after they had been transmitted to other civilizations and adapted to new contexts. Printing with movable type, for instance, had revolutionary effects in Europe with its smaller alphabetic script. Gunpowder weapons evolved rapidly in the competitive state system of early modern Europe. Yet the original Chinese innovations provided the essential foundation for these later developments. As we have seen, invention in ancient China was not a series of isolated breakthroughs, but a continuous process of observation, experimentation, and refinement embedded in a rich cultural context. From imperial workshops to private studios, from Buddhist monasteries to Taoist laboratories, Chinese creators combined practical needs with aesthetic sensibilities, technical skill with philosophical insight, creating a legacy of innovation that continues to influence our world today. Dawn breaks over a small village in the Yangtze River Valley. The soft light reveals farmers already in their fields, working with wooden plows pulled by water buffalo. In a nearby town, merchants prepare their shops, arranging silks and porcelains as apprentices grind ink for record keeping. In the provincial capital, a young scholar anxiously prepares for the imperial examinations that might forever change his status, while in a quiet courtyard, women of a wealthy household embroider delicate patterns on silk robes. These scenes capture the rhythm of daily life in imperial China, a civilization where time-honored traditions shape the experiences of millions across the centuries. To understand daily life in imperial China is to recognize the social hierarchy that structured society. At the pinnacle stood the emperor, the son of heaven, whose court set cultural and political standards for the entire realm. Below him were four broad social classes: the scholar officials, the farmers, the artisans, and the merchants. This hierarchy reflected Confucian values that prized education and agricultural production while viewing commerce with suspicion, despite its economic importance. For the vast majority of Chinese people, daily life centered around agriculture. Farming families typically lived in small villages, their modest homes built of materials available locally: mud, brick, timber, or stone, depending on the region. A typical farmhouse might consist of 2 or 3 rooms with earthen floors and paper-covered windows. The kitchen, with its brick stove, served as the center of family life, providing warmth during winter months, and a place for preparing the staple foods of rice in the south or wheat in the north. The agricultural calendar dictated the rhythm of rural life. Spring brought the labor-intensive work of planting rice seedlings in flooded paddies, each plant individually set by hand in knee-deep water. Summer meant weeding and irrigation, maintaining the delicate balance of water needed for optimal growth. Autumn brought the harvest, when entire families worked from dawn to dusk to gather crops before the weather changed. Winter offered some respite, with time for repairing tools, weaving cloth, and making household items. Village life was communal, with neighbors assisting each other during planting and harvest or cooperating to maintain irrigation systems. Local temples dedicated to folk deities or ancestors provided gathering places for festivals and community decisions. Elders commanded respect and often mediated disputes, supplementing the distant authority of imperial officials who rarely ventured into remote villages except to collect taxes. The life of farmers was hard but stable, following patterns established over centuries. Most owned small plots of land, though tenancy increased during later dynasties. Tax burdens varied with different regimes, but typically included a portion of the grain harvest and labor service for public works. During good years, farming families achieved subsistence with perhaps a small surplus for emergencies or special occasions. In bad years, drought or flooding could bring devastating famines, forcing migration or desperate measures for survival. Town and city life presented a different rhythm, centered around craft production and commerce. Urban residents lived in more densely packed quarters, often with shops on the ground floor opening to the street and living quarters above. Cities were typically walled, with gates that closed at night, and organized into wards and neighborhoods, sometimes specialized by craft or product. Markets bustled with activity, as vendors called out their wares and customers haggled over prices. Shops specializing in silk, porcelain, lacquerware, paper goods, and other crafts lined the busier streets. Food vendors offered quick meals to workers and travelers, steamed buns filled with vegetables or meat, noodles in savory broths, or rice cakes with sweet or savory toppings. Tea houses provided spaces for relaxation, gossip, and business discussions, with different establishments catering to various social classes. Craft production was organized through guilds that maintained quality standards, regulated competition, and provided mutual assistance to members. Young apprentices lived with master craftsmen, learning trades through years of observation and graduated practice before becoming journeymen and eventually masters themselves. Specialized knowledge was often kept within families, with techniques passed from father to son or uncle to nephew over generations. Merchants handled the distribution of goods, from local peddlers with carrying poles balanced on their shoulders to wealthy traders managing caravans or shipping ventures that spanned provinces or even reached foreign lands. Despite their sometimes considerable wealth, merchants occupied a theoretically low position in the Confucian social hierarchy. Wealthy merchant families often gained social standing by educating their sons for the civil service, or by marrying into gentry families, combining commercial wealth with scholarly respectability. Above the merchants in social prestige stood the scholar officials, the elite group who passed the imperial examinations based on Confucian classics and staffed the imperial bureaucracy. This examination system, fully developed by the Song Dynasty, created a meritocratic ideal that allowed men from relatively humble backgrounds to rise to positions of great influence through education and ability. The path of a scholar began in childhood with rote memorization of classic texts, starting with the 3-character classic, and eventually encompassing the 4 books and 5 classics that formed the Confucian canon. Village schools, lineage academies, or private tutors provided this education for boys whose families could spare them from farm labor. Girls rarely received formal education beyond basic household management skills, though daughters of elite families sometimes learned to read and appreciate literature and art. For dedicated students, the examination journey proceeded through several levels. County-level tests qualified candidates for prefectural examinations, success in which allowed them to take provincial exams. Those who passed at the provincial level earned the jinshi degree and became eligible for official appointments. The highest level, the palace examination, was conducted in the imperial capital, with the emperor himself theoretically reviewing the results. The examination process was physically and mentally grueling. Candidates were confined to small examination cells for several days, composing essays on assigned topics in a specific format with perfect calligraphy. The failure rate was extremely high, typically less than 5% passed at each level, and many candidates attempted the examinations multiple times, some continuing into old age. Those who succeeded joined the ranks of the gentry, wearing distinctive robes and caps that signaled their status. They might serve as county magistrates, tax collectors, ritual specialists, or advisors to higher officials. The most successful could rise to provincial governorships or ministerial positions at the imperial court. Even those who earned degrees but never held office enjoyed social prestige and often served as informal leaders in their home communities. The ideal of the scholar official was not merely bureaucratic competence but moral cultivation. Confucian education emphasized character development alongside literary skill. Officials were expected to embody virtues like benevolence, righteousness, and filial piety, serving as moral exemplars for the broader society. In practice, corruption and factionalism sometimes undermined these ideals, but the expectation of moral leadership remained a powerful social force. For all social classes, family formed the foundation of daily life. The Confucian emphasis on filial piety created a patriarchal structure, with the oldest male as the household head, responsible for maintaining the family's prosperity and reputation. Several generations typically lived together in larger households, with clear hierarchies based on age and gender. Marriage was treated as an alliance between families rather than a personal choice of individuals. Marriages were typically arranged by parents with the assistance of matchmakers who investigated the compatibility of the family's social status, wealth, and horoscopes. Elaborate betrothal gifts were exchanged, and the ceremony itself involved multiple rituals symbolizing the bride's transition from her natal family to her husband's household. A new bride's position in her husband's family was initially tenuous, improving only when she produced male heirs. Her primary responsibilities included serving her parents-in-law, managing household affairs, and raising children. With age came increased authority, particularly as a mother-in-law to her sons' wives. Children were highly valued, with sons especially prized for continuing the family line and providing support in old age. Childhood education emphasized moral training alongside practical skills. Children were taught to respect elders, control their emotions, and understand their place within family and society. Discipline could be strict, but affection was also expressed, particularly through providing for children's material needs and future prospects. Beyond the family, religious and philosophical traditions shaped daily life and provided frameworks for understanding the world. The syncretic nature of Chinese religion meant that most people participated in Confucian rituals, visited Buddhist temples, consulted Taoist priests, and honored local deities without seeing any contradiction in these practices. Ancestor worship formed the core of family religious practice. Households maintained altar tables with ancestral tablets, where daily offerings of incense and occasional offerings of food maintained connections with deceased family members. Ancestors were believed to influence family fortune, blessing descendants who maintained proper rituals and potentially causing problems for those who neglected their duties. The calendar was filled with festivals marking seasonal changes and honoring various deities. The Lunar New Year was the most important celebration, featuring thorough house cleaning, family banquets, and rituals to bring good fortune for the coming year. The Mid-Autumn Festival celebrated the harvest moon with mooncakes and family gatherings. The Qingming Festival honored ancestors with grave sweeping and offerings. Dragon Boat Festival commemorated the poet Ku Wan with rice dumplings and boat races. These celebrations brought communities together and punctuated the year with moments of festivity amid the routine of daily work. Food was central to both daily sustenance and cultural identity. The basic meal consisted of a starchy staple, rice in the south, wheat products like noodles or steamed buns in the north, accompanied by vegetable dishes and occasionally meat or fish. Cooking techniques emphasized preserving the natural flavors of ingredients through quick stir-frying or careful steaming. Meals were typically eaten with chopsticks from bowls, with dishes placed in the center for sharing. For most families, meat was a luxury reserved for special occasions. Vegetables, preserved through pickling or drying for the winter months, provided most of the nutrients beyond the staple grains. Soy products like tofu offered protein at lower cost than meat. Tea was the universal beverage, drunk for refreshment, health, and pleasure throughout the day. Clothing signaled both practical adaptations to climate and markers of social status. Peasants wore simple garments of hemp or cotton, dyed blue or brown with plant-based dyes. Wealthy families could afford silk robes in vibrant colors, sometimes embroidered with auspicious symbols. The specific cut and ornamentation of clothing indicated rank and occupation, particularly for officials whose caps, robes, and insignia precisely reflected their position in the bureaucratic hierarchy. Housing similarly reflected social distinctions. The ideal elite residence followed a symmetrical courtyard plan, with buildings facing south for optimal sunlight and enclosed within walls for privacy. Each courtyard might house a branch of the extended family, with the oldest generation occupying the northernmost and most honored position. Gardens incorporated carefully arranged rocks, plants, and water features to create miniature landscapes for contemplation. Leisure activities varied by social class but included various forms of entertainment and aesthetic pursuits. Storytellers performed in tea houses and markets, recounting tales from history, romance, and adventure to audiences of common people. Puppet shows and operatic performances brought these stories to life with music, elaborate costumes, and stylized movements. For the educated elite, leisure often involved the four arts of kun, a stringed instrument, qi, the game of go, calligraphy, and painting. These arts were not merely entertainment, but forms of self-cultivation that demonstrated one's refinement and understanding of tradition. Poetry composition, often accompanied by wine drinking, created occasions for social bonding among scholars. Gardens provided settings for these activities, with pavilions designed for enjoying views, playing music, or hosting literary gatherings. Literature flourished throughout imperial China, from classic philosophical works to historical chronicles, from poetry to vernacular fiction. While elite literature emphasized formal perfection and classical allusions, popular literature told engaging stories of romance, adventure, and supernatural encounters. By the Ming Dynasty, printed novels like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West had become accessible to a broader reading public, creating shared cultural references across social classes. Medical care blended theoretical frameworks about balancing forces within the body with practical treatments developed over centuries. Physicians diagnosed illness by checking pulses, examining the tongue, and questioning patients about their symptoms and habits. Treatments included herbal medicines prepared according to ancient pharmacopoeias, acupuncture to regulate the flow of qi, vital energy, moxibustion, the burning of mugwort near acupuncture points, massage, and dietary therapy. Preventive medicine emphasized moderation in all aspects of life and adapting one's activities to seasonal changes. Transportation and communication connected communities across the vast Chinese empire. The imperial postal system maintained relay stations where official couriers could change horses, ensuring government communications moved relatively quickly. Ordinary people traveled on foot or in sedan chairs carried by porters, goods moved by cart, pack animal, or boat, with the Grand Canal serving as a crucial north-south artery, complementing the natural waterways of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. Travel was slow by modern standards. A journey that takes hours today might require weeks, and most people rarely ventured far from their home villages. Those who did travel for trade, pilgrimage, or government service found a network of inns along major routes, though comfort varied greatly depending on one's resources. Despite these limitations, ideas, goods, and occasionally people circulated throughout the empire, maintaining cultural connections across vast distances. The rhythms of daily life in imperial China reflected a civilization that valued stability, hierarchy, and tradition, while still allowing for remarkable creativity and adaptation within established frameworks. The scholar official pursuing moral self-cultivation, the farmer carefully tending rice paddies, the artisan perfecting techniques passed down through generations, the merchant calculating profits while navigating social constraints, all participated in a social order that endured through centuries of dynastic rise and fall. This endurance did not mean stagnation. Daily life evolved as new crops from the Americas diversified diets, as technological innovations changed production methods, as commercial expansion created new wealth and consumption patterns. Yet certain fundamentals remained: the emphasis on family bonds, the respect for learning, the integration of aesthetic values into everyday objects and experiences, the careful balance of practical needs with cosmological frameworks. As night falls on our imagined village, town, and city, lamps are lit in households across the social spectrum. In humble farmhouses, families gather around the warmth of the kitchen fire. In merchant homes, accounts are settled for the day's transactions. In scholars' studies, brushes move across paper as poems take shape or classic texts are annotated. Each lamp illuminates a life shaped by traditions stretching back centuries, yet lived with the particular joys and sorrows, hopes and fears that make each human experience unique. History flows like water in ancient China, following a pattern as natural and inevitable as the changing seasons. Dynasties rise like the spring, flourish in summer abundance, decline in autumn, and collapse in winter before the cycle begins anew. This cyclical view of history shaped how the Chinese understood their past and anticipated their future, seeing in the rise and fall of imperial houses a reflection of deeper cosmic rhythms. The pattern was established early. The legendary Yanjia gave way to the Shang, who were overthrown by the Zhou. When the Zhou dynasty weakened, China fragmented into warring states until the Qin unified the realm. The harsh Qin quickly collapsed, replaced by the Han, whose 4-century rule established the dynastic template that subsequent eras would follow. After the Han fell in 220 CE, China entered its first major period of disunion, known as the Three Kingdoms era, and later the Six Dynasties period. For nearly 4 centuries, the empire remained divided between competing regimes, some led by Chinese nobles, others by non-Chinese peoples, who had established kingdoms within traditional Chinese territories. This fragmentation brought suffering through warfare, but also cultural exchange and intellectual ferment as Buddhism spread throughout China and interacted with indigenous traditions. The cycle of unity and division continued. The Sui dynasty briefly reunified China in 581 CE, but collapsed within decades due to the enormous human cost of its ambitious projects, including the Grand Canal. From its ruins arose the Tang Dynasty 618–907 CE, which would preside over what many consider the golden age of Chinese civilization. The Tang period exemplified the summer phase of dynastic flourishing. Under rulers like Emperor Taizong and the extraordinary Empress Wu Zetian, the only woman to rule China in her own name as emperor, the Tang created a cosmopolitan empire open to foreign influences. Its capital Changjiang grew into the world's largest city, home to over 1 million people, including merchants, monks, and ambassadors from across Asia. Tang poetry reached lyrical heights never surpassed in Chinese literature, with poets like Li Bai and Du Fu creating works that would be memorized by scholars for centuries to come. Tang power extended deep into Central Asia, controlling vital sections of the Silk Road and influencing Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, which all adopted elements of Tang culture and governance. Buddhism flourished, with magnificent cave temples and monastic complexes established throughout the empire. Technological innovations in printing, porcelain production, and engineering demonstrated Chinese ingenuity. Yet even this glorious dynasty followed the inevitable pattern of decline. The Andalusian Rebellion, 755–763 C, severely weakened Tang authority, forcing the emperors to grant more autonomy to regional military governors. Economic problems mounted as the state struggled to maintain revenues. Social changes undermined the land allocation system that had supported both farmers and the state. By the early 10th century, the Tang had lost effective control, and China again fragmented into competing states during the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. Reunification came under the Song dynasty, 960–1279 C, though they never controlled as much territory as the Tang. Unable to match their predecessors militarily, the Song created a different kind of golden age, centered on cultural refinement, economic prosperity, and technological innovation. The Song era saw commercial revolution with the widespread use of paper money, development of credit instruments, and growth of long-distance trade networks. Urban life flourished, with Song paintings depicting bustling city scenes of shops, restaurants, and entertainment quarters. The civil service examination system reached its mature form, creating a meritocratic ideal for government service that emphasized education and cultural knowledge. Science and technology advanced remarkably during this period. Movable type printing, the compass, and improvements in shipbuilding transformed information sharing and transportation. Astronomical observations became more precise with instruments like Su Song's cosmic clock tower. The scholar official class expanded, creating greater demand for books, art, and luxury goods. Yet the Song faced relentless military pressure from northern nomadic peoples, eventually losing their northern territories to the Jurchen Jin dynasty. The southern Song continued for another century and a half, maintaining Chinese cultural traditions while developing new artistic styles and philosophical approaches, particularly Neo-Confucianism, which synthesized earlier Chinese philosophical traditions. In 1279, all of China fell to the Mongol forces of Kublai Khan, who established the Yuan dynasty, 1279–1368. This marked the first time the entire country had been conquered by a non-Chinese people. The Mongols placed Chinese under legal restrictions, favoring foreigners for administrative positions and disrupting the examination system that had created the scholar official class. Despite these challenges, cultural exchange flourished under Mongol rule. The playwright Guan Hanqing created enduring dramatic works. The novel developed as a major literary form. Painters like Zhao Mengfu found ways to preserve Chinese artistic traditions while incorporating new influences. Meanwhile, the Mongol peace facilitated unprecedented east-west contact, as exemplified by Marco Polo's journey to Kublai's court. As Mongol rule weakened in the mid-14th century, natural disasters and peasant rebellions signaled another dynastic transition. A former Buddhist monk named Zhu Yuanzhang led a rebellion that successfully overthrew the Yuan, establishing the Ming Dynasty 1368–1644. His rise from poverty to imperial power embodied the Chinese belief that the mandate of heaven could elevate even the humblest person when the time for dynastic change had come. The Ming Dynasty represented a conscious Chinese restoration after foreign rule. Early Ming emperors worked to rebuild infrastructure, restore the examination system, and revive Confucian learning. The third Ming emperor, Yongle, moved the capital to Beijing and constructed the Forbidden City, the magnificent imperial palace complex that symbolized Chinese imperial power at its height. Ming China initially engaged actively with the wider world. The famous treasure fleets led by Admiral Zheng He between 1405 and 1433 reached Southeast Asia, India, the Middle East, and East Africa, demonstrating Chinese naval power and seeking diplomatic recognition of Ming's supremacy. However, later Ming rulers turned inward, banning maritime trade and focusing on defensive measures like strengthening the Great Wall against northern threats. Ming culture produced refined porcelains, intricate landscape paintings, elaborate gardens, and major literary works like the novel Journey to the West. The publishing industry flourished, making books more widely available than ever before. Elite culture emphasized connoisseurship of art, antiques, and refined living, while popular culture developed vibrant traditions of opera, storytelling, and festival celebrations. Yet the familiar cycle continued. By the late 16th century, the Ming faced multiple challenges: factional strife among officials, corruption in the bureaucracy, tax shortfalls, and climatic cooling that affected harvests. Military defeats against the rising Manchu people weakened the regime. In 1644, a rebel leader captured Beijing, the last Ming emperor hanged himself, and Manchu forces entered China, establishing the Qing dynasty 1644 to 1911. Like the Mongols before them, the Manchus were non-Chinese conquerors who had to legitimize their rule to the Chinese population. They did so by portraying themselves as more faithful defenders of Confucian civilization than the Ming had been. Manchu emperors demonstrated mastery of Chinese cultural traditions while maintaining their distinct ethnic identity through requirements like the queue hairstyle for male subjects. Under emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong, the Qing reached the height of its power in the 18th century. China's territory expanded to unprecedented size, incorporating Mongolia, Tibet, and Xinjiang. The population tripled to over 300 million. Economic prosperity supported a flourishing material culture of silk, porcelain, lacquerware, and other luxury goods. Yet even at its peak, the seeds of decline were present. Population growth put pressure on land resources. The examination system became more focused on stylistic conventions than practical knowledge. Corruption increased as the bureaucracy struggled to govern the vast empire effectively. By the late 18th century, the familiar pattern of dynastic decline had set in. The 19th century brought unprecedented challenges as Western powers with superior military technology forced China to open its markets through a series of unequal treaties. The devastating Taiping Rebellion, 1850 to 1864, and other uprisings cost tens of millions of lives. Reform efforts failed to reverse the dynasty's fortunes, and the Qing finally collapsed in the 1911 revolution, ending over 2,000 years of imperial rule. Looking across these dynastic cycles, we can discern common patterns. New dynasties typically began with vigorous founders who established effective administrative systems, rebuilt infrastructure, lowered taxes, and created conditions for population recovery after the turmoil of dynastic transition. These founding emperors often employed capable officials chosen for their abilities rather than their connections. The second phase saw consolidation and expansion under confident rulers presiding over growing economies and populations. Cultural achievements flourished, with official patronage for arts and learning. Military strength secured borders and sometimes expanded territory. This middle period typically represented each dynasty's golden age. Decline followed patterns that would have been familiar to Chinese historians of any era. Imperial households grew larger and more expensive to maintain. Emperors increasingly lived in seclusion within palace complexes, relying on eunuchs and other court favorites who often became corrupt. Factionalism divided the bureaucracy. Tax exemptions for elites shifted burdens onto ordinary farmers. Land ownership became concentrated, creating tenancy and landlessness. Population growth outpaced agricultural production, leading to increasing poverty. Natural disasters like floods, droughts, and earthquakes, always present in Chinese history, had more severe impacts during dynastic decline because corruption and neglect had weakened infrastructure and relief systems. Such disasters were interpreted as heaven's displeasure with the ruling dynasty, undermining its legitimacy. The final phase typically featured rebellions, first in peripheral regions, then spreading to the heartland. Nomadic peoples or other external threats might take advantage of imperial weakness. The dynasty would increasingly lose control until a new contender for the mandate of heaven emerged, beginning the cycle anew. What gave this cyclical pattern its strength and resilience? Several factors stand out. The concept of the mandate of heaven provided a flexible framework for understanding political legitimacy, justifying both loyalty to effective rulers and rebellion against corrupt ones. The centralized bureaucratic system, once established, proved adaptable enough to be restored after periods of fragmentation. The cultural continuity maintained by the scholar official class, with its emphasis on historical knowledge and Confucian values, helped reconstitute imperial governance after chaotic transitions. Geographic factors also played a role. China's natural boundaries of mountains, deserts, and seas created a coherent space within which a unified state repeatedly reformed. The agricultural productivity of the major river valleys supported dense populations that could be organized under imperial rule. The threat from nomadic peoples on the northern and western frontiers created recurring security challenges that reinforced the need for a strong central government. The rise and fall of dynasties was not mere repetition. Each cycle incorporated innovations that became part of China's cultural heritage. Buddhism entered during the period of disunion after the Han and became thoroughly integrated into Chinese civilization. Neo-Confucianism emerged during the Song as a response to Buddhist influence, revitalizing native philosophical traditions. New economic patterns, technological innovations, literary and artistic forms all developed through these cycles, creating a civilization of remarkable continuity yet continuous evolution. For the Chinese people who lived through these dynastic transitions, the cyclical pattern offered both explanation and hope. Times of chaos and suffering were understood as the natural winter of dynastic decline, which would inevitably give way to the spring of renewal under a new mandate. This perspective did not eliminate the very real hardships of dynastic collapse, but it provided a framework for understanding them as part of a larger cosmic order rather than as random catastrophes. As we look at modern China, echoes of this cyclical understanding of history remain influential. The continuous thread of Chinese civilization, despite all its transformations, represents one of humanity's most remarkable achievements, a cultural continuity that has absorbed conquests, survived catastrophes, and adapted to changes while maintaining its distinctive character across millennia. Ancient China lives on through countless threads woven into the fabric of our modern world. Its philosophical traditions still guide millions in their search for meaning and harmony. Its artistic expressions continue to captivate with their grace and subtlety. Its technological innovations underpin aspects of daily life that we often take for granted. In this final exploration, we discover how the spirit of ancient China remains alive, whispering its wisdom across centuries and continents. In contemporary China, connections to the ancient past are both visible and deeply felt. Traditional architecture principles shape modern urban planning, with many cities still organized along cardinal directions and central axes, echoing imperial designs. Even as glass skyscrapers transform skylines, historical preservation efforts protect ancient temples, gardens, and neighborhoods. The Forbidden City stands at the heart of Beijing, a magnificent reminder of imperial grandeur, while classical gardens in Suzhou demonstrate the timeless pursuit of harmony between human creation and natural beauty. Traditional festivals mark the passage of seasons just as they have for millennia. During Lunar New Year, families gather for reunion dinners, children receive red envelopes containing money, and streets come alive with dragon and lion dances. The Qingming festival still sees families visiting ancestral graves with offerings. Mid-Autumn Festival brings mooncakes and lanterns, as people gather to appreciate the harvest moon. These celebrations maintain rhythms of life established in ancient times, connecting contemporary Chinese people with their ancestors through shared customs. Philosophical traditions from ancient China continue to influence worldviews and social structures. Confucian values of filial piety, respect for education, and social harmony remain foundational to Chinese family life and education systems. The emphasis on collective welfare over individual desires and the importance of maintaining harmonious relationships shape interpersonal interactions in business and politics. While these values have been reinterpreted through modern lenses, their ancient roots remain recognizable. Daoism's emphasis on balance, flexibility, and harmony with nature influences everything from traditional medicine to martial arts to approaches to conflict resolution. The concept of yin and yang, complementary forces creating dynamic balance, provides a framework for understanding relationships, health, and even international diplomacy. The Taoist appreciation for natural landscapes continues to inspire environmental aesthetics and conservation efforts. Buddhism, though not native to China, was thoroughly transformed by its interaction with Chinese culture and continues to be practiced by millions. Buddhist temples attract both devoted practitioners and those seeking moments of tranquility amid busy modern lives. Buddhist concepts of impermanence and compassion have been integrated into Chinese philosophical thought, literature, and art, creating syncretic traditions that blur the boundaries between religious systems. Traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, represents one of ancient China's most significant living legacies. Based on concepts developed over thousands of years, TCM approaches health as a matter of balance and harmony within the body and between the person and their environment. Acupuncture, herbal medicine, cupping, moxibustion, and therapeutic exercises like Qigong and Tai Chi are practiced worldwide, both alongside and as alternatives to Western medical approaches. The World Health Organization has recognized acupuncture as effective for treating certain conditions, bringing ancient Chinese medical knowledge into contemporary healthcare systems. Culinary traditions from ancient China have spread globally, adapted to local tastes while maintaining core principles. The balance of flavors, therapeutic properties of ingredients, communal dining customs, and the elevation of food preparation to an art form all reflect ancient Chinese approaches to nourishment as both physical and social sustenance. TC culture, with its emphasis on mindful preparation and appreciation, has influenced beverage traditions worldwide, creating spaces for contemplation and connection in our fast-paced world. Chinese martial arts, developed over centuries for self-defense, military training, and health promotion, have become global phenomena. Styles like Kung Fu, Tai Chi, and Qigong blend physical techniques with philosophical principles, emphasizing the cultivation of both body and mind. Films featuring martial arts have popularized these traditions while often incorporating elements of Chinese philosophical thought, introducing international audiences to concepts of qi, vital energy, disciplined practice, and the harmony of opposing forces. The artistic traditions of ancient China continue to inspire both traditional practitioners and contemporary innovators. Calligraphy remains a respected art form where each brushstroke expresses both meaning and aesthetic sensibility. Traditional painting techniques focusing on landscape, birds and flowers, or human figures maintain their distinctive approaches to perspective, composition, and the relationship between empty space and form. These artistic principles influence modern design from architecture to graphic arts, offering alternatives to Western visual traditions. Literature from ancient China provides a treasure house of stories, characters, and themes that continue to appear in contemporary media. Classical novels like Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Dream of the Red Chamber are constantly reimagined in films, television series, comics, and video games. Their characters and plot lines are as familiar to many East Asians as Shakespearean or biblical references are to Westerners. Ancient poetic forms and attitudes toward nature's beauty continue to influence literary expression throughout East Asia. In governance and education, the legacy of the imperial examination system can be seen in the emphasis on standardized testing and academic achievement. While modern educational systems draw on multiple traditions, the respect for scholarly accomplishment and the belief that education should form both character and intellect reflect ancient Chinese priorities. Similarly, the ideal of government by educated, ethical individuals rather than hereditary elites has influenced political systems across East Asia. Beyond East Asia, ancient Chinese contributions to world civilization are evident in numerous fields. Paper, printing, and paper-making techniques revolutionized information storage and transmission globally. Silk production transformed textile arts and commerce. Porcelain manufacturing techniques developed in China created new possibilities for both practical vessels and artistic expression. Gunpowder, originally discovered by Taoist alchemists, transformed warfare worldwide. The compass made possible the age of exploration that connected continents. Philosophical concepts from ancient China have enriched global intellectual traditions. Taoist ideas about non-action, wu-wei, and the limitations of language find parallels in certain Western philosophical movements. Confucian social ethics offer perspectives on community and responsibility that complement and sometimes challenge Western individualism. Chinese aesthetic principles regarding simplicity, suggestion rather than explicit statement, and harmony with nature influence artistic movements worldwide. In recent decades, practices like feng shui, qigong, and tai chi have gained popularity internationally. introducing ancient Chinese concepts about the relationship between humans and their environment to new audiences. Mindfulness practices influenced by Chinese Buddhist and Taoist traditions have been adapted for stress reduction and psychological well-being. Traditional Chinese approaches to diet and health complement contemporary interest in holistic wellness and preventive medicine. This living legacy demonstrates the remarkable adaptability of ancient Chinese civilization. Rather than remaining frozen in time, its wisdom continues to evolve, finding new expressions in changing circumstances while maintaining connections to its deep roots. The endurance of these traditions through centuries of social and political transformation speaks to their fundamental insights into human nature and our place in the cosmos. As our exploration of ancient China concludes, we might reflect on what this civilization has to teach our contemporary world. Perhaps its most valuable lesson lies in its long view of history and civilization, the understanding that individual lives, and even dynasties, are brief moments in the flowing river of time. Yet each generation bears responsibility for preserving and transmitting cultural wisdom while adapting it to present needs. In a world often focused on rapid change and immediate results, ancient China reminds us of the value of patience, balance, and harmony with natural cycles. In its philosophical traditions, we find reminders that human flourishing depends not only on material progress, but on ethical development and social cohesion. In its artistic achievements, we discover the power of subtlety and suggestion. In a world often dominated by the explicit and dramatic, the spirit of ancient China continues to whisper across the centuries, offering perspectives that complement and sometimes challenge our modern assumptions. By listening to these whispers through philosophy and art, through medicine and cuisine, through festival celebrations and quiet moments of contemplation, we connect with one of humanity's greatest civilizational achievements and find resources for navigating our own complex world. The world watched in stunned silence as Poland crumbled under the German assault. Warsaw, its proud capital, endured relentless bombing that turned ancient buildings to rubble and filled streets with desperate refugees. The Polish army fought bravely but stood little chance against the German war machine. Their cavalry, among the finest in Europe, charged against German tanks in acts of doomed heroism that would become legendary. Adding to Poland's agony, Soviet forces invaded from the east on September 17th, following the secret agreement between Hitler and Stalin. Caught between two powerful enemies, Poland's fate was sealed. By early October, the country had been divided according to the lines drawn in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Nazi Germany took the Western territories, incorporating some directly into the Reich and creating a region called the General Government for the remainder. The Soviet Union absorbed eastern Poland into its Ukrainian and Belarusian republics. For Polish citizens, especially Jews, intellectuals, and political leaders, occupation brought immediate terror. Nazi death squads followed the army, executing thousands deemed threats to German rule. Soviet forces conducted their own campaign of repression, deporting hundreds of thousands to labor camps in Siberia and executing thousands of Polish officers in the forests near Katyn. Yet despite declaring war on Germany, Britain and France took no significant military action to help their Polish ally. This period, known as the Funny War or Sitzkrieg, lasted through the winter of 1939 to 1940. British and French forces gathered along the German border but launched no major offensive. Many soldiers spent their days digging trenches and waiting for orders that never came. The strange calm did not extend to the seas. German submarines, known as U-boats, began hunting Allied merchant ships, while the powerful British Royal Navy established a blockade of German ports. In the North Atlantic, the German pocket battleship Graf Spee was cornered and scuttled off Uruguay after a running battle with British cruisers. These naval skirmishes offered glimpses of the global conflict to come. Hitler used the winter months to prepare his next moves. German factories worked around the clock producing tanks, aircraft, and ammunition. Officers studied maps and developed plans for conquering Western Europe. The Nazi-Soviet pact kept raw materials flowing into Germany despite the British blockade. Hitler knew that time worked against Germany in a long war against the resource-rich British Empire and its allies. When spring arrived in 1940, the war exploded into action. On April 9th, German forces struck north, invading Denmark and Norway. Denmark surrendered within hours. Norway, despite British and French assistance and rugged terrain favorable to defenders, fell after 2 months of fighting. These northern conquests secured German access to Swedish iron ore and provided bases for naval operations against Britain. The main German blow fell on May 10th, 1940. Under cover of darkness, German forces attacked the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg without warning. Dutch and Belgian forces fought courageously but were quickly overwhelmed. Rotterdam endured devastating bombing that flattened its city centre and killed nearly 1,000 civilians, a taste of the urban destruction that would become commonplace during the war. As Belgium and the Netherlands struggled against the German onslaught, the decisive battle began in France. French military planners had placed their faith in the Maginot Line, an impressive system of fortifications along the German border, but they had left the Ardennes forest lightly defended, considering its dense woods and rough terrain unsuitable for major military operations. This proved a fatal miscalculation. In one of the most daring operations of modern warfare, German armoured divisions under generals like Heinz Guderian and Erwin Rommel pushed through the Ardennes and raced toward the English Channel. The French and British armies, still thinking in terms of the static warfare of World War I, could not react quickly enough to this new mobile threat. By May 20th, German tanks had reached the Channel, splitting the Allied forces in two. The British Expeditionary Force and parts of the French army found themselves trapped with their backs to the sea near the French port of Dunkirk. Disaster seemed inevitable. Then Hitler made a decision that military historians still debate. He ordered his tanks to halt, allowing Hermann Göring's Luftwaffe to finish off the trapped Allied forces. This pause gave the Allies precious time. In an operation that seemed miraculous at the time, over 338,000 British and French troops were evacuated from Dunkirk's beaches between May 26th and June 4th. A flotilla of military vessels and civilian boats, from fishing trawlers to pleasure craft, crossed the Channel repeatedly under enemy fire to rescue the stranded soldiers. Though they were forced to abandon their heavy equipment, the successful evacuation preserved the core of the British Army and became a symbol of British determination in dark times. With the British in retreat and Belgium defeated, German forces turned south toward Paris. The French army, once considered the finest in Europe, collapsed with shocking speed. Roads clogged with refugees hampered military movements. Conflicting orders and poor communication led to chaos. Some units fought heroically, but overall the French military and political leadership seemed paralyzed. On June 10th, Mussolini's Italy, seeking a share of the spoils, declared war on France and Britain. Italian forces attacked along the Alpine frontier, but made little progress against determined French resistance, one of the few bright spots in France's military performance. As German forces approached Paris, the French government fled south. On June 14th, German troops marched into an eerily silent Paris, left undefended to spare it from destruction. Hitler took personal delight in touring the conquered city the following day, posing for photographs at famous landmarks like the Eiffel Tower. The French government, now led by World War I hero Marshal Philippe Pétain, requested an armistice on June 17th. The surrender terms were harsh. Germany occupied 3/5 of France, including the entire Atlantic coast and the industrial north. The remainder, governed from the spa town of Vichy by Pétain's authoritarian regime, retained nominal independence but functioned as a German puppet state. The French fleet, colonial empire, and air force remained under Vichy control, a situation that concerned the British. Not all French leaders accepted defeat. A little-known general named Charles de Gaulle had flown to London just before the surrender. In a passionate radio broadcast on the BBC, he declared that France had lost a battle but not the war. De Gaulle established the Free French movement, pledging to continue the fight alongside Britain. Few heard his call initially, but his lonely stand would eventually become a powerful symbol of French resistance. Across the English Channel, Britain prepared for the expected German invasion. Prime Minister Winston Churchill, who had replaced Neville Chamberlain in May, rallied his people with stirring speeches. "We shall fight on the beaches. We shall never surrender," he proclaimed to the House of Commons. Britain stood alone against Nazi Germany, its army recovering from the Dunkirk evacuation, its air force outnumbered. Hitler expected Britain to seek peace terms, as fighting alone against German-dominated Europe seemed hopeless. When Britain refused, he ordered preparations for Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of the island nation. But first, the Luftwaffe needed to gain control of the skies over the English Channel and southern England. The Battle of Britain began in July 1940. German bombers, escorted by fighters, attacked British shipping, ports and airfields. The Royal Air Force, flying Spitfire and Hurricane fighters, rose to meet them. Though outnumbered, British pilots had crucial advantages. They fought over home territory, meaning damaged aircraft and parachuting pilots could be recovered. A network of radar stations and ground observers provided early warning of German attacks, and the innovative system developed by Air Chief Marshal Hugh Dowding allowed central control to direct fighters precisely where needed. As the battle intensified in August, the Luftwaffe focused on destroying RAF airfields and radar stations. British fighter strength began to dwindle dangerously. Then, after a German bombing raid accidentally struck London on August 24th, Churchill ordered a retaliatory raid on Berlin. Infuriated, Hitler changed tactics, directing the Luftwaffe to bomb London and other British cities instead of military targets. This strategic error gave the RAF a critical respite to repair airfields and train new pilots. The Blitz, as the bombing campaign against British cities became known, caused terrible suffering. Londoners spent nights in underground stations and homemade shelters as bombs rained down. Historic buildings burned and thousands of civilians died. Yet British morale remained unbroken, and the essential war industries continued production. By October, it was clear the Luftwaffe had failed to gain air superiority. With winter approaching and the Royal Navy still commanding the Channel, Hitler postponed Operation Sea Lion indefinitely. Britain had survived its darkest hour, and Churchill praised the RAF pilots. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. As 1940 ended, the war's scope continued to widen. In North Africa, Italian forces from Libya attacked British positions in Egypt, threatening the vital Suez Canal. After initial success, the Italians were driven back by a British counteroffensive. Hitler, concerned about his allies' failures, would soon send German forces under Erwin Rommel to bolster the Italian position. In the Balkans, Italian forces invaded Greece on October 28th, expecting an easy victory. Instead, the Greeks pushed the invaders back into Albania, inflicting a humiliating defeat on Mussolini's forces. Again, Hitler would be forced to rescue his faltering ally in the coming year. Behind the headlines of conquest and battle, a more sinister aspect of Nazi rule spread across occupied Europe. In Poland, Jews were forced into crowded ghettos and required to wear identifying armbands. Similar measures followed in other conquered territories. Mass shootings of Jews, political opponents, and others deemed undesirable began in Poland and the Soviet territories Germany would soon invade. As 1941 approached, both Hitler and Churchill looked east toward the vast expanses of the Soviet Union. Despite their non-aggression pact, Hitler had never abandoned his ideological hatred of communism or his desire for living space in the East. For months, German generals had been planning what would become the largest military operation in history. Meanwhile, Stalin refused to believe mounting evidence that his Nazi partner was preparing to betray him. The war that had begun with the swift conquest of Poland was about to enter a new and even more terrible phase. The coming year would see the conflict truly become a world war, with consequences that would reshape human history and test the very limits of human endurance. Dawn broke over the Soviet frontier on June 22, 1941, revealing a sight unprecedented in military history. Along a front stretching nearly 1,800 miles from the Baltic to the Black Sea, over 3 million German and Axis soldiers stood poised to attack. Thousands of tanks and aircraft waited for the signal to begin the largest invasion ever launched. Operation Barbarossa, named for the medieval German Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, aimed at nothing less than the complete destruction of the Soviet Union. The enormity of this undertaking reflected Hitler's most fundamental ideological goals. From the beginning of his political career, he had spoken of the need for German living space in the East. The conquest of Russia would provide land for German colonization, resources to fuel the rice economy, and the final destruction of what he considered the twin evils of Judaism and Bolshevism. Unlike the campaigns in Western Europe where military objectives dominated, Barbarossa was conceived as a war of annihilation, a struggle in which entire populations would be enslaved or eliminated. For months, German planners had prepared this vast operation. Divisions transferred from the west were joined by forces from Germany's allies, Finland, Romania, Hungary, Italy, and Slovakia. Supplies stockpiled along the frontier included millions of gallons of fuel, mountains of ammunition, and spare parts for the mechanized units that would spearhead the advance. Special units were formed to secure economic resources and administer conquered territories. Secret orders authorized unprecedented brutality against civilians, particularly communist officials and Jews. Despite this massive build-up, which intelligence services in Britain and even within the Soviet Union itself had detected, Stalin refused to believe an attack was imminent. He feared provoking Hitler by placing his forces on alert and dismissed accurate warnings as British disinformation designed to draw the Soviet Union into conflict with Germany. This stubborn denial would cost his country dearly. When the attack came at 3:15 a.m., it achieved almost complete surprise. German artillery opened fire on Soviet border positions while bombers struck airfields, communication centers and barracks. Within hours, the Luftwaffe had destroyed much of the Soviet Air Force on the ground. Panzer divisions punched through stunned Soviet frontier units, driving deep into territory that defenders had expected to hold for weeks. The German offensive unfolded according to a three-pronged strategy. In the north, Army Group North under Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb advanced through the Baltic states toward Leningrad. In the center, Army Group Center, commanded by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, drove toward Minsk and Smolensk, aiming ultimately for Moscow. In the south, Army Group South under Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt pushed into Ukraine toward Kiev and the rich agricultural and industrial regions beyond. Initially, the Soviet response verged on complete collapse. Frontline units, caught unprepared and often without orders, were quickly overwhelmed. Many officers hesitated to act without explicit instructions, fearing accusations of panic or defeatism that could result in execution. Stalin himself reportedly fell into a brief period of shock and withdrawal after learning of the invasion, leaving the Soviet high command without clear direction at the most critical moment. When Stalin recovered and took control of the Soviet war effort, his first orders often made the situation worse. Units were forbidden to retreat under any circumstances, resulting in massive encirclements as German armored spearheads bypassed Soviet formations and cut them off from behind. Counterattacks were launched without adequate preparation, throwing away tanks and men in futile gestures. Political commissars attached to military units to ensure ideological conformity sometimes interfered with tactical decisions or accused commanders of cowardice when they suggested strategic withdrawals. The result was a series of catastrophes unparalleled in modern warfare. Near Minsk, over 300,000 Soviet soldiers were surrounded and captured in late June. At Smolensk in July, another 300,000 fell into German hands. By September, the greatest encirclement of all occurred at Kiev, where an estimated 665,000 Soviet troops were captured. Losses in equipment were equally staggering, with thousands of tanks and aircraft destroyed or abandoned. These victories seemed to confirm Hitler's contemptuous assessment of Soviet military capabilities. He had told his generals that they only needed to kick in the door and the whole rotten structure would collapse. As German forces advanced at unprecedented speed, capturing more territory in weeks than Napoleon had taken in months during his 1812 invasion, such confidence appeared justified. Yet beneath these spectacular successes, worrying signs emerged for the German high command. Despite enormous losses, Soviet resistance did not collapse entirely. New formations appeared to replace those destroyed. Isolated units continued fighting even when surrounded, tying down German forces needed for the advance. And the deeper the Wehrmacht pushed into Soviet territory, the longer its supply lines became, and the more its strength dissipated across the vast Russian landscape. The human aspect of the Eastern Front defied comprehension in its scale and brutality. For German soldiers raised on Nazi propaganda, the Soviet Union represented an alien world. Many wrote home expressing shock at the poverty they encountered and the primitive conditions compared to Western Europe. The Wehrmacht's rapid advance left millions of Soviet civilians under German occupation, creating enormous challenges for military administration and revealing the true nature of Nazi racial policies. Following the army came special SS units called Einsatzgruppen, tasked with eliminating those deemed enemies of the Reich, communist officials, intellectuals, and especially Jews. In hundreds of towns and villages across the occupied territories, these units carried out mass shootings. At Babi Yar near Kiev, over 33,000 Jews were murdered in 2 days. Similar massacres occurred throughout the conquered areas, as the Holocaust expanded from discrimination and ghettoization to outright genocide. For Soviet soldiers, the war presented a stark choice between resistance and annihilation. Stalin's Order Number 270 declared that any soldier taken prisoner had betrayed the motherland. Their families faced arrest and persecution, yet surrender became the fate of millions, as encircled units ran out of ammunition and food. German policies toward these prisoners reflected the ideological nature of the conflict. Basic provisions of international law were ignored. Captured Soviet soldiers received little food, inadequate shelter, and minimal medical care. By the war's end, an estimated 3.3 million would die in German captivity. Despite these horrors, or perhaps because of them, Soviet resistance stiffened as the summer wore on. The initial shock gave way to determined defense. Stalin invoked not just communist ideology but Russian patriotism and history to rally his people. He referenced the great national heroes who had defended Russia against previous invaders: Alexander Nevsky, Dmitry Donskoy, and Mikhail Kutuzov. The war became known as the Great Patriotic War, linking the struggle against Hitler to Russia's historical battles for survival. This nationalist appeal proved remarkably effective. Even many Soviet citizens who had suffered under Stalin's purges and collectivization recognized that Nazi occupation offered something far worse. Peasants who had resisted collective farms now helped dismantle and evacuate their equipment to prevent it falling into German hands. Workers volunteered for militia units to defend factories, and a massive industrial evacuation program began, moving entire factories piece by piece from threatened areas to the safety of the Ural Mountains and Siberia. The Soviet evacuation effort represented one of history's most remarkable logistical achievements. Over 1,500 industrial enterprises were dismantled, loaded onto rail cars, and reassembled beyond the Urals. Workers often lived in tents or hasty barracks while rebuilding their factories in the harsh Russian winter. Production sometimes resumed before buildings were completed, with machines operating under the open sky. This Herculean effort ensured that Soviet industrial capacity, though severely damaged, would survive to outproduce Germany in crucial categories of military equipment. As the German advance continued through July and August, each of the three army groups faced growing challenges. In the north, Army Group North reached the outskirts of Leningrad by early September, but lacked the strength to take the city by storm. Hitler decided to besiege rather than capture this cradle of the Russian Revolution, beginning what would become one of history's longest and most devastating sieges. For 872 days, Leningrad's population would endure bombardment, starvation, and winter temperatures that dropped to -40 degrees. In the south, Army Group South secured much of Ukraine but became bogged down in the attempt to capture the industrial center of Kharkov and the Black Sea port of Odessa. Romanian forces proved less effective than German units, creating weak points in the Axis lines. Resources were diverted to secure economic objectives, particularly the agricultural lands needed to fulfill Hitler's vision of Ukraine as Germany's breadbasket. The crucial campaign unfolded in the center, where Army Group Center drove toward Moscow. By August, German forces had reached Smolensk, roughly halfway between the frontier and the Soviet capital. At this point, Hitler made a fateful decision. Rather than continuing the direct advance on Moscow, he ordered substantial forces diverted south to help encircle Soviet forces near Kiev. This operation succeeded brilliantly in tactical terms, but delayed the drive on Moscow by nearly 6 weeks. When the advance resumed in late September under the codename Operation Typhoon, the situation had changed significantly. Autumn rains turned unpaved Russian roads into quagmires that immobilized vehicles and slowed supply delivery to a crawl. Soviet reinforcements from Siberia and the Far East, freed by intelligence confirming that Japan would not attack the Soviet Union, strengthened the defenses of Moscow. And German soldiers who had packed summer uniforms for what was expected to be a quick campaign began to suffer as temperatures dropped. Despite these challenges, the initial stages of Operation Typhoon achieved dramatic success. New encirclements at Vyazma and Bryansk netted hundreds of thousands more prisoners. By mid-October, forward elements of the Wehrmacht stood less than 40 miles from Moscow. Panic gripped the Soviet capital as government offices evacuated to Kuibyshev and ordinary citizens fled eastward. Stalin, however, remained in the Kremlin, symbolizing Soviet determination to hold the city at all costs. The defenders improvised desperate measures. Factory workers formed militia battalions with minimal training but enormous determination. Women and children dug anti-tank ditches and constructed barricades in the city streets. The famous Moscow subway, with its deep tunnels and stations, became both a bomb shelter and a military headquarters immune from Luftwaffe attacks. Every available resource was devoted to the capital's defense, including elite Siberian divisions trained for winter warfare and equipped with proper cold-weather gear. German forces, exhausted from months of continuous operations and increasingly undersupplied as the transportation system bogged down in mud, made their final push in late November and early December. At points, advance units could see the spires of the Kremlin through their binoculars. But as temperatures plunged to -30 degrees Fahrenheit and below, the German offensive literally froze in place. Mechanical systems failed in the extreme cold. Weapons wouldn't fire. Soldiers suffered frostbite by the thousands, with many losing fingers, toes, or limbs. On December 5, 1941, the Soviet counteroffensive began. Fresh Siberian divisions struck the overextended German flanks with devastating effect. For the first time in the war, the Wehrmacht faced a major strategic retreat. Some units fell back in good order, others broke and ran. Hitler forbade any withdrawal, ordering his troops to hold every position to the last man. This rigid policy cost countless German lives and led to the destruction of valuable equipment that could not be evacuated. The Battle of Moscow marked the first major German defeat of World War II and shattered the myth of Wehrmacht invincibility. The Soviet winter offensive eventually pushed German forces back between 60 and 150 miles along different sectors of the front, eliminating the immediate threat to Moscow. Though the Red Army lacked the strength and experience to achieve a decisive breakthrough, it had clearly demonstrated that Operation Barbarossa had failed in its primary objective of knocking the Soviet Union out of the war before winter. The reasons for this failure went beyond weather, though the Russian winter certainly played its part. German planners had fundamentally underestimated Soviet military potential and economic resilience. The vast distances of Russia diluted the impact of blitzkrieg tactics that had worked so effectively in smaller European countries, and the ideological nature of the conflict, with its brutality towards Soviet prisoners and civilians, eliminated any possibility of the Soviet Union seeking a negotiated peace similar to that accepted by France. As 1941 ended, both sides prepared for what would clearly be a prolonged struggle. Germany mobilized its economy more fully for war production and combed occupied territories for manpower to replace mounting losses. The Soviet Union accelerated factory output in its eastern regions while reorganizing its military command structure to incorporate lessons from the disastrous initial campaigns. The Eastern Front had become the decisive theater of World War II, where the bulk of German military power now stood locked in a death struggle with the seemingly inexhaustible resources of the Soviet Union. Here, far more than in the West, the war assumed its most terrible form, a conflict not just between armies but between entire societies, fought with a savagery unknown in modern European warfare. The battle lines might shift back and forth across the scarred Russian landscape, but the fundamental question remained: could Nazi Germany's military excellence and organizational efficiency overcome the Soviet Union's vastly greater territory, population, and natural resources? The answer would determine the fate not just of both countries but of human civilization itself. While Europe embraced its first peaceful spring in 6 years, the war in the Pacific reached its most brutal phase. The island-hopping campaign that had begun at Guadalcanal in 1942 now approached Japan itself. Each step brought Allied forces closer to the Japanese home islands, but also revealed the fanatical determination of Japanese defenders who increasingly chose death over surrender. The battle for Iwo Jima, a small volcanic island just 750 miles from Tokyo, demonstrated this terrible calculus. American planners wanted the island for its airfields, which could serve as emergency landing strips for damaged B-29 bombers returning from raids on Japan. The invasion began on February 19, 1945, with a massive naval bombardment that commanders believed had neutralized the island's defenses. They were tragically mistaken. Japanese defenders, commanded by Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, had created an elaborate underground network of bunkers and tunnels impervious to bombing. When Marines landed, they faced withering fire from positions they could barely identify. The iconic image of 6 men raising the American flag atop Mount Suribachi on February 23 suggested victory, but the battle would rage for another month. Of the 21,000 Japanese defenders, only 216 were taken prisoner. Nearly 7,000 Marines died, with another 20,000 wounded. An even more devastating battle unfolded on Okinawa, just 340 miles from Japan. This large island, with a civilian population of 450,000, was seen as the final stepping stone before an invasion of Japan itself. The battle began on April 1, 1945, and continued for 82 days of unrelenting combat. Japanese forces fought with desperate courage from carefully prepared positions, while kamikaze aircraft attacked Allied ships offshore, sinking or damaging dozens of vessels. Civilians suffered terribly, caught between the combatants. Many had been told by Japanese authorities that Americans would torture and kill them if captured, leading to mass suicides among the local population. When the island was finally secured in late June, more than 100,000 Japanese soldiers and perhaps 100,000 civilians had died. American casualties exceeded 50,000, including over 12,000 killed, the highest toll of any Pacific battle. These staggering losses forced American planners to confront the potential cost of invading Japan itself. Intelligence estimates suggested Japanese forces could field over 2 million troops to defend the home islands, with millions more civilians likely to resist using sharpened bamboo spears and other improvised weapons. Preliminary planning for Operation Downfall, the proposed invasion, predicted American casualties that could exceed 1 million, with Japanese military and civilian deaths potentially in the millions. Meanwhile, American strategic bombing of Japan intensified. In early 1945, General Curtis LeMay changed tactics, ordering low-level night raids using incendiary bombs against Japanese cities, whose wooden structures proved highly vulnerable to fire. The raid on Tokyo on the night of March 9, 1945, created a firestorm that killed approximately 100,000 people and left 1 million homeless, more immediate deaths than either atomic bombing would later cause. Similar raids devastated other Japanese cities, systematically destroying the country's industrial capacity and urban centers. Despite these blows, Japan's military leadership showed no inclination to surrender. The government prepared the population for a final battle on Japanese soil, training civilians for combat and promoting a national spirit of sacrifice. Emperor Hirohito remained largely silent as these preparations continued, though some of his advisors had begun to question whether Japan could or should continue the increasingly hopeless struggle. The calculus changed dramatically on July 16, 1945, when the United States successfully tested the first atomic bomb in the desert near Alamogordo, New Mexico. This weapon, developed through the secret Manhattan Project, at a cost of $2 billion, equivalent to about $28 billion today, offered a potential way to end the war without an invasion. President Harry Truman, who had assumed office after Roosevelt's death in April, faced the momentous decision of whether to use this unprecedented weapon against Japan. After consultation with his advisors, Truman authorized the atomic bombing of Japanese cities. On August 6, 1945, the B-29 bomber Enola Gay dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, a manufacturing center and army headquarters, with a population of approximately 350,000. The blast and resulting firestorm destroyed about 70% of the city and killed an estimated 80,000 people instantly, with tens of thousands more dying later from injuries and radiation exposure. When Japan still did not surrender, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki on August 9th. That same day, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan and invaded Manchuria, quickly overwhelming Japanese forces there. Faced with these devastating new developments, Emperor Hirohito intervened directly, deciding that Japan must accept surrender despite the opposition of military hardliners who preferred national suicide to defeat. On August 15, 1945, the Japanese people heard the emperor's voice for the first time as he announced in a radio broadcast that Japan would endure the unendurable and accept Allied surrender terms. The formal surrender ceremony took place on September 2nd aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, with representatives of all the Allied powers present. General Douglas MacArthur presided over the ceremony, declaring as it concluded, "Let us pray that peace be now restored to the world and that God will preserve it always." World War II was finally over. It had claimed between 70 and 85 million lives worldwide, making it the deadliest conflict in human history. The Soviet Union suffered the highest death toll, with estimates ranging from 20 to 27 million people. China lost between 15 and 20 million. Germany and Japan each lost approximately 3 million. The United States, protected by oceans from direct attack, still lost over 400,000 service members. Beyond these numbers lay incalculable suffering, wounded bodies and minds, displaced persons, shattered families, and traumatized societies. Europe, where the conflict began, lay in ruins. Ancient cities had been reduced to rubble by bombing and artillery. Industrial centers were devastated. Transportation networks were destroyed or damaged beyond easy repair. Millions of refugees wandered amid the wreckage, seeking homes and families that often no longer existed. Food shortages threatened starvation in many regions. The economic damage would take years to repair, even with American assistance through the Marshall Plan that began in 1948. In Asia, Japan faced military occupation for the first time in its history. General MacArthur supervised a profound transformation of Japanese society, including a new constitution that renounced war and established democratic institutions. War criminals were tried at tribunals in Tokyo similar to those held in Nuremberg for Nazi leaders. China, devastated by 8 years of Japanese occupation and a simultaneous civil war, saw the resumption of conflict between communists and nationalists that would eventually lead to communist victory in 1949. The colonial empires that had dominated much of the world before the war began to unravel rapidly. Britain, financially exhausted, could no longer maintain control over India, which gained independence in 1947, though at the cost of partition into India and Pakistan, with accompanying communal violence. Dutch attempts to restore control over Indonesia faced determined resistance that eventually succeeded. French efforts to reclaim Indochina would lead to decades of conflict, eventually drawing in the United States. The war fundamentally altered the global power structure. Europe, which had dominated international affairs for centuries, now stood weakened and divided. In its place emerged two superpowers, the United States, with its unprecedented military and economic might, and the Soviet Union, which had demonstrated extraordinary resilience and now controlled much of Eastern Europe. Their wartime alliance quickly dissolved into the confrontation known as the Cold War, which would dominate international relations for the next 4 decades. This new conflict took shape even as the world created institutions designed to prevent another global war. The United Nations, established in 1945, aimed to provide a forum for peaceful resolution of disputes and collective action against aggression. International financial institutions like the World Bank and International Monetary Fund sought to stabilize the global economy and prevent the economic nationalism that had contributed to pre-war tensions. These efforts reflected a determination to learn from the failures that had allowed World War II to develop. Beyond these political and economic changes, the war transformed societies in profound ways. Women, who had entered factories and military support roles in unprecedented numbers, gained new economic opportunities and social recognition, though many were expected to return to traditional roles as veterans came home. Racial attitudes began to shift in the United States as African American veterans, who had fought for democracy abroad, demanded equal rights at home. The GI Bill enabled millions of American service members to attend college, creating a more educated workforce and expanding the middle class. Perhaps, most fundamentally, the war altered humanity's moral landscape. The Holocaust demonstrated the capacity for systematic evil in modern society, challenging optimistic notions of human progress. The development and use of atomic weapons created the possibility of human extinction through nuclear war. International law evolved to define new categories of crimes against humanity and genocide, reflecting a determination to prevent similar atrocities in the future. For those who lived through World War II, the experience would never fade. Veterans carried physical and psychological wounds for the rest of their lives. Survivors of bombing, occupation, and genocide struggled with traumatic memories. Even those on the home front who had endured rationing, separation from loved ones, and constant anxiety were shaped by the experience. An entire generation measured their lives in terms of before the war and after the war, recognizing that the conflict had created a division in time itself. The legacy of World War II continues to shape our world today. International institutions, alliance structures, and geopolitical boundaries established in the war's aftermath still influence global affairs. Historical memories of the conflict remain powerful forces in national identities, particularly in Russia, China, and other countries that suffered most heavily. The moral imperatives arising from the war, never again, still motivate human rights advocacy and international cooperation. As the generation that fought and survived World War II passes from the scene, the responsibility for remembering its lessons falls to those who follow. The war demonstrated both the depths of human depravity and the heights of human courage and sacrifice. It showed how quickly civilization can collapse when hatred and aggression go unchecked, but also how ordinary people can rise to extraordinary challenges when defending their deepest values. In remembering this conflict, the most destructive yet most consequential in human history, we honor those who endured it and commit ourselves to the never-ending work of building a more just and peaceful world. By early 1944, the strategic initiative had firmly shifted to the Allies on all fronts. The question was no longer whether Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan would be defeated, but when and at what cost. The coming campaigns would test Allied unity, resolve, and military capability as never before. They would also reveal the fanatical determination of Axis forces fighting with their backs against the wall. The first major Allied thrust into Hitler's fortress Europe came not across the English Channel but from the south. Following the successful invasion of Sicily in July 1943, Allied forces had landed on the Italian mainland in September. Italy promptly surrendered, but German forces quickly disarmed their former allies and established defensive lines across the narrow Italian peninsula. What Allied planners had hoped would be a quick campaign became a grinding, costly slog up the mountainous Italian boot. The terrain heavily favored the defenders. Narrow valleys channeled attacking forces into predictable routes covered by German artillery. Mountains provided excellent observation posts and defensive positions. Rivers and streams swollen by seasonal rains became major obstacles. The Germans, under the skilled leadership of Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, made the Allies pay for every mile of advance. At Monte Cassino, an ancient monastery site dominated vital highways to Rome. From January to May 1944, 4 major battles raged around this position. Polish, New Zealand, Indian, American, and British troops all took part in attacks that sometimes gained ground only to lose it in German counterattacks. The monastery itself was controversially destroyed by Allied bombing, only to make the rubble an even more effective defensive position. When Cassino finally fell on May 18th, the way to Rome opened, with the Eternal City being liberated on June 4, 1944. Just 2 days later came the moment the world had been anticipating for years, the Allied invasion of Normandy. Operation Overlord represented the greatest amphibious operation in military history. After years of planning and preparation, a vast armada carried over 156,000 American, British, and Canadian troops across the English Channel to establish beachheads on the French coast. The invasion, opening on June 6, 1944, D-Day, combined overwhelming air and naval power with innovative specialized equipment designed to overcome German coastal defenses. Sherman tanks were modified to float or fitted with flails to clear mines. Artificial harbors called mulberries would be towed across the channel and sunk in position to facilitate supply operations. Massive preliminary bombing and naval bombardment aimed to neutralize German defenses before the first troops landed. Despite these preparations, the landings came at terrible cost, particularly on Omaha Beach, where American troops faced unexpectedly strong resistance. Yet by day's end, Allied forces had secured their beachheads. German attempts to throw the invaders back into the sea were hampered by Hitler's insistence on maintaining personal control of armored reserves and by the Allied command of the air, which made daylight movement nearly impossible for German reinforcements. The weeks following the landings saw bitter fighting through the Norman hedgerow country, earthen banks topped with dense vegetation that created natural defensive positions. American, British, and Canadian forces struggled to expand their lodgment against determined German resistance. Not until late July did the American First Army achieve a breakout near Saint-Lô that allowed Allied armor to exploit into the French interior. Once free of the hedgerows, Allied forces advanced rapidly. Paris was liberated on August 25th, with French resistance fighters playing a crucial role alongside General Leclerc's Free French Armoured Division. Belgium was largely cleared by early September. As Allied columns approached the German border, many believed the war might end by Christmas 1944. This optimism proved premature. Germany still possessed significant fighting power and the will to use it. When Allied forces attempted an ambitious airborne operation to seize Rhine bridges in the Netherlands in September, they met fierce resistance. Operation Market Garden, as the attack was called, achieved many of its objectives but ultimately failed to secure the crucial bridge at Arnhem. The British 1st Airborne Division was virtually destroyed in what came to be known as a bridge too far. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Front, the Red Army had been advancing steadily westward. The siege of Leningrad was finally broken in January 1944, after 900 days. Soviet summer offensives shattered German Army Group Center, liberating Belarus and driving to the borders of East Prussia. Romania and Bulgaria surrendered to the advancing Soviets and joined the Allied cause. By autumn, Soviet forces had reached Warsaw, where tragedy unfolded as Polish resistance fighters rose up against the Germans, only to be left unsupported as the Red Army halted its advance, allowing the Germans to crush the uprising. The timing of the Warsaw Uprising highlighted growing tensions within the Grand Alliance. Stalin suspected, not without reason, that Western powers sought to limit Soviet gains in Eastern Europe. Western leaders worried about Stalin's post-war intentions, particularly after he established a communist-dominated Polish government rather than restoring Poland's pre-war leadership. These political frictions would intensify as Allied armies approached Germany from east and west. In December 1944, Hitler gambled everything on one last offensive in the west. Drawing on carefully husbanded reserves, German forces struck through the Ardennes forest, the same route used in 1940, aiming to split the Allied armies and perhaps force a negotiated peace. Poor weather grounded Allied aircraft, allowing German armor to achieve surprise and make significant initial gains. The resulting Battle of the Bulge became the largest battle fought by American forces in the war. After initial confusion and some units being overrun, American resistance stiffened. The 101st Airborne Division held the crucial road junction at Bastogne despite being surrounded. When German forces demanded surrender, the American commander, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe, replied with one word: nuts. This defiant answer became emblematic of American determination. As weather cleared, Allied air power returned to the battlefield. German forces, short on fuel and unable to capture Allied supply dumps as planned, gradually lost momentum. By mid-January 1945, the Bulge had been eliminated, and German reserves that might have been better used on the Eastern Front had been squandered. With the failure of the Ardennes offensive, Germany's military situation became hopeless. From the east, the Red Army launched its winter offensive on January 12, quickly overrunning Polish territory and pushing into Germany itself. From the west, American and British forces breached the Siegfried Line and reached the Rhine River. On March 7th, American troops captured the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen intact, establishing the first bridgehead over Germany's last natural barrier. Hitler ordered the bridge destroyed and executed the officers responsible for its loss, but it was too late. Allied forces poured across the Rhine and into the German heartland. As armies advanced from east and west, they uncovered the full horror of the Nazi regime. Concentration camps like Buchenwald, Bergen-Belsen, and Dachau revealed evidence of atrocities that shocked even hardened combat veterans. The industrial killing centers in Poland had mostly been evacuated or destroyed as Soviet forces approached, but survivors and physical evidence confirmed the scale of the Holocaust. These discoveries hardened Allied determination to demand unconditional surrender and bring Nazi leaders to justice. In April 1945, the noose tightened around Berlin. American and Soviet forces met at the Elbe River on April 25, cutting Germany in two. Hitler, refusing evacuation offers, remained in his underground bunker in Berlin as Soviet forces encircled the city. On April 30th, as Russian troops fought their way through the suburbs, Hitler committed suicide along with his new wife Eva Braun. He appointed Admiral Karl Dönitz as his successor, but real power now lay with the advancing Allied armies. After scattered surrender negotiations, German forces officially capitulated on May 7th, with the surrender becoming effective on May 8, 1945. The war in Europe was over. Nazi Germany, which had once dominated the continent from the Atlantic to the Volga, ceased to exist. In its place stood Allied occupation zones and a devastated landscape of ruined cities, displaced persons, and profound psychological trauma. The cost had been beyond imagining. The Soviet Union had lost over 20 million people, including military and civilian casualties. Poland lost nearly 20% of its pre-war population. Germany suffered approximately 7 million dead. Entire cities lay in ruins, their historic centers obliterated by bombing and artillery. Millions of refugees wandered amid the wreckage, seeking homes that no longer existed. The economic, social, and psychological damage would take decades to heal, and for many survivors, the wounds would never fully close. Yet amid the devastation, a new world order was emerging. The United Nations organization, planned during wartime conferences, would soon begin operations. The colonial empires that had once dominated global politics were fatally weakened, and two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union stood poised to shape the post-war era, their wartime alliance already showing signs of the Cold War tensions that would define the coming decades. While Europe celebrated peace, the war in the Pacific continued with undiminished fury. American forces were now approaching the Japanese home islands, but the most difficult fighting still lay ahead. The bloodiest phase of World War II had ended, but the final act of this global tragedy remained to be played out across the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean. The Mediterranean shimmered in the harsh sunlight as convoys of ships made their perilous journeys across waters that had become as dangerous as any battlefield. This ancient sea, once the cradle of Western civilization, now formed a vital strategic arena where the war's outcome hung in the balance. Control of these waters meant control of supply routes to armies fighting in North Africa, access to Middle Eastern oil fields, and the ability to protect or threaten imperial lifelines. For Britain, the Mediterranean represented a critical connection to its possessions in India and the Far East through the Suez Canal. Churchill called Egypt, with its canal, the hinge of fate, a territory that had to be defended at all costs. For Italy, Mussolini's dreams of a new Roman Empire centered on dominating this same sea, which he ambitiously called Mare Nostrum, our sea. For Germany, the Mediterranean offered opportunities to strike at British strength while securing valuable resources. The North African campaign began as an Italian initiative in September 1940, when Marshal Rodolfo Graziani reluctantly ordered his forces to advance from Libya into British-held Egypt. His caution proved justified when a much smaller British force under General Archibald Wavell launched a devastating counter-offensive in December. In just 2 months, the British captured nearly 130,000 Italian prisoners and drove deep into Libya, threatening Tripoli itself. This humiliation forced Hitler to intervene. In February 1941, a relatively small German force arrived in Libya under the command of General Erwin Rommel. Though officially sent merely to shore up Italian defences, Rommel had other ideas. Barely waiting for his units to assemble, he launched a surprise offensive that sent British forces reeling back toward Egypt. By April, he had recaptured most of Libya and reached the Egyptian border, leaving only the port city of Tobruk as a defiant British outpost behind his lines. Rommel quickly became a legend on both sides of the front. The Desert Fox, as British newspapers called him, displayed a genius for mobile warfare in an environment that rewarded speed, deception, and bold decision-making. With relatively few tanks, he created the illusion of overwhelming strength by keeping his forces in constant motion and attacking from unexpected directions. His personal courage impressed even his enemies. Often at the front lines in his command vehicle, he shared the hardships of desert warfare with his troops. Those hardships tested all who fought in North Africa. Temperatures soared above 120 degrees Fahrenheit by day and plunged near freezing at night. Sandstorms could appear suddenly, blinding drivers and jamming weapons. Water was scarcer than fuel, and soldiers learned to survive on a few liters per day for all needs. Flies swarmed around men and vehicles, spreading dysentery and other diseases that claimed as many lives as enemy action. Yet despite these conditions, soldiers on both sides developed a grudging respect for their opponents in what became known as the War Without Hate. The fluid nature of desert combat created a distinctive battlefield culture. Front lines could shift dozens of miles in a day, meaning units from opposing sides often became intermixed. Vehicles broke down in no man's land and had to be recovered under fire. Supply columns mistakenly drove into enemy territory. This confusion led to countless unexpected encounters with small groups of soldiers from opposing armies, sometimes sharing water or medical supplies before returning to combat. The harsh environment shaped tactical innovations. Both sides developed specialized desert vehicles and equipment. The British long-range desert group mastered the art of deep reconnaissance, traversing hundreds of miles of trackless desert to gather intelligence. Their counterparts, the Special Air Service, pioneered techniques for raiding enemy airfields far behind the lines. Italian and German units created their own special forces to counter these threats, leading to a shadow war of raids and ambushes that paralleled the main campaigns. While these small unit actions captured imaginations, the North African campaign hinged on logistics. The side that could supply its forces more effectively would ultimately prevail. Here geography favored the British. Their main base at Alexandria stood at the end of secure supply routes through the Suez Canal. In contrast, Axis forces relied on shipments across the Mediterranean from Italy, within range of British aircraft and submarines based in Malta. This small island became the scene of one of the war's most sustained bombing campaigns as German and Italian air forces tried to neutralize its threat to their supply lines. Through 1941 and into 1942, the North African front swung back and forth like a pendulum. British offensives drove Rommel back, only to be reversed when his forces received reinforcements. The entry of American troops in late 1942 would eventually tip the balance decisively, but for now, the Desert War remained a contest of evenly matched opponents, with neither able to deliver a knockout blow. While desert armies battled under the African sun, another campaign unfolded in the mountains and valleys of the Balkans. This region had long been called Europe's powder keg for its volatile mix of ethnic groups, religious tensions, and competing national ambitions. The war would ignite these tensions with tragic consequences that would echo for decades. Hitler had not originally planned to become deeply involved in the Balkans. His alliance with Italy was supposed to secure this region while German forces focused on other fronts, but Mussolini's rashness forced Hitler's hand. In October 1940, Italian forces invaded Greece from occupied Albania without consulting their German allies. Rather than the easy victory Mussolini expected, the Greeks drove the Italians back into Albania in a humiliating defeat. This disaster threatened to destabilize the entire region. Britain offered support to Greece, potentially creating a base for air attacks against Romanian oil fields that were vital to the German war effort. The situation grew more complicated in March 1941, when a coup in Yugoslavia overthrew the pro-German government that had recently agreed to join the Axis alliance. Hitler responded with characteristic ruthlessness. On April 6, 1941, German forces struck both Yugoslavia and Greece simultaneously. The Yugoslav army, though patriotic, was poorly equipped and unprepared for blitzkrieg tactics. Serbian units fought bravely, but could not coordinate an effective defense. Meanwhile, Croatian separatists welcomed the Germans as liberators from Serbian dominance. Belgrade suffered heavy bombing that killed thousands of civilians. After 11 days, Yugoslavia surrendered and was dismembered, with neighboring Axis states annexing portions of its territory. The fate of Greece proved equally swift but more complicated. British troops had arrived to support Greek forces, but in insufficient numbers to turn the tide. German mountain divisions breached the defensive lines along the Bulgarian border, while armoured columns drove south from Yugoslavia, threatening to trap the Allied defenders. By late April, mainland Greece had fallen to Axis forces. The campaign culminated in one of the war's most dramatic operations, the German airborne assault on Crete. This large Mediterranean island had become a refuge for British and Greek forces evacuated from the mainland. Hitler authorized history's first primarily airborne invasion to seize this strategic outpost. On May 20, 1941, German paratroopers began dropping onto the island, targeting airfields and key defensive positions. What followed was a close-fought battle that could have gone either way. The paratroopers suffered heavy casualties in the initial landings as New Zealand, Australian and British defenders, along with Cretan civilians, fought fiercely. At several points the operation teetered on the edge of disaster, but German persistence and the gradual establishment of air landing zones for reinforcements eventually turned the tide. By the end of May, remaining Allied forces were evacuating from the island's southern beaches in a Dunkirk-like operation. The victory came at such cost that Hitler never again authorized a major airborne operation. Over 3,000 German elite paratroopers were killed or wounded, losses that could not be easily replaced. As one German general remarked, Crete was the grave of the German paratrooper. For the people of occupied Yugoslavia and Greece, German victory brought harsh occupation policies. Food was requisitioned for the German war effort, leading to widespread hunger and, in Greece, outright famine during the winter of 1941-42. Population centers were held hostage to partisan activity, with civilians executed in reprisal for attacks on German forces. In Yugoslavia, ancient hatreds exploded into civil war between various resistance groups and collaborators, creating a complex conflict within the larger war. Despite these brutal measures, resistance movements grew throughout the occupied Balkans. In Yugoslavia, two major groups emerged: the royalist Chetniks under Draža Mihailović and the communist partisans led by Josip Broz, known as Tito. Initially, both fought against the occupiers, but ideological differences and tactical disagreements soon led them into conflict with each other as well. The mountainous terrain of Yugoslavia proved ideal for guerrilla operations, allowing small groups to strike at isolated garrisons and supply lines before melting back into the wilderness, or finding sanctuary among supportive villagers. In Greece, resistance developed more slowly, but eventually became equally effective. The communist-led Elias organization controlled much of the countryside by 1943, while the smaller British-supported Iades operated in other regions. These groups disrupted Axis communications, provided intelligence to Allied forces, and carried out sabotage operations against strategic targets. The most spectacular of these operations targeted the Gorgopotamos railway viaduct in central Greece. In November 1942, British Special Operations executive agents, working with both major Greek resistance groups, destroyed this bridge, temporarily cutting the main supply line between Athens and German forces in North Africa at a critical moment in the Desert Campaign. Such resistance came at terrible cost. German reprisal policies grew increasingly savage as the occupation continued. Entire villages were destroyed, their inhabitants massacred in retaliation for partisan attacks. The mountain village of Komeno in Greece saw 317 civilians killed in a single day. In Yugoslavia, the town of Kragujevac witnessed the execution of approximately 2,800 civilians, including schoolchildren, in response to an attack that had killed 10 German soldiers. These atrocities reflected a fundamental aspect of Nazi occupation policy in Eastern and Southern Europe. Unlike in Western Europe, where Germany maintained a veneer of legality and restraint, Balkan peoples were considered racially inferior and therefore subject to harsher treatment. The region's strategic importance for securing the southern flank of the Eastern Front and protecting vital resource shipments also led German commanders to employ extreme measures to suppress resistance. The Balkans became a laboratory for counterinsurgency tactics that combined overwhelming force against civilians with attempts to exploit ethnic and political divisions among resistance groups. German propaganda highlighted atrocities committed by partisans against rival factions or suspected collaborators, attempting to portray occupation forces as protectors of order. Special hunter units, composed of troops selected for their ruthlessness, pursued resistance bands into remote areas, competing for bounties offered for dead partisans. Beyond the military struggle, the Balkan campaigns had profound strategic implications. They delayed the launch of Operation Barbarossa against the Soviet Union by several critical weeks, forcing the Germans to begin their invasion deeper into the Russian summer than planned. Those lost weeks would prove crucial when German forces approached Moscow just as winter weather arrived. Many military historians consider this delay a decisive factor in Germany's failure to capture the Soviet capital in 1941, potentially altering the entire course of the war. The campaigns also diverted German strength from other fronts at critical moments. Elite mountain and paratrooper units sent to the Balkans could not be used in the initial stages of the Russian campaign. Later, the need to maintain occupation forces throughout the region drained manpower from fighting fronts as the German position grew increasingly desperate. For Britain, the defense of Greece represented both a moral and strategic commitment. Though ultimately unsuccessful, it demonstrated Britain's determination to support allies even when victory seemed unlikely. Churchill justified the decision by saying, "It is better to perish in the cause of honor than make no effort to serve it." The campaigns also provided valuable combat experience for Commonwealth forces from Australia and New Zealand that would later prove crucial in other theatres. As 1941 ended, both the North African and Balkan fronts remained active sideshows to the massive struggle unfolding on the Eastern Front. Yet these Mediterranean campaigns tied down hundreds of thousands of Axis troops, consumed scarce resources, and created vulnerabilities that Allied planners would eventually exploit. The war had truly expanded beyond its European origins, becoming a global conflict fought across multiple continents and seas. The strategic importance of these seemingly peripheral theaters would become even clearer in 1942, when American forces landed in North Africa, beginning the long road back to the European continent. Meanwhile, the lessons learned in combating Balkan partisans would shape resistance movements throughout occupied Europe, providing models for how small forces could effectively challenge even the most powerful military machine. From the desert sands to mountain valleys, the expanding war was revealing both the strengths and fatal weaknesses of Hitler's empire. The first 6 months of 1942 saw the Axis powers reaching the peak of their conquests. German forces controlled most of Europe from the English Channel to the suburbs of Moscow. Japanese troops occupied a vast empire stretching from Burma to the Central Pacific. Italy dominated parts of North Africa and the Balkans. To many observers, Axis victory seemed not just possible but likely, yet hidden within these triumphant advances were the seeds of eventual defeat. By mid-1942, a series of battles would mark decisive turning points on every front, shifting momentum irrevocably toward the Allies. These battles stemmed not from chance but from fundamental strategic realities. Germany and Japan had overextended their resources, while the Allies were finally bringing their superior industrial capacity and manpower to bear. The first major turning point came in the Pacific. After the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor, Japanese forces had swept across the Pacific and Southeast Asia with astonishing speed. Their next target was Australia, which they planned to isolate by establishing bases in the Solomon Islands and New Guinea. The critical naval battle that would determine this strategy unfolded in early May 1942 in the Coral Sea. For the first time in naval history, ships from opposing fleets never directly engaged each other. Instead, carrier-based aircraft did all the fighting. Though tactically inconclusive, with both sides losing one carrier, the Battle of the Coral Sea represented a strategic victory for the Allies. The Japanese invasion force, bound for Port Moresby in New Guinea, turned back, marking the first check to Japanese expansion. Just 1 month later came an even more decisive encounter. Japanese Admiral Yamamoto devised an elaborate plan to lure the remaining American carriers into a trap near Midway Island. But American intelligence had broken Japanese naval codes, giving Admiral Chester Nimitz precise knowledge of enemy intentions. When Japanese carriers launched their aircraft against Midway on June 4th, they were caught by surprise as American dive bombers appeared overhead. Within minutes, 3 Japanese carriers were in flames. A 4th would be sunk later that day. The Battle of Midway destroyed the cream of Japan's naval air power. Over 100 trained pilots and support crews were lost, along with 4 irreplaceable fleet carriers. Japan, with its limited industrial capacity, could never rebuild this strength, while American shipyards were already turning out new carriers and planes at an astonishing rate. Though 3 years of brutal fighting lay ahead, the strategic initiative in the Pacific had permanently shifted to the Allies. Meanwhile, in North Africa, another turning point emerged from the desert sands near the Egyptian railway stop of El Alamein. After a seesaw campaign across Libya and Egypt, German and Italian forces under General Erwin Rommel had pushed to within 60 miles of Alexandria. The fall of Egypt seemed imminent, which would have threatened the Suez Canal, the Middle East oil fields, and the supply route to the Soviet Union. In August 1942, a new British commander arrived in Egypt, General Bernard Montgomery. Methodical and detail-oriented, Montgomery rebuilt the British Eighth Army's confidence and stockpiled overwhelming superiority in men and equipment. On October 23rd, he launched a massive offensive preceded by an artillery barrage from over 800 guns. After 12 days of attritional combat that Rommel compared to being slowly crushed by a steamroller, Axis forces began a retreat that would ultimately drive them out of Africa. The victory at El Alamein was reinforced by Operation Torch, the Anglo-American landings in Morocco and Algeria on November 8, 1942. For the first time, significant numbers of American troops entered the fight against Nazi Germany. Caught between advancing Allied forces from east and west, the remaining Axis troops in North Africa surrendered in May 1943, with over 275,000 becoming prisoners. The Mediterranean, Churchill's soft underbelly of Europe, now lay open to Allied operations. The most crucial turning point occurred on the Eastern Front, where the largest land battles in history were being fought. After recovering from the initial shock of invasion, Soviet forces had pushed German troops back from Moscow in the winter of 1941-42. But Hitler planned a major summer offensive to capture the oil fields of the Caucasus and the industrial city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. The German Sixth Army reached Stalingrad in August 1942 and became entangled in brutal urban combat. Soviet defenders contested every street, every building, and every room. The average life expectancy of a Soviet soldier in Stalingrad was just 24 hours, yet they held on, tying down elite German forces in costly street fighting. Meanwhile, Soviet generals planned a massive counterattack. On November 19, 1942, Soviet forces launched Operation Uranus, striking at the weaker Romanian and Hungarian troops protecting the German flanks. Within days, the entire Sixth Army was surrounded in Stalingrad. Hitler forbade any retreat, ordering the encircled forces to hold out until relieved. Despite a failed rescue attempt, no relief arrived. On February 2, 1943, the remnants of the once proud Sixth Army surrendered. Over 91,000 exhausted German soldiers marched into Soviet captivity. Only about 6,000 would ever return home. Stalingrad represented the greatest disaster in German military history and marked the decisive turning point on the Eastern Front. The initiative passed permanently to the Red Army, which now began the long, bloody process of pushing German forces back toward their homeland. Though the largest tank battle in history would still be fought at Kursk in July 1943, the outcome of the war in the East was no longer in doubt. While these epic battles raged, the Allied bombing campaign against Germany intensified. British bombers struck at night, American bombers by day. Though initially inaccurate and suffering heavy losses, these raids grew increasingly effective as newer aircraft, better tactics, and long-range fighter escorts became available. German industry, forced to disperse and build underground, could not match Allied production. The diversion of thousands of anti-aircraft guns and fighters to home defense weakened German forces on the fighting fronts. By late 1943, the strategic picture had transformed completely. The Soviet Union was advancing westward, recapturing lost territory. Allied forces had secured North Africa and invaded Sicily and mainland Italy, knocking Mussolini from power. In the Pacific, American island-hopping campaigns were pushing back the Japanese defensive perimeter, and in factories across America, Britain and the Soviet Union, unprecedented quantities of weapons and equipment were rolling off assembly lines. The turning points of 1942 to 43 revealed the fundamental mismatch between Axis ambitions and capabilities. Germany and Japan had gambled on quick victories that would allow them to consolidate their gains before their opponents could fully mobilize. When those quick victories proved elusive, they found themselves in a war of attrition they could not possibly win. Allied superiority in industrial capacity, natural resources, and manpower had finally begun to assert itself on the battlefield. The long road to Allied victory still involved bitter fighting and enormous sacrifices, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. The peaceful Sunday morning of December 7th, 1941, shattered as Japanese warplanes appeared over the Hawaiian island of Oahu. Their target, the United States Pacific Fleet, anchored at Pearl Harbor. In two devastating attack waves, Japanese aircraft sank or severely damaged 8 American battleships, destroyed nearly 200 aircraft, and killed 2,403 American servicemen and civilians. When the last Japanese plane departed, the United States had been thrust irrevocably into World War II. This attack marked the culmination of a long path toward war between Japan and the United States. Since the late 1800s, Japan had pursued an expansionist policy, seeking resources and markets for its growing industrial economy. Its victories over China in 1895 and Russia in 1905 established Japan as the dominant power in East Asia. By the 1930s, Japanese military leaders had gained control of the government and embarked on a more aggressive campaign of conquest. In 1931, Japanese forces seized Manchuria, creating a puppet state they called Manchukuo. 6 years later, they launched a full-scale invasion of China, capturing major cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, where Japanese troops committed atrocities against Chinese civilians that shocked the world. As Japan pushed deeper into China, conflict with Western powers became increasingly likely. The United States responded to Japanese aggression with economic pressure. When Japan occupied French Indochina in July 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt froze Japanese assets in America and imposed a complete oil embargo. Without American oil, the Japanese war machine would grind to a halt within months. Japanese leaders faced a stark choice: back down and abandon their imperial ambitions, or secure new sources of oil and other raw materials by seizing the resource-rich European colonies in Southeast Asia. They chose war. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, commander of the Japanese Combined Fleet, planned a daring strike against the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. By crippling American naval power, Japan would gain the time needed to establish a defensive perimeter across the Pacific that would be too costly for the Americans to penetrate. The attack succeeded tactically, but failed strategically. While Japanese bombers and torpedo planes devastated the American battleship fleet, they missed the aircraft carriers, which were at sea during the attack. These carriers would later become the backbone of American naval power in the Pacific Campaign. Additionally, the Japanese neglected to destroy Pearl Harbor's vital shore facilities and oil storage tanks, allowing the base to continue functioning as a forward repair and supply center. Most critically, the surprise attack unified American public opinion overnight. The previous day, the country had been deeply divided between isolationists and interventionists. After Pearl Harbor, Americans united in a determination to achieve total victory. Remember, Pearl Harbor became a rallying cry that sustained the American war effort through difficult early defeats. The day after Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt addressed Congress, calling December 7th a date which will live in infamy. Congress declared war on Japan with only one dissenting vote. 3 days later, Germany and Italy, honoring their tripartite pact with Japan, declared war on the United States. This decision by Hitler ranks among the war's greatest strategic blunders, as it brought the full industrial might of America into the European conflict, at a time when German forces were already bogged down in Russia. With stunning speed, the war had transformed from two separate conflicts, Germany's war in Europe and Japan's war in Asia, into a truly global struggle. American industry, already producing war materials for Britain and the Soviet Union under the Lend-Lease program, began the greatest military buildup in history. Factories that had manufactured automobiles and refrigerators converted to producing tanks, aircraft, and ships. Women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers to replace men called to military service. Scientists accelerated research into radar, sonar, and other technologies that would prove decisive. Meanwhile, Japanese forces launched a series of lightning campaigns across the Pacific and Southeast Asia. The Philippines, an American possession, were invaded on December 8, 1941. Despite fierce resistance from American and Filipino defenders, superior Japanese numbers and air power forced a retreat to the Bataan Peninsula and eventually the island fortress of Corregidor. The surrender of Corregidor in May 1942 marked the worst military defeat in American history, with over 78,000 troops captured. Hong Kong fell to the Japanese on Christmas Day 1941, after a brief but bitter defense by British, Canadian, and local forces. Singapore, Britain's supposedly impregnable fortress in Southeast Asia, surrendered on February 15, 1942, after Japanese troops outflanked its coastal defenses by advancing through the impassable Malayan jungle. Over 80,000 British, Australian, and Indian troops marched into captivity in what Prime Minister Churchill called the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history. The Dutch East Indies, modern Indonesia, with their vital oil fields, fell by March 1942. Burma was conquered in May, cutting the land route for supplies to China and threatening India. By mid-1942, Japan controlled a vast empire stretching from the borders of India to the islands of the Central Pacific, and from the Aleutians to the northern coast of Australia. This rapid expansion, however, created the seeds of Japan's eventual defeat. The empire was too large to defend effectively with Japan's limited resources. The conquered territories contained millions of people who resisted Japanese occupation, and the attack on Pearl Harbor had awakened an industrial giant that would ultimately produce more ships, planes, and weapons than all the Axis powers combined. The entry of the United States fundamentally altered the strategic balance of the war. While America's military was initially small and unprepared for global conflict, its economic potential dwarfed that of any other nation. In 1941, the U.S. economy was twice the size of Germany's and 5 times larger than Japan's. American factories could produce a new merchant ship every day and an aircraft carrier every month. This industrial might, combined with a population of 130 million and vast natural resources, made ultimate Allied victory almost inevitable, though the path would prove long and bloody. Behind the clash of armies and the thunder of bombs, another war unfolded across occupied Europe, a shadow conflict fought by ordinary citizens who refused to accept defeat. From Norway's frozen fjords to the sun-baked islands of Greece, resistance movements emerged to challenge Nazi rule. Their weapons were not tanks or bombers, but courage, cunning, and an unwavering belief in freedom. The nature of resistance varied widely across different countries. In Western Europe, where German occupation policies were relatively less brutal, resistance often began with small symbolic acts, painting patriotic graffiti, distributing underground newspapers, or listening to forbidden BBC broadcasts. As the war progressed, these movements grew more organized and militant, gathering intelligence, sabotaging industrial production, and eventually engaging in direct attacks on German forces. France exemplified this evolution. After the country's defeat in 1940, a small number of French citizens answered General Charles de Gaulle's call to continue the fight. The early French resistance consisted of isolated networks with minimal coordination. Some were organized by communists, others by military officers, and still others by ordinary citizens. They faced daunting challenges, including Gestapo infiltration and the willingness of the Vichy government to collaborate with German authorities. By 1943, however, Allied support had helped unite these disparate groups into a more effective force. Agents parachuted into France with radio equipment, weapons, and explosives. Training improved and operations became more sophisticated. When Allied forces landed in Normandy in June 1944, French resistance fighters cut telephone lines, derailed trains carrying German reinforcements, and provided invaluable intelligence about enemy positions. In Eastern Europe, where Nazi occupation brought mass executions and systematic exploitation, resistance took on a more desperate character from the beginning. Poland created the largest underground movement in Europe, a virtual shadow state with its own schools, courts, and military arm, the Home Army. Operating under the noses of brutal occupiers, Polish resistance fighters maintained links with their government in exile in London and conducted thousands of sabotage operations against German forces. Yugoslavia witnessed perhaps the most successful resistance movement. Under communist leader Josip Broz Tito, partisan fighters waged a full-scale guerrilla war that eventually tied down more than 30 German and Italian divisions. Operating from mountain strongholds, they controlled large liberated areas where they established revolutionary governments. Though they suffered terrible reprisals, entire villages massacred in retaliation for partisan attacks, the movement grew stronger as the war progressed, eventually becoming a regular army that liberated much of the country without direct Allied assistance. Jewish resistance deserves special recognition, occurring as it did under the most hopeless conditions imaginable. In ghettos across Eastern Europe, Jewish councils secretly organized welfare services, cultural activities, and educational programs despite starvation rations and rampant disease. Underground archives, like that maintained by historian Emanuel Ringelblum in Warsaw, documented Nazi crimes for posterity. Armed resistance erupted in numerous ghettos, most famously in Warsaw, where poorly armed Jewish fighters held off SS troops for nearly a month in 1943 before being crushed. Even in the death camps, resistance persisted. At Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, and Sobibor, prisoners staged desperate uprisings despite overwhelming odds. The Sonderkommando revolt at Auschwitz in October 1944 destroyed one of the crematoriums. At Treblinka and Sobibor, small numbers of prisoners managed to escape during revolts, surviving to bear witness to what they had seen. Ordinary citizens who sheltered Jews and other persecuted groups demonstrated perhaps the purest form of resistance. In occupied Poland, hiding a Jewish family meant death, not just for the protector, but often for their entire family. Yet thousands took this risk. The Danish people organized a remarkable rescue operation in 1943, smuggling nearly the entire Danish Jewish population, over 7,000 people, to neutral Sweden using fishing boats. Similar efforts occurred across Europe, with courageous individuals like Oskar Schindler, Raoul Wallenberg, and countless unnamed heroes risking everything to save lives. Complementing these resistance efforts was an unprecedented campaign of espionage and special operations. Intelligence services that had been modest in peacetime expanded dramatically, recruiting agents from all walks of life. The British Special Operations Executive SOE, established in 1940 with Churchill's directive to set Europe ablaze, trained agents in sabotage, wireless communication, and unarmed combat before sending them into occupied territory. Its American counterpart, the Office of Strategic Services OSS, performed similar functions while also gathering intelligence that would inform Allied strategy. These organizations achieved remarkable successes. SOE agents in France provided crucial intelligence before D-Day and organized resistance groups to support the invasion. In Norway, SOE supported operations destroyed heavy water facilities vital to German nuclear research. OSS operatives in China trained guerrilla forces fighting the Japanese occupation. In Burma, both organizations supported local resistance movements that tied down Japanese forces. Perhaps the greatest intelligence triumph came from an unlikely source: mathematicians and linguists working in total secrecy at Bletchley Park in England. There, a team led by the brilliant mathematician Alan Turing created early computing machines capable of breaking Germany's supposedly unbreakable Enigma codes. The intelligence gathered, codenamed Ultra, gave Allied commanders unprecedented insight into German plans and capabilities. Similar work by American cryptanalysts broke Japanese naval codes, contributing directly to victories like Midway. This signals intelligence war remained so secret that its full extent was not revealed until decades after the conflict ended. While these shadows wars of resistance and espionage unfolded, the Nazi regime implemented what it called the final solution to the Jewish question: the systematic murder of every Jew in Europe. What began as discrimination and persecution in the 1930s had evolved through ghettoization and mass shootings to become industrialized genocide by 1942. The transition to systematic extermination was formalized at the Wannsee Conference in January 1942, where Nazi officials coordinated the logistics of mass murder. Special death camps were established, primarily in occupied Poland, equipped with gas chambers and crematoria designed for maximum efficiency. Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest, could kill thousands daily. Jews from across Europe were transported to these facilities in sealed cattle cars, often enduring days without food or water. Upon arrival, those deemed unfit for forced labor, children, the elderly, pregnant women, the others received only a temporary reprieve through exhausting labor that would eventually kill them too. The scale and systematic nature of this genocide exceeded anything in human history. Of Europe's pre-war Jewish population of roughly 9.5 million, approximately 6 million were murdered. Entire communities with centuries of history vanished forever. Poland's vibrant Jewish culture, representing over 3 million people and 10% of the country's population, was virtually eradicated. Similar devastation struck Jewish populations in the Baltic states, Ukraine, Belarus, Hungary, and Greece. The Holocaust expanded beyond Jews to encompass other groups the Nazi regime considered undesirable. Hundreds of thousands of Roma gypsies were killed in what they call the poromos, or devouring. Physically and mentally disabled Germans were murdered in the so-called euthanasia program. Gay men, Jehovah's Witnesses, and political prisoners faced brutal treatment in concentration camps. Soviet prisoners of war died by the millions through deliberate starvation and neglect. This systematic annihilation occurred largely hidden from public view, though rumors filtered out through various channels. By 1944, detailed information had reached Allied governments, prompting calls for military action against the death camps or the rail lines feeding them. Such proposals were generally rejected on practical grounds, with military leaders arguing that the best way to stop the killing was to win the war as quickly as possible. As Allied forces pushed into Germany in the war's final months, they uncovered the physical evidence of these crimes. American, British, and Soviet troops liberating concentration camps encountered scenes so horrific that hardened combat veterans were left speechless. General Eisenhower ordered comprehensive documentation of what was found, stating, "Get it all on record now, get the films, get the witnesses, because somewhere down the road of history some bastard will get up and say that this never happened." The Holocaust stands as both the logical culmination of Nazi racial ideology and a unique crime in human history, the attempt to eliminate an entire people through industrial methods. Its shadow would hang over post-war Europe, profoundly influencing international law, attitudes toward human rights, and the creation of the State of Israel. For survivors, the psychological scars would never fully heal. For humanity, it set a somber benchmark for the depths to which modern, supposedly civilized societies could sink. As 1944 began, the hidden wars of resistance, espionage, and genocide continued, while conventional forces prepared for the final battles that would determine Europe's fate. The tide had turned decisively against Nazi Germany, but Hitler's regime showed no sign of surrender. The bloodiest fighting still lay ahead. The lightning war that Hitler unleashed upon Europe represented a revolution in military strategy. Blitzkrieg was more than just a tactic. It was a philosophy of warfare that broke decisively with the grinding trench battles of the previous World War. At its core was the concept of speed and shock. Tanks did not merely support infantry as in traditional doctrine, but raced ahead in concentrated formations seeking weak points to exploit. Close behind came motorized infantry in trucks and half-tracks ready to secure gains. Above, dive bombers served as flying artillery, striking with precision at enemy strongpoints and sowing terror among retreating columns. This new approach to warfare caught many military leaders unprepared. Trained in the cautious doctrines of World War I, they struggled to adapt to the tempo of German operations. French generals in particular, many in their 60s and 70s, found themselves paralyzed by the speed of events. Their carefully prepared plans assumed weeks to mobilize and deploy forces, but German armored spearheads gave them only hours to respond. The success of Blitzkrieg relied not just on equipment but on communication. German tanks carried radios, allowing commanders to coordinate movements across fast-moving battlefields. This technological edge proved decisive, especially against the French, who still relied heavily on telephone lines and motorcycle messengers to relay orders. By the time French commanders understood the situation, it had already changed dramatically. Behind the spectacular German victories of 1940 lay years of careful preparation. While publicly denying rearmament, Hitler had rebuilt German military strength since taking power in 1933. Tank production increased steadily, with new models like the Panzer III and Ivo replacing the lighter vehicles used in Poland. The Luftwaffe expanded its fighter and bomber forces, focusing on tactical aircraft designed to support ground operations. Most importantly, a new generation of officers emerged, men like Heinz Guderian and Erwin Rommel, who embraced mobile warfare and were given freedom to innovate. These advantages helped overcome Germany's limitations. Despite popular perception, the German army that conquered France was not fully mechanized. Horse-drawn wagons still carried much of its supplies and equipment. Many infantry divisions marched on foot, struggling to keep pace with the armored spearheads. German industry, though efficient, could not match the combined production potential of Britain, France, and their empires in a prolonged conflict. Hitler and his generals understood this reality, which drove their strategy of quick, decisive campaigns. The German success in France sent shockwaves around the world. Military observers everywhere studied the campaign, drawing lessons for their own forces. In Washington, American officers accelerated plans to expand and modernize the U.S. Army. In Moscow, Soviet generals nervously reviewed their own defensive preparations. And in Tokyo, Japanese military planners saw confirmation that decisive action could overcome seemingly superior opponents. With continental Europe under his control by summer 1940, Hitler faced a strategic dilemma. Britain refused to make peace despite its isolated position. The planned invasion across the English Channel, Operation Sea Lion, proved impractical without air superiority. The Luftwaffe's failure in the Battle of Britain forced a change in German strategy. Unable to defeat Britain directly, Hitler chose to attack its position in the Mediterranean and Middle East, while preparing for his long-intended assault on the Soviet Union. The Mediterranean theater gained importance as both sides recognized its strategic value. Control of this inland sea would secure vital shipping routes, protect access to Middle Eastern oil, and safeguard colonial possessions in North Africa. Italy, eager to build its own empire, had launched attacks from Libya against British forces in Egypt, and from Albania against Greece. Both offensives stalled, forcing Hitler to intervene to protect his southern flank before turning east. In February 1941, the first units of what would become the Afrika Korps landed in Libya under the command of General Erwin Rommel. Though relatively small in numbers, these German forces transformed the North African campaign. Rommel, already famous for his bold leadership in France, quickly seized the initiative. Ignoring orders to remain on the defensive, he launched a surprise offensive in March that drove British forces back toward Egypt. Within weeks, he had recaptured most of Cyrenaica and besieged the port of Tobruk, earning the nickname Desert Fox for his cunning tactics. Meanwhile, Hitler addressed the deteriorating situation in the Balkans. Mussolini's failed invasion of Greece had created a dangerous opening for British influence in a region Germany considered vital to its security and economic interests. In April 1941, German forces struck south from bases in Romania and recently allied Bulgaria. Yugoslavia, which had just overthrown its pro-German government, was crushed in just 11 days. Greece, despite fierce resistance and British reinforcements, fell by the end of the month. The conquest of Greece included one of the war's most daring operations. German paratroopers seized the island of Crete in May 1941, the first primarily airborne invasion in military history. After fierce fighting against New Zealand, Australian, and British defenders, the Germans secured this strategic Mediterranean outpost. Yet the victory came at a heavy cost. So many elite paratroopers died that Hitler never again authorized a major airborne assault. These Balkan operations, though successful, delayed the start of Hitler's most ambitious campaign. Since December 1940, the German High Command had been planning an invasion of the Soviet Union. Codenamed Operation Barbarossa, this massive undertaking dwarfed all previous military campaigns. Over 3 million German soldiers, supported by Finnish, Romanian, Hungarian, Italian and Slovak allies, would strike along a front stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. The ultimate goal was nothing less than the destruction of the Soviet state and the conquest of its vast territories. Strategic considerations made a showdown with Stalin inevitable in Hitler's mind. Soviet occupation of eastern Poland and the Baltic states had brought Red Army forces closer to Germany's vital industrial regions. Soviet demands for influence in the Balkans and the Turkish Straits threatened German economic interests, particularly access to Romanian oil fields. Most fundamentally, the ideological hatred of communism that had propelled Hitler's political career made conflict with the Soviet Union a matter of when, not if. Stalin, despite receiving multiple warnings from his own intelligence services and from Western governments, refused to believe that Hitler would attack while still fighting Britain. He feared provoking Germany by placing Soviet forces on alert and dismissed accurate information about German deployments as British disinformation. This fatal misjudgment would cost the Soviet Union dearly in the opening phases of the coming invasion. As German divisions massed along the Soviet frontier in June 1941, Hitler issued special orders to his commanders. This would be no ordinary military campaign, but a war of annihilation against what the Nazis considered racial and ideological enemies. The normal rules of warfare would not apply. Special SS units would follow the advancing army to eliminate communist officials, intellectuals, and Jews. Soviet prisoners would not receive the protections afforded to Western captives. The fertile Ukrainian farmlands would be seized to feed Germany, even if it meant starving local populations. These brutal policies reflected the Nazi worldview that saw Eastern Europe as living space for German colonization. The Slavic peoples were considered subhuman, fit only for slavery or elimination. Jews were targeted for complete destruction. This racial ideology transformed what might have been a conventional, if enormous, military campaign into one of history's greatest crimes against humanity. On June 22, 1941, the invasion began with the largest military operation ever mounted. Over 3,000 German tanks smashed across the Soviet border, supported by 2,700 aircraft. Artillery bombardments shattered Soviet defensive positions. Advancing at unprecedented speed, German armored columns encircled massive Soviet formations, trapping hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The Luftwaffe destroyed much of the Soviet Air Force on the ground in the first days, gaining almost complete control of the skies. The initial Soviet response verged on collapse. Stalin reportedly fell into a brief period of shock and disbelief. Contradictory orders paralyzed the frontline commanders. Some Soviet units fought heroically, but many were overwhelmed before they could organize effective resistance. Within weeks, the Germans had advanced hundreds of miles, capturing Minsk, Smolensk, and vast stretches of Ukraine and the Baltic states. By autumn, German forces approached Leningrad in the north and the outskirts of Moscow in the center. In the south, they conquered Kiev, capturing over 600,000 Soviet troops in the largest encirclement operation in military history. Victory seemed within reach as Soviet losses mounted to catastrophic levels. Millions of soldiers had been killed or captured, thousands of tanks and aircraft destroyed. Hitler declared that the Soviet colossus had been struck down, never to rise again. This confidence proved premature. Despite enormous losses, the Soviet Union possessed resources and reserves of manpower that Germany could not match. Even as the Wehrmacht advanced, Soviet factories beyond the Ural Mountains ramped up production of tanks, aircraft, and artillery. A massive evacuation program moved critical industries eastward, beyond the reach of German bombers, and the vast spaces of Russia itself began to work against the invaders, stretching supply lines to the breaking point. Most importantly, the Soviet people rallied to defend their homeland. Whatever their feelings about Stalin's regime, they understood that Nazi occupation meant slavery or death. Partisan groups formed behind German lines, attacking supply convoys and railroad lines. In cities like Leningrad, civilians dug anti-tank ditches and built fortifications alongside soldiers. Workers volunteered for militia units to defend factories. This determined resistance surprised German commanders, who had expected the Soviet system to collapse from within after the first military defeats. As autumn rains turned roads to mud, the German advance slowed. Tanks and trucks bogged down in the infamous Raspute, the season of impassable terrain. Supply problems mounted as the distance from German bases increased. Partisan attacks made the rear areas increasingly dangerous. German soldiers who had packed summer uniforms for what was expected to be a quick campaign began to suffer from exposure as temperatures dropped. Despite these challenges, Hitler ordered a final push toward Moscow in October. Operation Typhoon aimed to capture the Soviet capital before winter set in. The initial stages succeeded brilliantly, with new encirclements at Vyazma and Bryansk netting hundreds of thousands more prisoners. By early December, German reconnaissance units could see the spires of the Kremlin through their binoculars. Moscow appeared ready to fall. Then came the turning point that would change the course of the war. On December 5, 1941, with temperatures plunging below -20 degrees Fahrenheit, fresh Soviet divisions from Siberia launched a massive counter-offensive. German troops, without proper winter clothing or equipment, found their weapons freezing and vehicles refusing to start. For the first time in the war, the Wehrmacht was forced into a large-scale retreat, falling back from Moscow's outskirts. As the Eastern Front stabilized in a desperate winter struggle, events halfway around the world transformed the conflict. On December 7, 1941, Japanese aircraft attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, destroying or damaging much of the US Pacific Fleet. The next day, the United States declared war on Japan. 3 days later, in one of history's greatest strategic blunders, Hitler declared war on America, turning a European conflict into a truly global war. The entry of the United States, with its vast industrial capacity and manpower, fundamentally altered the strategic balance. American factories, already supplying Britain through the Lend-Lease program, would now fully convert to war production. American scientists would accelerate research into new weapons and technologies, and American soldiers would eventually join the fight in numbers that would overwhelm the Axis powers. As 1941 ended, the war had reached a pivotal moment. The lightning campaigns that had brought Hitler control of most of Europe had failed to deliver final victory. Instead, Germany now faced a coalition of the world's greatest powers: Britain with its global empire, the Soviet Union with its vast resources and manpower, and the United States with its unmatched industrial might. The Blitzkrieg had conquered nations, but it had also created the alliance that would ultimately destroy the Third Reich. Tonight on Digging into History, we journey back to a time when the world stood at the edge of darkness. Our story begins in the aftermath of the Great War, a conflict that was meant to end all wars but instead sowed the seeds for an even greater catastrophe. This is the story of the World War II, a global struggle that would claim over 60 million lives and forever change the course of human history. The embers of the First Worldwide conflict had barely cooled when new tensions began to rise from its ashes. In the grand halls of Versailles in 1919, victorious Allied powers gathered to dictate terms to a defeated Germany. The treaty they created was meant to ensure peace, but its harsh conditions instead planted the seeds of resentment and revenge. Germany found itself stripped of territory, its military reduced to a token force, and its economy crushed under the weight of impossible reparations. Most painful of all was the infamous war guilt clause, forcing Germans to accept sole responsibility for a conflict many felt had been thrust upon them. As ordinary Germans struggled with hunger and poverty, they looked for someone to blame for their humiliation. While politicians made their peace, the world economy began to unravel. For a brief moment in the 1920s, prosperity seemed possible again. American loans flowed into Europe, funding rebuilding efforts and creating an illusion of recovery. Then came the crash of 1929. What began as a stock market collapse in New York quickly spread around the globe like a financial plague. Banks failed, factories closed, unemployment soared to levels never before seen in the modern world. In America, once proud businessmen sold apples on street corners. In Germany, people carried wheelbarrows of worthless currency to buy a loaf of bread. As economic misery deepened, nations turned inward. Countries that had once traded freely now raised barriers, trying to protect themselves but only deepening the global depression. In this atmosphere of fear and uncertainty, new types of leaders emerged, offering simple solutions to complex problems. They spoke of national pride and future glory. They promised to restore order and prosperity. Most dangerously, they identified enemies to blame for their nation's troubles. In Italy, a former newspaper editor named Benito Mussolini organized veterans and discontented workers into squads of black-shirted followers. They marched through the streets, beating political opponents and intimidating voters. In 1922, Mussolini led his famous March on Rome, and King Victor Emmanuel III, fearing civil war, invited him to form a government. Within a few years, Mussolini had transformed Italy into the first fascist state, where the individual existed only to serve the nation and the party. Across the world, in Japan, military leaders looked with envy at the vast colonial empires of Britain, France, and the United States. Japan had modernized rapidly since the late 19th century, building factories and warships, but lacked the natural resources to feed its growing industries. Military officers, many from humble backgrounds, began to dominate Japanese politics. They spoke of Japan's divine destiny to rule Asia and create a new order. In 1931, without waiting for government approval, the Japanese army staged an incident and used it as an excuse to invade the Chinese territory of Manchuria. When the League of Nations condemned this aggression, Japan simply walked out of the organization. The League of Nations, created after World War I to maintain peace through collective security, proved tragically ineffective. Without its own military force and lacking support from the United States, which had retreated into isolation, the League could offer little more than words against acts of aggression. Time and again, it would prove powerless in the face of determined conquerors. Perhaps nowhere was this failure more evident than in Spain. In 1936, a military uprising led by General Francisco Franco plunged the country into civil war. Democratic governments in Britain and France refused to intervene, fearing a wider European conflict. However, Hitler and Mussolini saw an opportunity to test their new weapons and tactics. They sent planes, tanks, and thousands of men to support Franco's nationalists. The Soviet Union backed the Republican government, while idealistic volunteers from many countries formed international brigades to fight fascism. For 3 bloody years, Spain became a laboratory for the coming World War. Meanwhile, in Germany, a failed artist and veteran of the trenches named Adolf Hitler had built a movement based on racial hatred, extreme nationalism, and a promise to tear up the Treaty of Versailles. His Nazi party attracted millions of desperate Germans looking for scapegoats and simple solutions. In January 1933, conservative politicians, believing they could control him, invited Hitler to become chancellor. They were terribly mistaken. Within weeks, Hitler began dismantling German democracy. A suspicious fire in the Reichstag Parliament building gave him the excuse to arrest political opponents. The Enabling Act granted him dictatorial powers. Political parties were banned, press freedom abolished, and a system of terror established. Those who opposed the new regime disappeared into concentration camps. Hitler's rise marked a decisive turn toward war. Unlike traditional conservatives who sought to restore Germany's position gradually, Hitler and his Nazi followers believed in a violent struggle between races. They spoke openly of conquering living space in Eastern Europe, of purifying German blood, and of destroying those they considered racial enemies, particularly Jews and Slavs. Behind the spectacle of mass rallies and Olympic Games lay preparations for conquest. Rearming began in secret, then openly after 1935. The German military, the Wehrmacht, grew rapidly. The Luftwaffe, a new air force, took shape under Hermann Göring. Young men joined the Hitler Youth, where they learned to march, shoot, and obey without question. Joseph Goebbels, the brilliant propaganda minister, used radio and film to spread the Nazi message and build a cult of personality around the Führer. Hitler's first foreign policy moves were calculated to test Allied resolve. In 1936, German troops marched into the Rhineland, a demilitarized zone along the French border. France, torn by internal divisions and unwilling to risk war without British support, did nothing. Hitler's gamble paid off. His popularity soared at home while abroad. Many still hoped that satisfying Germany's legitimate grievances would lead to stability. The pace of aggression quickened. In March 1938, German troops entered Austria, Hitler's homeland, to accomplish the Anschluss or union between the two German-speaking countries. Most Austrians welcomed their German brothers with flowers and cheers. Democratic nations protested, but took no action. Emboldened, Hitler turned to Czechoslovakia, specifically the Sudetenland region with its ethnic German population. As Nazi propaganda whipped up grievances among Sudeten Germans, Hitler threatened war unless the territory was ceded to Germany. Europe stood at the brink of conflict. At the last moment, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, flew to Munich to meet Hitler. There, without consulting the Czechs, Britain and France agreed to satisfy Hitler's demands in return for his promise of peace. Chamberlain returned to London claiming he had secured peace for our time. 6 months later, in March 1939, Hitler broke his promise and occupied the remainder of Czechoslovakia. The policy of appeasement, based on the hope that satisfying Hitler's reasonable demands would bring stability, lay in ruins. Even its strongest supporters now realized that Nazi ambitions had no limits. As 1939 began, all eyes turned to Poland. This nation, reborn after World War I, stood directly in the path of Hitler's drive for living space in the East. It had a significant German minority and controlled territories Germany considered rightfully its own. War seemed inevitable, but Hitler faced one obstacle: the Soviet Union. Despite their ideological hatred for each other, Nazi Germany and the Communist Soviet Union stunned the world by signing a non-aggression pact in August 1939. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, named after the foreign ministers who negotiated it, contained a secret protocol dividing Eastern Europe into German and Soviet spheres of influence. Poland would be partitioned once again. With his eastern flank secured, Hitler gave the order. On September 1st, 1939, German forces stormed across the Polish border without a declaration of war. A new type of warfare, blitzkrieg or lightning war, was unleashed. Fast-moving tanks punched through Polish defences, while dive bombers terrorized soldiers and civilians alike. Britain and France, finally honoring their guarantees to Poland, declared war on Germany 2 days later. The Second World War had begun, but few could imagine the scale of horror and destruction that would unfold over the next 6 years. From the ashes of one terrible conflict, an even greater catastrophe was taking shape, and as Polish cities burned under German bombardment, the world stood at the threshold of its darkest hour. Picture this. The Mediterranean coast circa 1000 BCE, the Bronze Age has collapsed faster than a tech startup with bad venture capital. The once mighty Mycenaean palaces lie in ruins, writing has been forgotten, and everyone is basically living in their parents' basement, trying to figure out what happened to the good old days. Welcome to Greece's very own Dark Age, the embarrassing adolescent phase before they became the civilization we can't stop talking about. But from these humble, somewhat awkward beginnings, a civilization would rise that gave us democracy, philosophy, tragic theatre, Olympic sports, and perfectly proportioned nude statues that still make art students uncomfortable in drawing classes today. Ancient Greece, the civilization that couldn't decide if it was one country or a collection of city-states that just happened to speak the same language and worship the same dysfunctional divine family. Around 800 BCE, things started looking up. Greeks rediscovered writing, borrowing the Phoenician alphabet but making the revolutionary improvement of adding vowels. Suddenly they could write down more than just boring inventory lists. Poetry, history, philosophy, all the greatest hits became possible once you could actually spell things properly with vowels. The Phoenicians gave them the technology, but the Greeks turned it into literature. It's like giving someone a smartphone and watching them invent social media, an improvement, but with mixed results for humanity. As Greece emerged from its dark age, it wasn't a unified country, but rather a collection of fiercely independent city-states called polis singular polis. Each polis centered around an urban core with an acropolis high city for defense and religious buildings, and an agora marketplace where citizens gathered to trade goods and hot gossip about which god was sleeping with whom. These city-states shared language, religion, and culture, but competed with each other with the intensity of rival high school sports teams, if those teams occasionally went to war and enslaved the losing side. The two most famous city-states, Athens and Sparta, developed radically different approaches to society, proving that Greeks could never agree on anything, not even how to run a city. Athens gradually evolved toward democracy, while Sparta created a militaristic society so intense it makes modern boot camps look like luxury spa retreats. Athens was built around the concepts of citizenship, debate, and thinking so much about everything that you become annoying at dinner parties. Male citizens, sorry ladies, no democracy for you, gathered regularly to vote directly on laws and policies. This wasn't representative democracy with elected officials. This was hundreds or thousands of men standing around in the hot Mediterranean sun, listening to speeches and voting by raised hands. Athenians believed so strongly in citizen participation that they eventually introduced pay for attending the assembly, the original get-out-the-vote campaign strategy. Sparta, meanwhile, decided that the best way to organize society was to turn everyone into a living weapon. Spartan boys were taken from their mothers at age 7 and subjected to a training regimen that included regular beatings, intentional underfeeding, and encouraging theft as long as you didn't get caught. The result? Soldiers so fearsome that while other Greeks showed up to battle with elaborate armor and anxious expressions, Spartans allegedly fought nearly naked because clothes were for losers who were afraid of arrows. Despite having completely incompatible values, these city-states could occasionally cooperate when faced with an existential threat. And that threat came in the form of the massive Persian Empire, which looked at the squabbling Greek cities the way a hungry person eyes a plate of appetizers. The Persian Wars began when Greek cities in Ionia, modern Turkey, rebelled against Persian rule, and Athens made the questionable decision to help them. This was like poking a sleeping bear with a stick, and then acting surprised when it wakes up angry. The Persian king Darius was not amused and launched an invasion of mainland Greece that resulted in the famous Battle of Marathon in 490 BCE. Against all odds, the Athenians won at Marathon, sending a runner the entire 26.2 miles back to Athens with news of victory. The runner delivered his message, promptly died from exhaustion, and inadvertently created a form of exercise that people now voluntarily subject themselves to while wearing expensive shoes and collecting participation medals. Darius's son Xerxes wasn't ready to let it go, though. He returned a decade later with an even larger force, leading to the legendary last stand of 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, along with about 7,000 other Greeks that the movie conveniently forgot, and eventually the decisive Greek naval victory at Salamis. Against overwhelming odds, the Greeks had preserved their independence and saved their experiment in self-governance from being absorbed into the Persian imperial system. They celebrated in the most Greek way possible by immediately resuming their internal squabbles. These Persian war victories marked a turning point, ushering in what historians call the classical period, the golden age when ancient Greece peaked harder than a philosophy major at a toga party. For about 150 years, from roughly 480 to 323 BCE, Greek culture, art, literature, philosophy and power reached their zenith, producing works so influential that we're still assigning them to reluctant college students today. Athens, flush with victory and allied tribute money, entered its most glorious phase under the leadership of Pericles. Unlike modern politicians who spend taxes on boring things like infrastructure and public services, Pericles decided the best use of public funds was to build the most magnificent buildings imaginable on the Acropolis. The crown jewel was the Parthenon, a temple to Athena that remains impressive even in its ruined state. Built without power tools, computers, or even proper mathematics as we know it, the Parthenon incorporated subtle curves and optical illusions to make it appear perfect to the human eye. Ancient Greek architects were basically showing off, look what we can do with just marble, manpower, and obsessive attention to detail. The Athenian cultural scene was equally impressive. Tragedies by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides explored human suffering with such psychological insight that Broadway is still remaking their plots with modern settings. Comedies by Aristophanes ridiculed politicians, intellectuals, and social trends with humor so raunchy it would make modern censors reach for their smelling salts. In an annual theater festival honoring Dionysus appropriately, the god of wine and ecstasy, playwrights competed for glory while audiences enjoyed a state-subsidized cultural experience. It was like Broadway, stand-up comedy, religious ceremony, and political commentary all rolled into one event. Athens also became home to history's first influencers, the sophists who taught public speaking and rhetoric to ambitious young men for exorbitant fees, promising to help them win arguments regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Think of them as the original life coaches, except instead of selling wellness routines on Instagram, they sold the ability to talk your way out of trouble in law courts. Socrates found these sophists appalling and developed his own approach to wisdom, systematically questioning people until they admitted they had no idea what they were talking about. Surprisingly, this method did not make him popular with the Athenian establishment. After years of annoying important people by exposing their ignorance, Socrates was put on trial for corrupting the youth and impiety, found guilty and sentenced to death by drinking hemlock. His student Plato thought this was a terrible miscarriage of justice and wrote extensive dialogues featuring Socrates, demolishing various intellectual opponents through the power of logic and insufferable questioning. Plato went on to found the Academy, history's first institution of higher learning, where students could pay good money to sit around discussing abstract concepts like justice, truth, and beauty, instead of learning practical skills. Some things in education never change. Plato's student Aristotle eventually established his own rival school called the Lyceum, where he attempted to categorize and explain literally everything in the universe, from politics and ethics to animals and physics. Aristotle was wrong about a lot of his scientific conclusions, but his systematic approach was so impressive that people believed him anyway for the next 2,000 years. Beyond philosophy, Greeks excelled in mathematics and science. Pythagoras discovered the mathematical relationship in musical tones, and the theorem about triangles that still torments geometry students. Euclid systematized geometry into a logical progression of proofs. Archimedes supposedly ran naked through the streets shouting, "Eureka!" after solving a problem in his bath, establishing the tradition of eccentric scientific behavior. Hippocrates established medicine as a discipline based on observation rather than superstition, though his famous oath has been modified significantly since doctors no longer swear by Apollo the healer and all the gods and goddesses. Greek art evolved from stiff, Egyptian-influenced Kouros figures to stunningly realistic sculptures, capturing the human form in motion. Unlike other ancient cultures that portrayed idealized rulers or gods, Greek artists became obsessed with physical perfection and precise anatomical detail. They developed the contrapposto stance, that relaxed posture with weight shifted to one leg, that made statues look like they might start walking at any moment. Greek painters created illusions of depth and perspective that wouldn't be matched until the Renaissance, though unfortunately almost all Greek painting has been lost, leaving us with only Roman copies and pottery to judge their techniques. And we can't talk about classical Greece without mentioning the Olympics. Starting in 776 BCE and continuing every 4 years, athletes from across the Greek world gathered at Olympia to compete in events ranging from running and wrestling to the pentathlon and chariot racing. Unlike today's Olympics with its emphasis on international goodwill and strict anti-doping policies, the ancient games were all about glory, olive-wreath crowns, and occasionally bribing your opponents to throw a match. Athletes competed nude, creating awkward moments in the wrestling events, and winners received no prize money but became celebrities in their home cities, often receiving free meals for life. The Olympics was so important that city-states would actually pause ongoing wars to allow safe passage for athletes and spectators, the original sports fanatics. While Athens was leading the intellectual and artistic world, Sparta maintained its unique social system, focused entirely on military excellence. Their society was so rigidly organized that it actually worked for a while. Spartan warriors were the elite fighting force of Greece, and at the Battle of Plataea, they led the Greeks to a decisive victory over the Persians. But Sparta's obsessive focus on military readiness came at a steep cost. Their economy relied entirely on enslaved helots, conquered locals who outnumbered Spartans significantly and required constant intimidation to keep in line. While Athenians were producing great art, literature, and philosophy, Spartans were producing more Spartan. It's telling that despite Sparta's cultural impact on our imagination, they left almost no art, literature, or buildings. Their greatest cultural export was essentially their reputation. The rivalry between Athens and Sparta eventually erupted into the devastating Peloponnesian War, 431–404 BCE, a 3-decade slugfest that drew in allies on both sides. It was effectively the Greek world's own world war, pitting democratic Athens and its naval empire against oligarchic Sparta and its land-based allies. Athens had the money, the navy, and the walls connecting it to its port, and Sparta had the superior land army and a willingness to stand outside Athens indefinitely, destroying crops and generally making a nuisance of themselves. The war dragged on for 27 years, with advantages shifting back and forth. Athens initially followed a defensive strategy designed by Pericles, but after his death from plague, which killed nearly a third of Athenians, they embarked on increasingly risky military ventures. The disastrous Sicilian expedition, where Athens lost 200 ships and thousands of men trying to conquer Syracuse, marked the beginning of the end for Athenian power. Sparta, with Persian financial support, oh the irony, eventually built a navy, defeated the Athenian fleet and starved Athens into submission in 404 BCE. The Peloponnesian War left Greece exhausted and divided, but the classical cultural achievements continued. 4th century Athens remained an intellectual center even as its political power declined. Plato's Academy and Aristotle's Lyceum attracted students from throughout the Mediterranean. New forms of comedy, oratory, and philosophy flourished. The Greek world was changing, but its cultural vitality remained impressive. As the once dominant city-states weakened themselves through constant warfare, a new power emerged on the northern periphery of the Greek world. Macedonia, long considered a backwater of semi-barbaric Greek speakers, transformed under King Philip II into a formidable military machine with a clear agenda, unifying the squabbling Greek cities under Macedonian leadership. Philip reformed the Macedonian army, creating the nearly unstoppable phalanx formation of soldiers, wielding 18-foot pikes called sarissas. While technically Greek, Macedonians had a monarchy rather than city-state governments, drank their wine unmixed with water, scandalous, and were viewed by southern Greeks somewhat like sophisticated urbanites today might view distant rural cousins who show up at family reunions with questionable fashion choices and overly enthusiastic hugs. Despite Greek prejudice against their northern neighbors, Philip methodically expanded Macedonian influence, using a combination of military threat, diplomatic marriages, and good old-fashioned bribery. The Athenian orator Demosthenes delivered passionate speeches called the Philippics, warning about the Macedonian threat, but most Greek cities were too exhausted from their own conflicts to mount effective resistance. In 338 BCE, Philip defeated a combined Greek force at the Battle of Chaeronea, effectively ending the independence of the Greek city-states. Philip was assassinated before he could lead a planned invasion of Persia, leaving that task to his 20-year-old son, Alexander. Far from being a spoiled rich kid inheriting daddy's business, Alexander had been educated by none other than Aristotle and had already led the decisive cavalry charge at Chaeronea. The young king quickly consolidated control, brutally suppressing revolts, and then launched the greatest military adventure of the ancient world, the conquest of the Persian Empire. Alexander's campaign was so successful it seems almost implausible. In just 11 years, he led his Greek and Macedonian army from Greece to Egypt, Mesopotamia, Persia, and as far as the Indus River in modern Pakistan. He never lost a battle, founded numerous cities named after himself, the original personal branding expert, and created the largest empire the Western world had seen up to that point. His strategies are still studied in military academies, and his image appears on everything from ancient coins to modern Greek currency, proof that a good publicity campaign can last millennia. Unlike many conquerors, Alexander wasn't just interested in loot and territory. He had a vision of cultural fusion between Greece and the East, adopting Persian court customs, encouraging his officers to marry Persian noblewomen, and incorporating Persians and other non-Greeks into his administration. This policy, called the fusion of peoples, scandalized many traditional Macedonians and Greeks, but laid the groundwork for the cosmopolitan civilization that would develop after his death. Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE, at age 32, either from disease, poisoning, or the consequences of his increasingly legendary drinking habits. Unlike most world-changing figures, he didn't live long enough to see his own legacy unfold. He left behind no clear succession plan, supposedly saying on his deathbed that his empire should go to the strongest, essentially guaranteeing civil war among his ambitious generals. Alexander's death marks the transition from the classical to the Hellenistic period of Greek history. His empire fragmented into multiple kingdoms ruled by his generals and their descendants, but Greek culture, language, and institutions spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean and as far as Central Asia. Greek became the international language of government, commerce, and education from Egypt to Afghanistan. Local traditions blended with Greek elements, creating new artistic styles, religious syncretism, and intellectual exchanges. The Hellenistic period saw Greek civilization reach its widest geographical extent even as its political unity dissolved. Alexandria in Egypt became the greatest Greek city, home to the famous library and lighthouse. Greek scientists made remarkable advances in astronomy, geography, and mechanical engineering. Euclid systematized geometry. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with surprising accuracy, and Archimedes developed revolutionary principles in physics and engineering. This vibrant multicultural Greek world would eventually be absorbed by an emerging power from the west, Rome. But even as Rome conquered the Hellenistic kingdoms militarily, educated Romans acknowledged Greece as their cultural and intellectual superior. As the Roman poet Horace put it, captive Greece captured her savage conqueror. Greek art, literature, philosophy, and science became fundamental parts of Roman civilization and, through Rome, of the Western tradition as a whole. So ended the independent political journey of ancient Greece, not with a dramatic last stand, but with a gradual cultural victory that ensured their ideas would shape the world long after their cities lost political independence. From city-states squabbling over local territory, they had created ideas and institutions that would span continents and millennia. Not bad for a civilization that began with shepherds telling stories about gods behaving badly on Mount Olympus. The rain falls softly on the old stone buildings of Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. Students hurry across campus, heads down against the weather. Few notice the curious windowless building made of sandstone that sits back from the street. Its heavy doors remain locked to all but a select few. This is the Tomb, headquarters of perhaps the most famous college secret society in America, Skull and Bones. Within these walls, generations of America's elite have participated in mysterious rituals that remain largely hidden from public view, even today. The story begins in 1832, when Yale senior William Russell returns from studying in Germany. There he encountered the secretive student societies that were popular at German universities. Inspired, he joins with fellow student Alphonso Taft to establish their own society at Yale. They name it the Order of Skull and Bones, or simply Bones to its members. From its earliest days, the society adopts an air of mystery and exclusivity. Their symbol becomes exactly what the name suggests: skull and crossbones with the number 322 beneath it. Unlike many college fraternities focused on social activities, Skull and Bones establishes itself as something more serious and ambitious. Each year, only 15 Yale seniors receive the tap, a literal shoulder tap from a current member that serves as an invitation to join. Traditionally, these chosen few represent the elite of Yale team captains, student government leaders, editors of the school newspaper, and sons of powerful families. Once tapped, almost no one refuses the honor. The society builds its headquarters in 1856, an imposing structure on High Street that Yale students nickname the Tomb. The windowless building radiates mystery. Campus rumors tell of strange noises coming from inside, chanting, music, even screams. The interior remains off-limits to non-members, though descriptions from former bonesmen mention rooms decorated with skeletons, coffins, and German and American military memorabilia. At the center supposedly lies a room called the Inner Temple, where the most important rituals take place. What happens inside the tomb has been subject to endless speculation. According to leaked accounts, new members go through initiation ceremonies that include lying in a coffin while recounting their personal and sexual histories to fellow members. They receive new names by which they are known within the society. They participate in mock rituals involving skeletons and bones. While these practices sound theatrical or even silly from the outside, members reportedly take them very seriously as bonding experiences that create lifelong connections. The society maintains many traditions that strengthen these bonds. Every Thursday and Sunday night during the school year, members gather for dinner in the Tomb, where they debate politics and moral questions. Each bonesman supposedly shares his life story with his fellow members, creating deep intimacy and trust. The society provides financial support to members in need, offers career connections, and brings members together for reunions long after graduation. What makes Skull and Bones especially fascinating is not just its secrecy but the remarkable success of its members. The roster of bonesmen includes 3 U.S. presidents: William Howard Taft, George H.W. Bush, and George W. Bush. Supreme Court justices, senators, secretaries of state, CIA directors, and founders of major media companies have emerged from its ranks. In the business world, bonesmen have led companies like Morgan Stanley, Time Inc., and numerous investment firms. The network of powerful alumni helps explain why a tap from Skull and Bones can be life-changing. This concentration of power has naturally led to conspiracy theories about the true purpose and influence of the society. Some claim it is part of a global network controlling world events. Others suggest it has connections to intelligence agencies or banking cabals. The society became particularly fascinating to conspiracy theorists when both candidates in the 2004 presidential election, George W. Bush and John Kerry, were bonesmen, leading to jokes that America was guaranteed a skull and bones president regardless of the outcome. Reality is likely less dramatic but still significant. The society functions as an intense networking organization that connects promising young people with established power brokers. The bonds formed in the tomb create a lifelong fraternity whose members help each other rise through the ranks of American institutions. While not controlling world events directly, this network certainly influences areas of government, finance, and media in ways that remain largely invisible to outsiders. The society has faced challenges, adapting to a changing world. For most of its history, Skull and Bones admitted only white male students, reflecting the composition of Yale itself in earlier eras. Women were only admitted beginning in 1991, after heated debates among alumni that nearly tore the society apart. This change came years after Yale itself began admitting female students in 1969. Even today, questions about diversity and inclusion continue to challenge an organization founded on tradition and exclusivity. Modern Yale students often have mixed feelings about Skull and Bones and the other secret societies on campus. Some view them as outdated remnants of an elitist past, while others still covet the tap as a mark of campus distinction. The secretive nature of the organizations feels at odds with contemporary values of transparency and openness. Yet each spring, the tapping ritual continues, with new students joining the long line of bonesmen that stretches back nearly 2 centuries. The society guards its secrets closely, but occasional leaks and revelations provide glimpses inside. In 2001, journalist Alexandra Robbins published a book based on interviews with bonesmen who spoke anonymously about their experiences. A few years later, 2 Yale students using climbing gear scaled the walls of the tomb and photographed portions of the interior, publishing the images online. In 2009, trumpets and strange noises were recorded, coming from the building during an initiation night. Each revelation feeds public curiosity while barely scratching the surface of the society's inner workings. Some of the most persistent rumors involve items allegedly stolen by bonesmen as pranks or trophies. These include the skulls of famous figures like Geronimo, Pancho Villa, and even President Martin Van Buren. While most of these stories are likely false, the society does maintain a collection of memorabilia and gifts from members. The interior is described as part museum, part clubhouse, with artifacts from different eras of American history displayed alongside more mundane items like sports memorabilia. The society operates through a complex financial structure. The Russell Trust Association, established in 1856, manages its assets, which reportedly include valuable real estate and investment portfolios. Financial support from wealthy alumni helps maintain the tomb and fund society activities. The exact value of these holdings remains private, but estimates suggest the society controls assets worth millions of dollars, all dedicated to perpetuating its traditions and supporting its members. As night falls over the Yale campus, lights occasionally flicker behind the small, high windows of the tomb. Inside, America's future leaders engage in rituals that have changed little since the 1800s. They form bonds that will connect them throughout their careers in government, business, and beyond. While much about Skull and Bones remains mysterious, its most important function is perhaps the simplest, as creating an unbreakable network of powerful individuals united by shared secrets and experiences. The rain continues to fall on the sandstone walls of the tomb. Students pass by, glancing curiously at the building where so many powerful American lives have been shaped. Some will one day receive the tap themselves. Most will never know what truly happens within. The secrets of Skull and Bones remain largely hidden, even as its influence continues to be felt in corridors of power across America and beyond. Tonight we journey into the shadowed halls of history's most enduring brotherhood. The Freemasons have inspired wonder and speculation for centuries, their secretive traditions echoing through time like whispers in ancient stone chambers. The cobblestone streets of medieval Europe set the scene for our story. Here, skilled stonemasons work together under the open sky, their hammers striking in rhythmic precision as magnificent cathedrals slowly reach toward heaven. These were not ordinary craftsmen, but masters who held deep knowledge of mathematics, geometry, and architectural principles passed down through generations. The true origins of Freemasonry remain cloaked in mystery. Some historical accounts trace their beginnings to the builders of King Solomon's Temple, or to the Knight Templars who guarded ancient treasures. Most historians, however, agree that modern Freemasonry grew from these medieval Mason guilds during the Gothic cathedral building era of the Middle Ages. During the 1300s and 1400s, Mason guilds formed lodges, sacred spaces where they gathered to share meals, teach their craft, and protect their trade secrets. They developed special signs, handshakes, and passwords that allowed members to recognize each other when traveling between towns seeking work. In an age when most people never ventured beyond their village boundaries, these Masons moved freely between great construction projects, carrying their knowledge across countries and cultures. As the grand cathedral building period waned in the 1600s, these lodges began to transform. They started accepting men who weren't actual stonemasons, but who valued the philosophical and symbolic aspects of the craft. These new members, called accepted or speculative Masons, found meaning in the moral teachings embedded in the tools and traditions of stonemasonry. The year 1717 marked a turning point when 4 London lodges united to form the first Grand Lodge of England, establishing the foundation of modern Freemasonry. From this centre, the Brotherhood spread across Europe and eventually to America and beyond, its influence growing with each passing decade. Throughout history, the organisation attracted remarkable figures: George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Mozart, Voltaire, Winston Churchill. Men who shaped the world in profound ways while carrying Masonic principles in their hearts. Freemasons played significant roles in revolutions and social movements, including the American Revolution, where many founding fathers brought Masonic ideals of liberty, equality, and brotherhood into the framework of a new nation. Within their lodge meetings, Freemasons performed solemn rituals rich with symbolism. The tools of the Mason's trade, the square, compass, level, and plumb, became powerful symbols teaching moral lessons. The square represents integrity and honesty in all dealings. The compass teaches the importance of setting proper boundaries and maintaining balance in life. Members progressed through 3 main degrees: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason, each level revealing deeper wisdom through allegory and ritual. At the heart of Freemasonry lies belief in a supreme being they call the Grand Architect of the universe. While spiritual in nature, Freemasonry is not a religion itself. It welcomes men of different faiths, but requires all members to profess belief in some higher power. Political and religious discussions are traditionally forbidden in lodge meetings to preserve harmony among brothers from diverse backgrounds. The secretive nature of Masonic practices inevitably sparked suspicion and opposition. Throughout history, they faced resistance from religious institutions, governments, and the public. The Catholic Church banned Catholics from joining as early as 1738. In the late 1700s, the mysterious disappearance of William Morgan, who threatened to reveal Masonic secrets, triggered the anti-Masonic movement in America. During darker periods of history, like World War II, the Nazis persecuted Freemasons alongside other groups deemed threatening to their power. This secrecy bred countless theories about the Brotherhood. Some claimed they controlled governments from hidden chambers. Others believed they guarded ancient mystical knowledge passed down through the ages. The all-seeing eye above the pyramid on the American dollar bill became a source of speculation about Masonic influence in national symbols. Beyond their private ceremonies, Freemasons established a legacy of charitable work. They built hospitals, funded education, and supported community projects worldwide. The Shriners, a Masonic organization recognizable by their distinctive red fez hats, created a network of children's hospitals providing free medical care to those in need. This commitment to service reflects the Masonic ideal of making good men better, and by extension, improving society. The grand architecture of Washington, D.C. bears witness to Masonic influence in its layout and design. Masonic temples built during the 18th and 19th centuries still stand in cities across the globe, their classical columns and symbolic decorations preserving the aesthetic vision of the Brotherhood. These impressive structures served as centers of community life during an era when Masonic membership reached its peak. Masonic symbols appear throughout culture in subtle ways. The square and compass emblem, often with the letter G representing both geometry and God, adorns buildings and monuments worldwide. Other meaningful symbols include the white apron worn during ceremonies, the checkered floor representing the duality of human experience, and twin pillars named Boaz and Jachin that recall the entrance to Solomon's temple. In modern times, Freemasonry faces new challenges. Membership has declined significantly from its height in the early 20th century, when millions belonged to the order. Younger generations often show less interest in traditional fraternal organizations. Many lodges struggle to maintain their historic buildings or continue their charitable traditions with fewer members and resources. Yet the brotherhood adapts and endures. In recent decades, many grand lodges have become more transparent about their practices, creating public websites, publishing books about their history, and even allowing visitors to tour once private spaces. This openness represents a significant evolution for an organization once defined by its secrecy. Whatever future awaits Freemasonry, its legacy flows deep in the currents of world history. From the stones of medieval cathedrals to the foundational principles of modern democracies, the influence of this ancient brotherhood extends far beyond its ritual chambers. The working tools of operative masons transformed into powerful symbols for building better men and societies. As darkness settles over ancient lodge halls tonight, we might wonder what truly unfolds behind those guarded doors. Perhaps the greatest secret of Freemasonry is that there is no world-changing revelation hidden within its rituals, only the timeless pursuit of wisdom, strength, and beauty passed from generation to generation of men, seeking light amid the shadows of human existence. Tonight, somewhere in the world, a gavel will sound, calling a lodge to order just as it has for centuries. New members will take the same solemn oaths that countless others before them have taken, joining an unbroken chain of tradition, stretching back into the mists of history. A living connection to craftsmen who raised great cathedrals stone by stone, guided by the light of ancient wisdom. Torches illuminate the grand hall of a medieval castle somewhere in Eastern Europe. Noblemen and knights gather in solemn ceremony, each wearing a distinctive emblem, a dragon curled in a circle, with its tail wrapped around its neck. They have sworn sacred oaths to defend Christianity against its enemies, particularly the advancing Ottoman Turks whose armies threaten to overrun Europe. This is the Order of the Dragon, a chivalric society whose members included kings, princes, and one man whose son would become immortalized in legend and literature. Vlad Dracul, father of the infamous Vlad the Impaler, better known to the world as the inspiration for Dracula. The Order of the Dragon, or Societas Draconistarum in Latin, emerged in a time of great peril for Christian Europe. The story begins on December 12, 1408, when King Sigismund of Hungary established the order as a select brotherhood of knights and noblemen. Having faced a crushing defeat to Ottoman forces at the Battle of Nicopolis in 1396, Sigismund recognized the need for united Christian resistance against Turkish expansion. The order was created with papal approval, giving it both political and religious legitimacy in the medieval world. Unlike some purely ceremonial chivalric orders, the Dragon Order had serious military and political purposes. Its primary mission was to protect the cross and defend the king and his family. Members swore to fight the enemies of Christianity, particularly the Ottoman Empire, whose forces were advancing northward through the Balkans toward the heart of Europe. The order also aimed to combat another perceived threat to Orthodox Christianity, the Hussite movement. Followers of the reformer Jan Hus, whose ideas challenged Catholic doctrine decades before Martin Luther. The symbolism of the order was rich with meaning. Its emblem featured a dragon with its tail coiled around its neck. This represented the defeat of the dragon, a common symbol for evil in Christian imagery, by strangling itself. In some versions, a red cross appears on the dragon's back, symbolizing its defeat by the forces of Christianity. Members wore this symbol on pendants, cloaks, or armor to identify themselves to one another and signal their elite status to the wider world. Membership in the Order of the Dragon was highly selective, limited to around 24 nobles and knights chosen personally by the king. These men represented the elite of European nobility, from various kingdoms and principalities that faced the Ottoman threat. The original members included Hovojah Vukcic Hovotinic, Duke of Split, Stefan Lazarevich, Despot of Serbia, Alfonso Villa, King of Aragon, Władysław II Jagiello, King of Poland, and many other powerful figures whose territories formed the front lines in the struggle against Ottoman expansion. One of the most consequential members joined in 1431, Vladimir Dracul, ruler of Wallachia, a region in what is now Romania. The name Dracul came directly from his membership in the order. In Romanian, Dracul means both dragon and devil, reflecting the dual nature of the order's symbol. Vlad proudly displayed his membership, even including the dragon symbol on coins minted during his reign. His son Vlad III would later be known as Dracula, meaning son of the dragon, directly connecting his identity to his father's membership in this elite brotherhood. The initiation ceremony for new members reflected medieval concepts of chivalry and religious devotion. Candidates took solemn oaths swearing to defend the cross and the king, to maintain secrecy about the order's affairs, and to display the emblem of the dragon in battle. They received the distinctive collar of the order, featuring the dragon symbol, which they were required to wear on Fridays and during special ceremonies. The rituals combined elements of religious consecration with feudal oaths of loyalty, binding members to both spiritual and worldly obligations. Unlike some secret societies that operated entirely in the shadows, the Order of the Dragon functioned more as an elite public alliance. Members openly displayed their affiliation through symbols and titles. The Order held formal meetings, particularly on St. George's Day, April 23rd, honoring the saint famous for slaying a dragon. These gatherings allowed members to coordinate military strategy, strengthen political alliances, and reinforce their shared commitment to Christian defense. The geographical focus of the order centered on the frontier between Christendom and the Ottoman Empire, regions including Hungary, Croatia, Serbia, Wallachia, and other Balkan territories. These lands formed a buffer zone protecting Western Europe from Ottoman advance, and many members of the order ruled these vulnerable frontier regions. Their political and military coordination through the order helped maintain a unified resistance that slowed Turkish expansion for decades. The membership of Vlad as second Dracul illustrates the complex politics faced by frontier rulers. As voivode, or prince, of Wallachia, Vlad maintained a precarious independence by balancing between Hungarian and Ottoman power. While a sworn member of the Order of the Dragon committed to Christian defense, he sometimes had to appease the Ottoman Sultan through tribute payments and sending his sons, including the young Vlad III, as hostages to the Ottoman court. This difficult position between competing powers was common for many Dragon Order members, whose territories lay directly in the path of Ottoman expansion. The education young Vlad III received while a hostage in Ottoman territories would later influence his brutal tactics as ruler. His father's assassination in 1447, partly due to accusations of betraying Christian interests in favor of Ottoman accommodation, likely shaped his determination to resist Turkish power at all costs. When he later ruled as Prince of Wallachia, his extreme methods of impaling enemies earned him the name Vlad the Impaler. His brutal resistance against Ottoman forces made him a controversial figure, reviled for his cruelty, but admired by some for his effectiveness in opposing Turkish expansion. The Order of the Dragon reached its peak influence during the mid-15th century, when its members played crucial roles in several major battles against Ottoman forces. The most significant came in 1456, when Hungary faced an Ottoman army led by Sultan Mehmed II, fresh from his conquest of Constantinople. John Hunyadi, a key member of the Order and Regent of Hungary, led Christian forces to a dramatic victory at the Siege of Belgrade, halting Ottoman advance for decades. This triumph was celebrated throughout Europe as a pivotal moment in the struggle against Turkish expansion. As time passed, the original purpose of the Order of the Dragon gradually diminished. After King Sigismund's death in 1437, leadership of the order passed to his Habsburg successors, who continued to award membership but with decreasing attention to its original military purpose. By the late 15th century, changing political dynamics and new military challenges reduced the order's practical significance, though it continued to exist as an honorary title bestowed by Habsburg rulers. The legacy of the Order of the Dragon took an unexpected turn through its connection to Vlad the Impaler and the later literary creation of Dracula. When Irish author Bram Stoker was researching his vampire novel in the late 19th century, he discovered the historical Vlad III Dracula and the meaning of his name, Son of the Dragon. This connection, combined with Romanian folklore and Stoker's imagination, transformed the historical legacy of a medieval chivalric order into a key element of one of literature's most famous monsters. Historical artifacts related to the order survive in museums across Europe. The most notable is the famous dragon emblem that appears on medieval artwork, architectural elements in churches and castles, and personal items belonging to members. The Hungarian National Museum in Budapest and other collections throughout Eastern Europe display these remnants of the order's physical presence, providing tangible connections to this brotherhood of dragon-bearing knights. The territories once defended by Order of the Dragon members experienced widely different fates. Hungary eventually fell partially under Ottoman control in 1541 after the Battle of Mohacs. Constantinople, which the order had hoped to help reclaim for Christianity, remained under Ottoman rule as Istanbul until the empire's dissolution after World War I. Yet the order's resistance, along with geographic and political factors, prevented Ottoman forces from penetrating deeper into Europe, potentially altering the continent's religious and cultural development. For modern Romania, the historical connection to the Order of the Dragon represents a complex heritage. While Vlad the Impaler's association with the fictional Dracula has created a tourist industry around vampire legends, historians emphasize his role as a national hero who resisted foreign domination. The dragon symbol that once represented his father's membership in an elite Christian military brotherhood now appears on souvenirs sold to visitors seeking vampire tales, an ironic transformation of a medieval Christian symbol. As night falls across the Carpathian Mountains and Transylvanian forests, where members of the Order of the Dragon once fought against Ottoman forces, their legacy lives on in unexpected ways. What began as a brotherhood of Christian knights defending Europe's eastern frontier evolved through history, legend, and literature into something its founders could never have imagined. The dragon symbol, that once represented their solemn oath to defend Christianity against its enemies, now evokes images of vampires and horror stories, a remarkable transformation of meaning across the centuries. Yet beneath the Gothic fiction lies the historical reality of men who faced the massive military might of the Ottoman Empire at a time when the future of Christian Europe hung in the balance. Their story reminds us how religious identity, political power, and military necessity intersected in the medieval world, creating alliances that helped shape the boundaries of faith and empire that would define Europe for centuries to come. The streets of Belgrade bustle with activity as the sun sets over the Serbian capital in the early 1900s. In a small back room of a modest cafe, a group of men gather around a table. Their faces are serious, their voices low. On the wall hangs their emblem, a skull, crossed bones, a knife, a bomb, and poison. Beneath this grim imagery are the words Uji Dingen Veri, Ille Smrtunion, or death. This is the Black Hand, one of history's most consequential secret societies, whose actions would help trigger the chain of events leading to World War I and forever alter the course of modern history. The story begins in the troubled Balkans of the early 20th century. For centuries, this region had been controlled by the Ottoman Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. As these old powers weakened, nationalist movements emerged among the various ethnic groups seeking independence. Serbia had gained its freedom from Ottoman rule in the 19th century, but many Serbs still lived outside its borders, particularly in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which had been occupied by Austria-Hungary in 1878 and formally annexed in 1908. This annexation outraged Serbian nationalists who dreamed of creating a unified South Slavic state. Among the most passionate was Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijević, known by his code name Apis, meaning bull. As a military officer, he had already participated in a bloody palace coup in 1903, when Serbian army officers assassinated their own king and queen for being too submissive to Austrian interests. This violent action foreshadowed his willingness to use extreme methods for political aims. In 1911, Apis and 10 companions founded Uji Dingen Veri Smrtunion, or Death, more commonly known as the Black Hand. The organization grew from an earlier group called Narodna Odbrana, or National Defense, but embraced more radical tactics. While Narodna Odbrana focused on cultural activities and propaganda to promote Serbian nationalism, the Black Hand was willing to use assassination, sabotage, and terrorism to achieve its goals. The structure of the Black Hand was designed for secrecy and security. Members underwent an elaborate initiation ceremony in a dark room lit only by a small candle, with a skull, crossed bones, a knife, a pistol, and a bomb arranged on a table before them. Initiates swore a blood oath of absolute loyalty and obedience. They vowed to work tirelessly for the creation of a greater Serbia, to keep the organization's secrets, and to sacrifice their lives if necessary. A wrong word or betrayal meant death at the hands of fellow members. The organization operated in cells, with most members knowing only their immediate superiors. At its peak, it counted about 2,500 members, primarily military officers, government officials, judges, and intellectuals. Apis, as the central figure, served as the society's director and used his position as head of Serbian military intelligence to gather information and coordinate operations. The group published a newspaper called Piedmont, which promoted their nationalist views while serving as a cover for their more clandestine activities. The Black Hand established networks throughout Serb-populated areas of the Balkans, especially in Bosnia. They recruited young nationalists, trained them in sabotage and assassination techniques, and arranged for weapons to be smuggled across borders. Their agents gathered intelligence on Austrian military positions and government officials who might become targets. All this was done with the ultimate goal of driving Austria-Hungary from the Balkan territories they saw as rightfully Serbian. Some historians believe the Serbian government maintained a complicated relationship with the Black Hand. King Peter I and Prime Minister Nikola Pasic were aware of its existence and occasionally used its networks for intelligence gathering. Yet they also feared its growing power within the military and its potential to destabilize the region or even overthrow the government if its leaders disagreed with official policies. This created a dangerous situation where a secret organization operated somewhat independently of government control, but with access to military resources. The pivotal moment in the Black Hand story came in 1914. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, announced he would visit Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, on June 28. This date held special significance as the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo in 1389, when the medieval Serbian kingdom was defeated by Ottoman forces. For Serbian nationalists, it was a day of remembrance and deep emotional significance. The Archduke's visit on this day seemed like a deliberate provocation. Gavrilo Princip was a young Bosnian Serb who had joined a revolutionary youth group called Young Bosnia, which had connections to the Black Hand. Together with 5 companions, he plotted to assassinate the Archduke during his visit to Sarajevo. The Black Hand, through Apis and his officers, provided the assassins with weapons, training, and assistance in crossing the border from Serbia into Bosnia. On that fateful morning, the Archduke's motorcade drove through the streets of Sarajevo. The first assassination attempt failed when a bomb thrown by one conspirator bounced off the Archduke's car and injured bystanders instead. Later that day, through an incredible coincidence, the Archduke's driver took a wrong turn and stopped directly in front of a cafe where Princip happened to be standing. Seizing the unexpected opportunity, the young nationalist stepped forward and fired 2 shots, killing both Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie. The assassination set in motion a chain reaction that would engulf the world in war. Austria-Hungary, convinced the Serbian government was behind the plot, issued an ultimatum with demands designed to be rejected. When Serbia failed to comply fully, Austria-Hungary declared war on July 28, 1914. Russia mobilized to defend its Slavic ally Serbia. Germany honored its alliance with Austria-Hungary by declaring war on Russia. France was drawn in by its alliance with Russia. Britain joined when Germany invaded neutral Belgium. Within weeks, much of Europe was at war in a conflict that would eventually claim over 20 million lives. The irony of the Black Hand story is that their actions ultimately undermined their own nationalist goals. The assassination they facilitated did not immediately free Serbian territories from foreign control. Instead, it triggered a world war that devastated Serbia. Austrian and Bulgarian forces occupied the country. Hundreds of thousands of Serbs died in combat or from disease and starvation, and the pre-war Serbian government was forced into exile. Even before the war ended, the Black Hand met its demise through internal Serbian politics. Prime Minister Pasic and the exiled Serbian government came to see Apis and his organization as a dangerous threat to their authority. In 1917, they arranged a trial on charges that the Black Hand had plotted to assassinate Prince Regent Alexander. After a questionable legal process, Apis and 2 other leaders were convicted and executed by firing squad. The organization effectively ceased to exist after losing its founder and primary leader. When the war ended in 1918, Serbia achieved its dream of a unified South Slavic state with the creation of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, later renamed Yugoslavia. In this sense, the Black Hand's ultimate goal was realized, though through a much more devastating path than they had envisioned. The new country brought together Serbian, Croatian, Slovenian, Bosnian, and Macedonian territories, but the unity would prove fragile, planting seeds for conflicts that would erupt decades later. The historical judgment of the Black Hand remains complex. Some Serbian nationalists have viewed them as patriots willing to sacrifice everything for national liberation. Others see them as dangerous extremists whose actions brought catastrophe to their own people and millions of others. Most historians agree that while they did not intend to start a world war, their willingness to use terrorism for political goals represented a dangerous approach that would be echoed by other violent organizations throughout the 20th century. Museums in Serbia and Bosnia today contain artifacts related to the Black Hand and the Sarajevo assassination. Visitors can see the pistol principle used, original copies of the group's constitution, and photos of its members. The street corner where the Archduke was shot has become a historical site, marked with a plaque, and often visited by tourists interested in the event that sparked the First World War. The story of the Black Hand demonstrates how a small secret society, operating from the shadows, can sometimes influence world events far beyond its size or intentions. Their tale connects to broader historical patterns of nationalism, terrorism, and the sometimes violent birth of modern nations. It reminds us that history can turn on seemingly small events, and that actions taken for narrow nationalist aims can have global consequences impossible for their perpetrators to foresee. As night falls over the Balkans where this fateful society once plotted revolution, we might reflect on how their story continues to echo through our world. The map of Europe they helped redraw, the modern warfare their actions helped unleash, and the questions they raise about nationalism, terrorism, and political violence remain relevant over a century after Apis and his companions first swore their blood oath beneath the grim emblem of skull, bones, and weapons. Now that we've seen ancient Egypt in all its pyramid building, pharaoh-worshipping glory, let's talk about what they actually gave to the world besides tourist attractions and mummy-based horror movies. First up, those fancy picture words known as hieroglyphics. Egyptians basically invented the world's most complicated writing system just to make future archaeologists suffer. Each symbol could stand for a sound, a concept, or an entire word, making it the original emoji language. Scribes spent years learning thousands of hieroglyphs when they could have just invented an alphabet with 26 letters like reasonable people. But no, they had to show off. For over 1,000 years, nobody could read these elaborate doodles until a French linguist named Champollion cracked the code in 1822 using the Rosetta Stone. Imagine creating a writing system so complex that it stumped humanity for millennia. That's either the greatest practical joke in history or serious overkill. Despite the complexity, hieroglyphics allowed Egyptians to record everything from religious texts to tax records. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE, contains detailed medical procedures and case studies that read like ancient WebMD entries, except more accurate. Egyptian doctors were surprisingly advanced, treating wounds, setting broken bones, and performing basic surgeries. They even had specialized doctors, the world's first medical specialists, who could charge premium rates for knowing one body part really well. Speaking of medicine, Egyptians were obsessed with the heart, correctly identifying it as the center of the circulatory system. They were wrong about pretty much everything else though, believing that vessels carried air, feces, urine, blood, and various spiritual essences throughout the body. Their version of anatomy was basically a bizarre subway system, where everything went everywhere all at once. Egyptians also excelled at mathematics. They developed practical systems for measurement, taxation, and architectural calculations. Without their mathematical knowledge, those perfectly aligned pyramids would have looked more like lumpy hills. They used a decimal system based on powers of 10 and had symbols for fractions, allowing them to divide things with remarkable precision. They could calculate the areas of rectangles, triangles, and circles, and even had a pretty good approximation of pi at 3.16, which isn't bad for people who counted with hieroglyphs. Their engineering achievements went far beyond pyramids. The ancient Egyptians constructed temples, obelisks, irrigation systems, and entire cities with remarkable precision. They quarried, transported, and erected massive stone blocks weighing many tons each. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned to true north with an accuracy of less than half a degree, which is impressive considering they lacked GPS, compasses, or even steel tools. Egyptians also pioneered early surveying techniques to re-establish property boundaries after the annual Nile floods washed away markers. They invented the shaduf, a counterweighted lever system for lifting water from the Nile into irrigation canals. They even created the first known peace treaty in history between Ramesses II and the Hittite king Hattusili III around 1259 BCE, copies of which were carved on temple walls and clay tablets. Diplomacy. They invented that too. The Egyptian solar calendar was revolutionary for its time, dividing the year into 365 days with 12 months of 30 days each, plus 5 extra days of partying at the end of the year. This calendar was so accurate that when Julius Caesar decided to fix the Roman calendar, he brought in an Egyptian astronomer to help. The result was the Julian calendar, the precursor to our modern Gregorian system. So next time you check your phone for the date, you can thank the ancient Egyptians for figuring out how many days should be in a year. In the beauty department, Egyptians were millennia ahead of the curve. Those dramatic eyeliner looks that keep coming back into fashion, pure Egypt. Both men and women wore heavy black kohl eyeliner, not just for style points, but also to reduce sun glare and supposedly ward off evil spirits. 2 for 1, looking fabulous while fighting demons. They also invented makeup palettes, perfumes, wigs, hair extensions, and breath mints. Ancient Egyptian women used red ochre as blush and lipstick, henna to dye their hair and nails, and various concoctions for skincare. They even had specialized cosmetic spoons shaped like swimming girls or ducks. The original beauty influencers would have had killer Instagram accounts if social media existed in 1500 BCE. Their fashion sense included linen clothing, so finely woven it was almost transparent, elaborate jewelry made from gold and precious stones, and headdresses that would make today's fashion designers slow clap in appreciation. The whole dress to impress concept. Pure Egyptian innovation. Perhaps their most famous contribution was their incredibly elaborate approach to death. Mummification might seem excessive today, but Egyptians believed preserving the body was essential for the afterlife. The process took 70 days and involved removing internal organs, drying the body with natron salt, wrapping it in hundreds of yards of linen, and encasing it in multiple coffins. They invented the concept of a deluxe funeral package, with prices varying based on the quality of service. Budget mummification involved basically injecting cedar oil into the deceased via an uncomfortable location and letting nature do the rest. Premium packages included brain removal through the nostrils using special hooks, a custom mask painted with gold, a personalized copy of the Book of the Dead, and a tomb full of treasures. The original, you can't take it with you but will sure try mentality. This obsession with the afterlife led to one of their most enduring contributions, complex religious concepts that influenced later faiths. Their ideas about judgment after death, a divine trinity, resurrection, and eternal life found echoes in later religious traditions. The Egyptian concept of matter, a cosmic order encompassing truth, justice, and harmony, foreshadowed similar philosophical concepts around the world. Egyptian religion was also remarkably adaptable. Over thousands of years it evolved and absorbed new ideas rather than shattering during times of change. Gods merged, rose in prominence, or faded into obscurity depending on political and social shifts. This theological flexibility helped Egyptian civilization maintain cultural continuity through thousands of years of history. While we tend to think of ancient religions as rigid, Egyptian faith was more like a divine reality show where gods could be voted up or down in popularity. Egyptian artistic conventions influenced Greece, Rome, and countless later civilizations. Their architectural innovations, particularly columns and obelisks, appear in buildings worldwide even today. Next time you see a government building with massive columns, pour one out for the ancient Egyptians who started that whole aesthetic. But all good things must come to an end, and Egypt's decline is a classic story of how even the mightiest empires eventually trip over their own feet. By around 1070 BCE, the end of the New Kingdom, Egypt began showing signs of wear and tear. Internal corruption had become rampant, with priests of Ammon controlling vast wealth and essentially running a state within a state. Nothing kills an empire faster than bureaucrats skimming off the top while pretending to speak for the gods. The pharaohs of the Third Intermediate Period and Late Period found themselves with diminishing power and resources. Regional governors once again asserted independence, fracturing the unified state that had made Egypt so powerful. It was like watching a corporate giant break up into competing subsidiaries, each one weaker than the original company. Climate change didn't help either. Periods of lower Nile flooding led to reduced agricultural output, famine, and economic instability. Nothing tests a government's competence like environmental challenges, and Egypt's increasingly divided leadership proved unable to adapt effectively. When your entire civilization is built around a river behaving predictably, even small changes can cascade into major problems. Foreign invasions accelerated the decline. The mysterious sea peoples raided the Mediterranean coast around a broader Bronze Age collapse that affected multiple civilizations. Libyans moved into the Western Delta region, while Nubians from the south established their own dynasty ruling Egypt for nearly a century. Imagine working so hard to build an empire just to have your neighbors decide it looks nice enough to take over. But the real death knell came from the emerging superpowers to the northeast. The Assyrian Empire, with its terrifyingly efficient military machine, invaded Egypt multiple times between 671 and 663 BCE. They sacked the great city of Thebes so thoroughly that the event was remembered with horror throughout the ancient world. The Babylonians took their turn next, followed by the Persians under Cambyses II in 525 BCE. Persians ruled Egypt as a province of their empire, respecting some Egyptian traditions while imposing heavy taxation. The Egyptians, unsurprisingly, weren't thrilled about this arrangement and revolted repeatedly. These rebellions briefly restored native rule a couple of times, but never for long. The days of Egyptian independence were numbered. Then came Alexander the Great, who conquered Egypt in 332 BCE without much resistance. The Egyptians, fed up with Persian rule, welcomed him as a liberator. Alexander showed political savvy by respecting Egyptian religion and presenting himself as a pharaoh. He even made the long journey to the Oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, where priests conveniently declared him the son of Amun, giving him divine legitimacy. Smart move for a Macedonian trying to rule Egyptians when in doubt. Get the local gods on your payroll. After Alexander's death, his general Ptolemy took control of Egypt, establishing the Ptolemaic dynasty that would rule for nearly 300 years. The Ptolemies were culturally Greek, but played pharaoh for the Egyptian population. They built temples in traditional Egyptian style while living Greek lifestyles in their capital of Alexandria, creating a weird cultural dual citizenship. They spoke Greek, not Egyptian, and married their siblings just like traditional pharaohs, proving that some questionable traditions transcend cultural boundaries. The most famous Ptolemy wasn't actually a Ptolemy at all, but the last ruling queen, Cleopatra VII. Despite being Greek, she actually bothered to learn Egyptian, which made her unique among her dynasty. She navigated the dangerous waters of Roman politics, forming strategic relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, but ultimately couldn't prevent Egypt from falling into Roman hands. With Cleopatra's defeat and suicide in 30 BCE, Egypt became a Roman province. The Romans, practical as ever, recognized Egypt's value as the empire's breadbasket and a source of immense wealth. They maintained some Egyptian religious practices while gradually introducing Roman and later Christian elements. Talk about a cultural identity crisis. From pharaohs to Caesars to Christian saints in the span of a few centuries. Roman rule marked the end of ancient Egyptian civilization as a distinctive and independent entity. The Egyptian language persisted in the form of Coptic, used primarily for Christian religious purposes, but hieroglyphics eventually fell out of use. The last known hieroglyphic inscription dates to 394 CE at the Temple of Philae. Imagine being the scribe who carved the final hieroglyphs, not realizing you were putting the period at the end of a 3000-year sentence. The ancient Egyptian religion, which had endured for millennia, gradually faded as Christianity spread throughout the Roman Empire. Temples were abandoned, converted to churches, or dismantled for building materials. The knowledge required to read hieroglyphics was lost, and with it the direct connection to ancient Egyptian culture. In 641 CE, Arab armies conquered Egypt, bringing Islam and Arabic culture, further distancing the land from its ancient roots. The Egypt of the pharaohs became buried under layers of sand, forgotten by all excepting garbled legends and mysterious monuments standing silent in the desert. The final irony is that ancient Egypt's obsession with preservation and permanence actually worked. Their monuments were so massively overbuilt that they survived thousands of years of looting, repurposing, and environmental damage. Their practice of hiding royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings meant that some escaped the notice of tomb robbers, preserving treasures like Tutankhamun's burial goods for modern discovery. Their hieroglyphic writing on stone temples and tombs, meant to last for eternity, did indeed survive to be rediscovered and deciphered thousands of years later. Even their mummified bodies, meant to house the soul in the afterlife, have provided modern scientists with valuable information about ancient Egyptian health, diet, and daily life. In death, ancient Egypt achieved a kind of immortality. The civilization that was so concerned with life after death has indeed lived on me, not in the divine afterlife they imagined, but in our museums, textbooks, popular culture, and imagination. Their monuments still draw millions of visitors each year. Their artistic motifs still appear in modern design. Their stories still captivate us. In creating a civilization designed to last forever, they actually kind of succeeded. Ancient Egypt reminds us that even the mightiest civilizations eventually fall, but their influence can echo through eternity if they build big enough monuments and come up with a cool enough aesthetic. Style points really do count in the long game of history. In the end, the pyramids outlasted the pharaohs, the hieroglyphs outlasted the scribes, and the myths outlasted the believers. Not a bad legacy for a bunch of river-dwelling triangle enthusiasts. The wind whistles through the stone corridors of a mountain fortress perched high above the Persian countryside. Inside, a group of devoted followers listen to the teachings of their master. These men are not ordinary religious students, they are members of one of history's most feared and misunderstood secret societies, the Nizari Ismailis, better known to the world as the Assassins. From their remote strongholds, they would shape the politics of the medieval Middle East through a campaign of strategic killings that would give our language the very word assassin. Our story begins in the late 11th century, during a time of turmoil in the Islamic world. The once unified Muslim empire had fractured into competing states. Religious divisions had split Muslims into different sects with varying interpretations of their faith. From this complex landscape emerged a branch of Shia Islam called the Nizari Ismailis, led by a charismatic missionary named Hassani Saba. In the year 1090, Hassan and his followers captured the mountain fortress of Alamut in northern Persia, now modern Iran. This remote stronghold, whose name meant Eagle's Nest, sat atop a narrow ridge accessible only by a single path. From this nearly impregnable base, Hassan built a network of similar mountain castles stretching across Persia and Syria. These fortresses would become the power centers of what neighboring peoples called the Assassins. What made the Nizari Ismailis remarkable was not just their mountain homes but their revolutionary approach to warfare. As a relatively small group facing powerful enemies like the Seljuk Empire and later the Crusader states, they could not win through conventional battles. Instead, they developed a strategy of targeted killing. Carefully trained agents would infiltrate enemy courts, sometimes living undercover for months or years, waiting for the perfect moment to eliminate key political or military leaders. The historical records tell of assassin agents who posed as servants, merchants, or even holy men to get close to their targets. When the moment came, they would strike with a dagger in broad daylight, often in public spaces or sacred locations. What made these acts even more stunning was that the assassin rarely tried to escape. Many accepted their own deaths as part of the mission, believing their sacrifice would earn paradise. These dramatic public killings served multiple purposes. They eliminated specific enemies, demonstrated the reach of the Nizari network, and spread terror among opponents. The psychological impact was often more significant than the strategic one. Powerful rulers lived in fear, surrounding themselves with bodyguards and becoming suspicious of everyone. Some leaders even paid tribute to the assassins to avoid becoming targets themselves. The name assassin itself has a fascinating origin. Many scholars believe it comes from the Arabic word hashashiyah, which enemies used as a derogatory term for the group, claiming they used hashish to induce visions. Modern historians doubt the Nizaris actually used drugs, as their missions required clear thinking and careful planning. Nevertheless, the name stuck in European languages, eventually giving us the modern word for political murder. At the heart of Nizari Ismaili belief was devotion to their leader, known as the Old Man of the Mountain to European chroniclers. Hassani Saba and his successors were seen as representatives of the hidden Imam, the spiritual leader of Shia Islam, who they believed would return to bring justice to the world. This religious devotion gave followers the courage to undertake seemingly suicidal missions. The stronghold of Alamut became more than just a military base. It housed an extensive library filled with religious texts, scientific works, and astronomical instruments. The Nizaris valued knowledge and education alongside military training. While their tactics were violent, their ultimate goal was the preservation and spread of their spiritual understanding during a time when their branch of Islam faced persecution from more powerful sects. Legends about the assassins spread far and wide, growing more fantastic with each retelling. Perhaps the most famous tale comes from Marco Polo, who claimed the Old Man of the Mountain had created a secret garden filled with beautiful women, flowing wine, and every pleasure. Young recruits would be drugged, brought to this paradise, and then told they could return permanently after completing a mission. Modern historians consider this story highly dubious, likely based on rumors and misunderstandings rather than fact. The reality of assassin training was probably more practical. Selected young men received education in languages, customs, and disguise techniques that would allow them to blend into enemy territories. They learned patience, observation, and of course fighting skills focused on close-quarter combat with daggers. The psychological preparation was perhaps most important, creating the absolute commitment necessary to carry out missions with little hope of survival. The influence of the assassins reached its peak in the 12th and early 13th centuries. Their network stretched from mountains in Syria to fortresses in Persia. They became players in the complex politics of the Crusades, sometimes forming temporary alliances with Christian leaders against common enemies. Their reputation was so fearsome that legends claim the European monarch Richard the Lionheart feared them, and may have used their tactics as inspiration for his own intelligence network. Among their most famous targets was Conrad of Montferrat, a Crusader king of Jerusalem who was killed by assassin agents disguised as monks in 1192. Their daggers also claimed viziers, generals, governors, and religious leaders whose policies threatened Nizari communities or interests. Not all missions ended in death. Sometimes the mere demonstration that an assassin could reach a ruler was enough to force political concessions. The decline of the assassins began with the arrival of a new and overwhelming threat, the Mongol Empire under Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan. In 1256, Mongol forces besieged and captured Alamut. Legend says the Mongols had been warned about assassin strongholds being impregnable, so they employed a combination of massive military force and offers of surrender terms to overcome the mountain fortresses. The great library of Alamut was destroyed, erasing centuries of knowledge. In Persia, the Nizari state was effectively eliminated by the Mongols. The Syrian branch survived somewhat longer under the leadership of a man named Rashid ad-Din Sinan, the most famous of the leaders to hold the title Old Man of the Mountain. The Syrian assassins eventually fell to the Egyptian Mamluk Sultanate, with their last fortress surrendering in 1273. The era of the assassins as a political and military force had come to an end. Yet the Nizari Ismailis themselves survived as a religious community. Without their mountain strongholds, they adapted by practicing religious dissimulation, outwardly adopting the practices of the dominant sect of Islam, while maintaining their beliefs in private. Today, the modern Nizari Ismailis continue as a peaceful branch of Shia Islam led by the Aga Khan, a direct descendant of their founding leaders. The legacy of the assassins extends far beyond their historical impact. They entered the Western imagination through Crusader chronicles and travelers' tales, often wildly exaggerated. These stories influenced literature, from medieval romances to modern fiction. The popular video game series Assassin's Creed draws direct inspiration from the historical group, though it takes many creative liberties with their practices and beliefs. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the assassins is how they demonstrated that a small, dedicated group could influence world events through targeted action rather than mass warfare. Their strategic use of what we would now call asymmetric warfare allowed them to survive and project power despite being outnumbered by their enemies. This approach has echoed through history in various movements and organizations, though often without the spiritual dimensions that motivated the original assassins. The mountain fortresses that once housed this secretive society still exist today as ruins in remote regions of Iran and Syria. Stone walls cling to precipitous cliffs, silent testimonies to a remarkable chapter in history. Archaeological work at sites like Alamut has helped separate fact from fiction, revealing a more complex picture of the Nizari Ismailis than the legends suggest. The community of believers who combined religious devotion, scholarship, and military strategy in their struggle to survive in a hostile world. As night falls over the mountains where the assassins once held sway, we might reflect on how this medieval secret society left such a profound mark on history and language. Their story reminds us that behind even the most fearsome reputation often lies a more nuanced reality. In this case, a minority religious group fighting for survival through extraordinary means during one of history's most turbulent periods. A cold wind blows through the dense forest as a small group gathers in a remote clearing under the moonlight. Unlike the ancient secret societies with their grand temples and noble claims, this gathering represents something darker that emerged in the late 20th century. No marble halls or historical lineages here, use just a modern manifestation of extremism wrapped in occult symbolism. This is the Order of the Nine Angles, often abbreviated as O-Honor or O9A, perhaps the most controversial and dangerous occult group to emerge in recent decades. The origins of the Order of the Nine Angles remain somewhat mysterious. Like much about the group, most evidence points to its formation in the 1970s in Britain. The founder is generally believed to be David Myatt, though he has repeatedly denied this connection. Myatt is a complex and troubling figure who has moved through various extreme ideologies throughout his life, from neo-Nazism to radical Islam and various occult systems. Under the pseudonym Anton Long, he allegedly wrote the foundational texts that outline the order's philosophy and practices. Unlike traditional occult groups that focus on ceremonial magic or spiritual development, the O-Honor presented itself from the beginning as something more extreme and transgressive. Their writings describe a path called the Sevenfold Way, a system of physical, mental, and magical training designed to produce a new type of human being. What makes the O-Honor particularly disturbing is not just its occult elements, but how it blends these with neo-fascist ideology and the glorification of violence. The name itself, Nine Angles, carries multiple meanings within the group's complex symbolic system. Some interpretations connect it to 9 points of cosmic significance in their worldview. Others link it to dimensional gateways or pathways between worlds. The writings describe these angles as representing various currents of a causal energy that adepts can learn to channel. Like much of their terminology, the concept is intentionally complex and obscure, creating an aura of hidden knowledge accessible only to initiates. The core philosophy of the O-Honor centers around what they call a sinister dialectic. This represents their long-term goal of fundamentally transforming human civilization. In their vision, current society with its emphasis on ethics, law, and human rights is weak and artificial. They believe these structures should be destroyed and replaced with a harsher order based on natural selection, strength, and what they call sinister honor. The time frame they describe for this transformation spans hundreds of years, breaking down into 5 stages they call aeons. What truly sets the O-Honor apart from other occult organizations is their concept of insight roles. These are essentially periods where members are encouraged to take on challenging and often illegal activities to gain experience and push beyond normal social boundaries. Their texts explicitly suggest roles like joining violent political groups, working in law enforcement, serving in the military, becoming a criminal, or even becoming a social worker to gain access to vulnerable individuals. This practical aspect moves the group beyond mere dark philosophy into potential real-world harm. Most disturbing is the practice they call culling. While most modern occult groups explicitly reject violence, O-Honor texts openly discuss human sacrifice as a valid magical practice and a way to contribute to natural selection. They frame this as removing the weak from society. Some O-Honor writings suggest methods and criteria for selecting victims, while it remains unclear if any members have actually carried out such acts. The explicit encouragement of violence creates serious concerns about the group's influence on vulnerable or unstable individuals. The structure of the O-Honor is deliberately decentralized. Rather than having a formal hierarchy with membership cards and regular meetings, it operates as a loose network of cells they call nections. Anyone can claim O-Honor affiliation and start their own nection. This structure makes it nearly impossible to determine the actual size of the group or to monitor its activities effectively. It also allows the organization to survive even when individual cells are exposed or disbanded. The training system of the O-Honor involves physical challenges alongside magical practices. Initiates are expected to develop strength and endurance through activities like long-distance running, martial arts, and survival in wilderness settings. These physical tests accompany magical rituals, often performed at isolated locations like stone circles or mountains. The system includes periods of isolation, fasting, sleep deprivation, and other methods designed to alter consciousness and break down normal psychological barriers. The group has created its own calendar system, mythological framework, and even language called nous. Their rituals often involve chanting in this constructed language, meditation on specific symbols, and the use of ceremonial tools like crystals, robes, and items representing the elements. Some rituals take place during specific cosmic alignments or seasonal points throughout the year. Others are linked to personal progression through their grading system of initiation. The One's influence is spread primarily through the internet, where their texts circulate on obscure forums and websites dedicated to extreme occultism. Their materials blend obscure occult theories with practical instructions for rituals and physical training. The writing style is dense and academic, filled with unfamiliar terms and complex sentences that create an impression of scholarly authority despite promoting deeply troubling ideas. Law enforcement agencies in several countries have expressed concern about the group, particularly as it intersects with terrorist organizations and violent extremist movements. What makes the One particularly dangerous is how it provides a spiritual and philosophical framework that can justify and sacralize violence for those already drawn to extremism. Several neo-Nazi terrorist groups have shown influence from One teachings in their manifestos and symbolism. Most mainstream occult organizations and practitioners have strongly condemned the One. Leaders in pagan, satanic, and magical communities have made public statements distancing themselves from the group and its teachings. They emphasize that despite superficial similarities in some symbols or practices, the extreme ideology and endorsement of violence are completely at odds with the ethical frameworks of most modern occult traditions. The actual spread and influence of the One remain difficult to assess precisely because of its decentralized nature. Some experts believe the group has never had more than a few dozen committed adherents at any time. Others worry that their materials, freely available online, may influence thousands more who never formally affiliate with any Nexian, but absorb elements of the philosophy. The anonymous nature of internet communication makes these numbers nearly impossible to verify. In recent years, increased awareness of the group has led to deplatforming efforts to limit the spread of their materials online. Major social media companies have banned accounts associated with the group. However, their texts continue to circulate on smaller platforms with less content moderation. The esoteric nature of their writing also makes automatic detection challenging, as their coded language can sometimes avoid algorithmic content filters. Despite its extreme nature, the One serves as an important case study in how dangerous ideologies can be wrapped in occult trappings to appeal to certain audiences. The combination of physical training, secret knowledge, elite status, and transgressive practices creates a powerful psychological appeal for some individuals seeking meaning in a complex world. Understanding this appeal helps explain how such groups recruit and maintain members despite promoting objectively harmful ideas. The story of the Order of the Nine Angles remains unfinished. Unlike historical secret societies that rose and fell in previous centuries, this is a contemporary movement still evolving and adapting to the modern world. Its influence continues to be felt in dark corners of the internet and in troubling incidents of extremist violence. For researchers who study extremist movements, the group represents a unique hybrid of occultism and political radicalism that defies simple categorization. As the night grows deeper in our journey through secret societies, the Order of the Nine Angles stands as a warning about the darkest potential of esoteric organizations when divorced from ethical foundations. Unlike the Freemasons with their emphasis on character building or the Rosicrucians seeking spiritual wisdom, the One represents a deliberate embrace of harmful elements that most secret societies throughout history have explicitly rejected. Their story reminds us that not all secret knowledge leads toward light. The sun beats down on a dusty road to Jerusalem. A group of 9 knights rides in formation, their white mantles emblazoned with red crosses fluttering in the desert wind. Swords at their sides and faith in their hearts, they have sworn to protect pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. Few who see them passing by realize they are witnessing the modest beginnings of what will become one of the most powerful organizations in medieval Europe. These are the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, better known to history as the Knights Templar. The story begins in the aftermath of the First Crusade. The year is 1119. Christian armies have recaptured Jerusalem, but the roads leading to the Holy City remain dangerous. Bandits and enemy forces prey on pilgrims making the long journey from Europe. A French knight named Hugues de Payens approaches King Baldwin II of Jerusalem with a bold plan. He and 8 other knights wish to form a new kind of religious order, warrior monks who would combine the fighting skills of knights with the discipline and devotion of monks. King Baldwin welcomes the idea and gives the knights quarters on the Temple Mount, in a wing of the royal palace believed to be built over the ruins of the ancient Temple of Solomon. From this location comes their name, the Knights of the Temple, or Templars. These first knights take vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, living simply and owning nothing individually. Their seal shows two knights riding a single horse, symbolizing their initial poverty and brotherhood. For nearly a decade, the small order struggles in obscurity. Then in 1129, they receive an unexpected champion, Bernard of Clairvaux, one of the most influential churchmen in Europe. Bernard writes a passionate treatise supporting this new concept of a military religious order. At the Council of Troyes that same year, the Templars receive official recognition from the Catholic Church. Pope Innocent VIII later grants them extraordinary privileges. They answer only to the Pope, pay no taxes, and can cross any border freely. With this papal blessing, the order grows rapidly. Donations pour in from across Europe. Money, land, horses, weapons, and sons of noble families eager to join. Their distinctive uniform becomes a common sight. White mantles for knights, symbolizing purity, with a red cross added later to represent their willingness to shed blood for Christ. Their battle flag, called the Beauseant, is black over white, representing their dual nature as both monks and warriors. On the battlefield, Templars earn fearsome reputations. Unlike other knights of their time, they fight with almost suicidal bravery, believing that dying in battle against non-Christians guarantees entry to heaven. Their rule forbids retreat unless outnumbered 3-1. They develop into elite shock troops of the Crusader armies, often leading charges into enemy lines. Their white mantles and red crosses become symbols of terror to their enemies and hope to their allies. Yet the Templars prove to be more than just skilled fighters. They develop a sophisticated financial system that transforms European banking. Pilgrims heading to Jerusalem face dangerous journeys carrying gold and valuables. The Templars offer an ingenious solution: deposit your money at a Templar house in Europe, receive a coded letter, and withdraw funds from Templars in the Holy Land. This early form of banking, combined with their vast network of properties, turns the once poor knights into immensely wealthy bankers. Their wealth allows them to loan money to nobles and even kings. They help finance castle building, trade ventures, and royal projects. When King Louis VII of France needs money for the Second Crusade, he turns to the Templars. King Philip IV of France later becomes deeply indebted to them. The Paris Temple becomes their headquarters in Europe and functions essentially as a medieval bank, complete with guarded vaults and financial advisors. Despite their growing wealth, individual Templars still live modestly. Their daily lives follow strict rules: rising before dawn for prayers, training in combat, eating simple meals in silence while scriptures are read aloud. Their personal possessions remain minimal: weapons, armor, clothes, and a sleeping mat. Templars cannot touch women, even female relatives. They cannot hunt for sport or play games. Their hair is kept short but their beards grown long. Discipline is maintained through a system of penances for breaking rules. For nearly 200 years, the Templars hold significant power in the Holy Land and Europe. They build massive stone castles throughout the Middle East, some with walls 15 feet thick. These fortresses guard key roads and passes, standing as islands of Christian control in increasingly hostile territory. As Muslims gradually reconquer the Crusader states, Templar castles are often the last to fall. The end of the Templar story begins with the fall of Acre in 1291, the last major Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land. Without their original mission of protecting pilgrims, the Templars retreat to Cyprus and their extensive European properties. They discuss plans for new crusades, but their moment in history seems to be passing. Yet they remain wealthy and powerful, controlling vast estates and financial networks across Europe. King Philip IV of France, deeply in debt and coveting Templar wealth, sees an opportunity. On Friday, October 13, 1307, a date that some believe gave rise to the superstition about Friday the 13th, he orders the simultaneous arrest of all Templars in France. The charges are shocking: heresy, idol worship, spitting on the cross, denying Christ, inappropriate kissing, and homosexual practices. Under torture, many Templars confess to these charges, though most recant these confessions when the torture ends. Pope Clement V, weak and largely under Philip's influence, initially protests the arrests but eventually dissolves the entire order in 1312. The last Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, imprisoned for 7 years and subjected to repeated torture, finally faces execution in Paris in 1314. According to legend, as flames engulf him at the stake, he curses both King Philip and Pope Clement, prophesying they will join him before God within the year. Strangely enough, both men die within months of his execution. With the order officially disbanded, Templar properties are supposed to transfer to a rival order, the Knights Hospitaller. But in reality, many kings and nobles simply seize Templar wealth for themselves. The knights who survive the purge either join other military orders or return to secular life. Some flee to countries where the persecution is less severe, like Portugal, where they simply rebrand as the Order of Christ and continue much as before. The dramatic fall of such a powerful organization gives rise to countless myths and legends. Stories spread that a secret fleet of Templar ships escaped from La Rochelle in France, carrying unimaginable treasure. Some tales claim they fled to Scotland, explaining their supposed connection to Freemasonry centuries later. Others suggest they hid a great secret missa, perhaps the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, or explosive religious knowledge that could destroy the Church. The mystery of the Templars captures imagination across centuries. Their story combines all the elements of an epic tale: humble beginnings, meteoric rise, immense wealth, accusations of dark secrets, betrayal, and a dramatic end in fire. Books, movies, video games, and secret societies continue to elaborate on Templar myths. The symbols once worn by these warrior monks now appear on everything from business logos to tattoos. Yet behind these legends were real men living extraordinary lives of contradiction. Monks who were warriors, ascetics who controlled vast wealth, servants of the Church who grew powerful enough to threaten kings. As night falls on our journey through their story, we might wonder what secrets, if any, the Templars truly took to their graves. Or perhaps the greatest secret is that there was no secret at all, just the remarkable truth of their rise and fall, one of history's most fascinating chapters. Fog swirls through the gaslit streets of Victorian London. The year is 1888. While most of society concerns itself with industry and empire, a small group of scholars, artists, and mystics gather in secret to explore realms beyond the physical world. In a private room, decorated with Egyptian symbols and Kabbalistic diagrams, they perform elaborate rituals designed to contact invisible forces and awaken dormant human abilities. This is the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, perhaps the most influential magical society of the modern era, whose practices and ideas continue to shape Western occultism more than a century later. The Golden Dawn began with a mysterious document. In 1887, a Freemason named William Wynne Westcott acquired a set of encoded papers that contained magical diagrams and ritual outlines. These documents, which became known as the cipher manuscripts, included an address for a German occultist named Anna Sprengel. Westcott wrote to Sprengel, who supposedly authorized him to establish a magical order in England based on the manuscript teachings. Westcott enlisted two fellow Freemasons to help create the new organization. Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers was a dedicated occultist known for translating ancient magical texts. William Robert Woodman was an elderly physician with deep knowledge of Kabbalah and mystical Christianity. Together they founded the first temple of the Golden Dawn, called Isis Urania, in London in March 1888. The name they chose reflected the order's goal of uniting various magical traditions: Hermetic philosophy from Egypt, Jewish mysticism, Christian symbolism, and elements of Eastern practices. The society organized itself as a magical university with a system of grades and examinations. New members began as neophytes and could advance through increasingly complex grades, each associated with elements, planets, or zodiac signs. The teachings became more detailed and practical as members advanced. Initial lessons focused on the theory of magic, covering topics like the Kabbalah, astrology, alchemical symbolism, and the correspondence between colors, sounds, and natural elements. For Victorians fascinated by spiritualism and ancient wisdom, but dissatisfied with the limitations of Christianity, the Golden Dawn offered something remarkable: a structured system for personal spiritual development and magical practice. Members learned to create and consecrate magical tools like wands, cups, and daggers. They memorized complex visualizations and practiced techniques for expanding consciousness. The highest grades taught methods for astral projection, communicating with non-physical entities, and performing ceremonial magic. What made the Golden Dawn unique among occult groups was its emphasis on practical experience over theory. While many earlier societies merely discussed esoteric ideas, Golden Dawn members actively practiced ritual magic. They performed elaborate ceremonies wearing specially designed robes in temple spaces decorated with specific colors and symbols. These rituals incorporated dramatic elements like processions, invocations spoken in powerful tones, and visualizations of energy flowing through the ritual space. The order also stood out for accepting women as equal members from its beginning. At a time when women could not vote and had limited educational opportunities, the Golden Dawn offered them access to the same magical training as men and allowed them to hold leadership positions. This progressive approach attracted independent-minded women, seeking knowledge and experiences denied to them in mainstream society. By the early 1890s, the Golden Dawn had expanded to several temples across England and had attracted around 200 members from various backgrounds. Artists joined seeking inspiration for their creative work. Scholars came looking for hidden knowledge from ancient civilizations. Spiritual seekers hoped to develop psychic abilities or contact higher realms of existence. Each found something valuable in the Order's comprehensive magical system. Among the most famous members was the poet William Butler Yeats, whose writing frequently incorporated magical symbolism learned in the Golden Dawn. Actress Florence Farr used magical techniques to enhance her theatrical performances. Arthur Markin and Algernon Blackwood, who would become celebrated writers of supernatural fiction, developed their understanding of the mysterious through Golden Dawn teachings. These creative individuals carried elements of the Order's practices into literature, theatre, and art, subtly influencing wider culture. Perhaps the most notorious member was Aleister Crowley, who joined in 1898. Brilliant but controversial, Crowley advanced quickly through the grades but soon came into conflict with the leadership. His dramatic personality and desire to push boundaries beyond what other members considered appropriate created tensions that contributed to later problems within the organization. Troubles began for the Golden Dawn in 1897. The aging Westcott withdrew from active leadership after his employers at the coroner's office discovered his occult activities. Mathers claimed sole authority over the order, managing it from Paris where he had moved with his wife Mona. Questions arose about the authenticity of the German connection, with some members suspecting that Anna Sprengel might have been invented and the cipher manuscripts created rather than discovered. The situation deteriorated further in 1900 when Mathers admitted a controversial figure named Madame Horace into the order. She and her husband soon used Golden Dawn teachings to establish a fraudulent offshoot and were later convicted of serious crimes, creating a public scandal that tarnished the original order's reputation. Internal power struggles followed, with Crowley attempting to seize control of the London Temple on Mathers' behalf, leading to dramatic confrontations among members. By 1903, the original Golden Dawn had splintered into several separate groups with different approaches to the magical system. Watie led a temple focused more on mystical Christianity than ceremonial magic. Yeats headed another group, maintaining the original practices. Mathers continued with his own organization called Alpha et Omega. Crowley eventually formed his own magical order, incorporating Golden Dawn techniques with his own innovations and Eastern influences. While the original organization fractured, its influence grew as former members published books revealing previously secret teachings. Israel Regardie, who joined one of the offshoot groups in the 1930s, eventually published the complete Golden Dawn magical system, making it available to anyone interested in ceremonial magic. These publications allowed the techniques and ideas to spread far beyond the original small membership. The Golden Dawn system established patterns still followed in modern occultism. Their assignment of symbols to directions, elements, planets, and zodiac signs created a coherent framework that later magical groups adopted. Their methods of visualization, energy work, and ritual structure became standard practices. Their integration of diverse traditions, Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, and Christian into a unified system, demonstrated how ancient wisdom could be adapted for contemporary practitioners. The physical tools and magical implements designed by the Golden Dawn became iconic in Western magic. Their tarot deck designs, created by Mathers and artist Pamela Coleman Smith, revolutionized tarot imagery and remain influential today. Their ritual wand with magnetic polarities, their symbolic rose cross, and their method of constructing magical circles all became standard equipment for later practitioners of ceremonial magic. Modern studies of the Golden Dawn reveal a complex organization that was simultaneously revolutionary and deeply rooted in its Victorian context. Their magical innovations pushed boundaries, yet their hierarchical structure reflected the society around them. They embraced ancient wisdom while responding to modern developments, like psychology and scientific discoveries. They included women as equals while maintaining many social conventions of their time. Today, numerous magical groups trace their lineage back to the Golden Dawn or incorporate elements of its system. Modern ceremonial magicians still perform rituals similar to those developed in those London temples. Pagan groups draw on Golden Dawn correspondences between colors, elements, and directions. Even popular culture shows its influence, from fantasy fiction to films depicting magical practices. The physical remains of the original Golden Dawn are few. No temples survive intact, and most ritual objects have been lost or destroyed. What remains are the writings, both published works and private journals of members, preserving the elaborate system of magic they developed. Museums occasionally display artifacts like member robes or magical tools, and libraries house the books written by Golden Dawn members sharing their experiences and techniques. As night deepens around us and the boundary between worlds grows thin, we might imagine those Victorian magicians in their candlelit temples, draped in colored robes and wielding symbolic tools, attempting to pierce the veil between the seen and unseen realms. Whether one believes in the efficacy of their magical practices or views them as elaborate psychological exercises, their quest to explore human consciousness and connect with something beyond the material world represents a timeless human endeavor that continues in new forms to this day. Darkness blankets the Italian countryside as a group of men make their way through dense forest toward a remote charcoal burner's hut. Inside, the simple dwelling has been transformed. Black cloths cover the walls. A rough wooden table holds 3 objects: a bundle of sticks, a white linen cloth, and a bowl of salt. The men speak in hushed tones, using special passwords and recognition signs. These are not ordinary peasants or laborers, but members of the Carbonari, a secret revolutionary society whose burning desire for liberty would help shape the future of Italy and spread revolutionary ideals across Europe in the early 19th century. The name Carbonari means charcoal burners in Italian. The society adopted symbolism from this humble profession, which involved creating charcoal by slowly burning wood under controlled conditions. This transformation of raw material into something more refined and powerful became a perfect metaphor for their own political aims: to transform Italy from a collection of foreign-dominated states into a unified, independent nation. The exact origins of the Carbonari remain somewhat mysterious, as befits a secret society. Some evidence points to their formation in southern Italy, possibly in the Kingdom of Naples around 1806, during the Napoleonic era. Others suggest they emerged from older secret groups in France or northern Italy. What is clear is that by the 1810s they had become a significant underground movement with thousands of members across the Italian peninsula. The early 19th century was a time of political turmoil in Italy. After centuries as a patchwork of small states, the region had been conquered and reorganized during the Napoleonic Wars. With Napoleon's defeat in 1815, the Congress of Vienna restored many old monarchies and placed large parts of Italy under Austrian control or influence. Local rulers, often backed by Austrian military power, imposed reactionary policies that limited free speech, restricted education, and harshly punished political dissent. In this repressive environment, the Carbonari grew rapidly. Unable to express their political views openly, liberals, nationalists, and reformers joined the secret society to find like-minded allies and work toward change. Members came from various social classes. The society included intellectuals, military officers, government officials, professionals, merchants, and some forward-thinking nobles. What united them was opposition to absolute monarchy and foreign control, along with support for constitutional government and greater personal liberties. The organization of the Carbonari was deliberately complex, designed to protect members from infiltration and betrayal. Local groups called vendite, meaning sales, reported to higher-level groups in a pyramid structure. Members underwent elaborate initiation ceremonies with multiple stages or degrees. New initiates, called apprentices, faced intimidating rituals involving blindfolds, symbolic threats, and solemn oaths of secrecy before becoming Master Carbonari. The ritual elements borrowed symbols from Christianity, medieval craft guilds, and Freemasonry. Members called themselves good cousins and used special handshakes, coded phrases, and recognition signs to identify fellow Carbonari. Their secret vocabulary transformed ordinary objects into political symbols. Twigs represented the people who were stronger together than alone. Salt symbolized wisdom, water stood for equality, and fire represented liberty and purification. The Carbonari first emerged as a major revolutionary force in 1820 when they led an uprising in Naples. Military officers who were secret members of the society mutinied against King Ferdinand I, demanding a constitution that would limit royal power. The rebellion gained widespread support, forcing the king to temporarily agree to their demands and establish a constitutional government. This early success inspired Carbonari in other regions and seemed to demonstrate that their methods could produce real political change. The victory proved short-lived. Austria, concerned about revolutionary movements spreading through its Italian territories, sent troops to crush the Neapolitan Revolution and restore absolute monarchy. A similar Carbonari-led revolt in Piedmont in northern Italy in 1821 also ended in defeat. The Austrian army proved too powerful, and the hoped-for support from the general population did not materialize in sufficient numbers. Many Carbonari leaders were executed, imprisoned, or forced into exile after these failed uprisings. Despite these setbacks, the movement survived and spread beyond Italy. Carbonari groups formed in France, where they attempted to overthrow the restored Bourbon monarchy in the 1820s. They gained footholds in Spain, Portugal, and even as far as Brazil. Their organizational structure and revolutionary tactics influenced other secret societies across Europe, including the Decembrists in Russia, who led an unsuccessful revolt against Tsar Nicholas I in 1825. One of the most famous Carbonari was Giuseppe Mazzini, a brilliant Italian nationalist born in Genoa. Joining as a young man, Mazzini quickly became disillusioned with what he saw as the society's lack of clear political vision and excessive focus on ritual. In 1831, he founded his own revolutionary organization called Young Italy, which absorbed many former Carbonari members. While rejecting their secretive structure, Mazzini built upon their nationalist ideals to promote a more coherent vision of Italian unification. Another notable figure connected to the Carbonari was Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, the future Emperor Napoleon III of France. As a young man, he reportedly joined the society during the 1830 revolution in France, although he later turned against radical revolutionary movements after becoming ruler. This connection illustrates how the Carbonari network reached into the highest levels of European society and influenced individuals who would later shape national policies. The methods of the Carbonari reflected both the dangers and possibilities of their time. They communicated through coded messages and secret couriers. They established passwords that changed regularly. Important information was often memorized rather than written down to avoid incriminating evidence. Members were organized in small cells, with most knowing only their immediate group rather than the broader organization. These security measures helped the society survive repeated waves of government repression. Their revolutionary tactics varied by region and time period. Some groups focused on political education and gradually building support for constitutional reform. Others planned armed uprisings, assassinations of government officials, or military mutinies. This range of approaches sometimes created tensions within the movement between those who favored peaceful change and those who believed violence was necessary to overthrow entrenched power structures. By the 1830s and 1840s, the Carbonari as a distinct organization began to decline, with members shifting to newer political movements with clearer ideological frameworks. Their influence lived on, however, in the work of Italian unification leaders like Mazzini, Giuseppe Garibaldi, and Count Cavour. The revolutionary spirit and organizational techniques of the Carbonari contributed to the eventual creation of a unified Italian state in 1861, though the constitutional monarchy that emerged differed from their more republican visions. The legacy of the Carbonari extends beyond their direct political impact. They represented a crucial transition in the development of modern revolutionary movements. Earlier secret societies like the Illuminati had focused primarily on philosophical discussion and gradual reform. Later groups like communist and anarchist organizations would develop more structured ideologies. The Carbonari stood between these models, combining romantic symbolism with practical political action in ways that influenced future revolutionary movements worldwide. In Italian popular memory, the Carbonari became romantic symbols of resistance against tyranny. Their secret meetings, dramatic oaths, and willingness to risk death for their beliefs captured the imagination of writers and artists. Alexandre Dumas featured Carbonari characters in his novels. Composers like Verdi included themes of resistance and liberty inspired by their struggle. These cultural representations helped transform the historical Carbonari into legendary figures representing the Italian spirit of independence. Museums in modern Italy occasionally display Carbonari artifacts, ritual aprons, symbolic tools, coded documents, and other remnants of their secret world. Their meeting places, often humble structures that belied their historical importance, have largely disappeared or been transformed over time. What remains most clearly is their influence on Italian national identity and their place in the larger story of Europe's long and often painful evolution toward more democratic forms of government. The Italian flag itself carries a connection to this revolutionary past. The green, white, and red tricolour was adopted by various Italian revolutionary groups, including those influenced by Carbonari ideals, before becoming the official flag of the unified nation. Each time it flies over an Italian government building or school, it serves as a subtle reminder of the secret societies that helped kindle the flames of Italian nationalism almost 2 centuries ago. As night deepens over the Italian landscape where the Carbonari once gathered in remote huts and hidden cellars, we might reflect on how ordinary people risking everything for political ideals helped shape the modern world. Though their immediate revolts failed, their longer-term vision of a unified Italy and constitutional government eventually prevailed. Their story reminds us that movements that seem defeated in their own time can plant seeds that grow into significant change in the decades that follow. Snow falls quietly on the streets of Munich in the winter of 1918. Germany lies defeated after the First World War. Its monarchy collapsed, its people hungry and disillusioned. In this atmosphere of national despair, a group of wealthy intellectuals, aristocrats, and military officers gather in the elegant Hotel Vierassaeten. They speak in hushed tones about ancient Nordic legends, lost civilizations, and the destiny of the German people. This is the birth of the Suli Society, one of history's most peculiar secret organizations whose brief existence would cast a long and troubling shadow over the 20th century. The Suli Society began formally in August 1918, just months before Germany's surrender in World War I. Its founder was Rudolf von Sebottendorf, an adventurer and occultist who had spent years in Turkey studying Islamic mysticism and obscure spiritual practices. The organization took its name from a legendary northern land in Greek mythology, which Sebottendorf and his followers identified with the ancestral homeland of the Germanic peoples. The society used as its emblem a swastika with a sword superimposed upon it, the swastika being an ancient symbol they adopted years before it became associated with Nazi Germany. On the surface, the Suli Society appeared to be a study group for German folklore and archaeology. Members gathered to discuss runes, ancient Germanic traditions, and Norse mythology. They published a newspaper called the Münchener Beobachter, which later became the Völkischer Beobachter, the official Nazi Party newspaper. But beneath this scholarly veneer lay stranger beliefs that mixed occultism with racial theories and extreme nationalism. Central to the society's ideology was the belief in Aryan supremacy and the concept of blood and soil, the idea that the German people had a mystical connection to their land. They studied the theories of writers like Guido von List and Jörg Lanz von Liebenfels, who claimed the Aryan race had special powers and a divine mission. According to their worldview, the pure Germanic people were descendants of godlike beings from Thule or Hyperborea, advanced civilizations they believed existed in the far north in prehistoric times. The society operated from a grand villa in Munich that became known as the Suli Temple. Inside, members participated in rituals that included meditation on runic symbols, ceremonial magic, and attempts to contact ancestral spirits for guidance. Some members claimed to practice clairvoyance and other psychic abilities they believed were dormant powers in Aryan blood. These practices mixed elements from various occult traditions including theosophy, Rosicrucianism, and ceremonial magic with Volkish nationalist ideas. The membership of the Suli Society included influential figures in Munich society. Lawyers, doctors, aristocrats, military officers, and intellectuals joined its ranks. Notable members included Dietrich Eckart, a poet and playwright who became an early mentor to Adolf Hitler, Rudolf Hess, who would later become Deputy Führer of Nazi Germany, and Alfred Rosenberg, who would become the chief ideologist of the Nazi movement. Each brought their own interests and interpretations to the society's blend of mysticism and nationalism. What makes the Suli Society historically significant is not just its bizarre beliefs, but its direct connection to the birth of the Nazi Party. In 1919, Sebetendorf and other Suli members helped establish a political group called the German Workers' Party. This small organization would later be joined by Adolf Hitler, who eventually transformed it into the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party. The Suli Society provided early financing, newspaper support, and a network of influential contacts that helped the fledgling Nazi movement grow. Despite this connection, the relationship between the Suli Society and early Nazism was complex. Hitler himself showed little interest in the occult aspects of the Suli worldview, preferring to focus on political action and mass movement building. He used their racial theories and Germanic symbolism, but discarded the esoteric rituals and mystical practices that were central to the society. Many original Thule members drifted away from the Nazi movement as it grew more focused on practical politics rather than mystical nationalism. The Suli Society itself was short-lived as a formal organization. By 1925, it had largely disbanded, with many members moving into other nationalist groups or directly into Nazi party work. Sebetendorf left Germany for Turkey, later returning to publish a book titled Before Hitler Came, in which he claimed credit for laying the groundwork for Nazism. The Nazi leadership, uncomfortable with these occult connections, briefly arrested him when he returned to Germany in 1933, then sent him back to Turkey. Despite its brief existence, legends about the Thule Society grew over time. After World War II, writers and conspiracy theorists elaborated on the group's activities and influence, often exaggerating its size, power, and mystical practices. Stories emerged claiming the society had possessed ancient magical knowledge, conducted human sacrifices, or maintained contact with superhuman intelligences. These sensationalized accounts mixed fragments of truth with fantasy, creating an image of the Thule Society as more powerful and sinister than historical evidence suggests. Some post-war accounts claim the society sent expeditions to Tibet, Iceland, and Antarctica, searching for entrances to the Hollow Earth or remnants of the ancient Aryan civilization they believed had once existed. While the Nazis did sponsor a scientific expedition to Tibet in 1938, there is little evidence connecting this directly to Thule Society beliefs. Similarly, stories about secret Thule-inspired Nazi bases in Antarctica have become popular in fringe literature, but lack historical foundation. The true legacy of the Thule Society lies in how it helped transform fringe occult ideas into political action, with devastating consequences. The group served as a bridge between the world of esoteric societies and practical politics during a crucial moment in German history. Their mixing of mysticism with nationalism created a powerful mythology about German destiny that, stripped of its more obvious occult elements, could appeal to a nation in crisis, searching for meaning and direction. In the decades after World War II, neo-Nazi groups have occasionally attempted to revive Thule Society ideas and practices. Small occult nationalist organizations have formed in various countries, claiming to be spiritual heirs to the original society. These modern groups typically emphasize the mystical and racial aspects of Thule Society ideology, while attempting to distance themselves from the historical consequences of those ideas. Law enforcement agencies monitor such groups due to their potential for radicalizing vulnerable individuals. The story of the Thule Society illustrates how secret societies can sometimes influence history in unexpected ways. While never large in membership or long-lasting as an organization, its ideas helped shape movements that would change the world. The society represents an intersection of occultism, nationalism, and political activism that demonstrates how fringe beliefs can, under certain conditions, move from the margins to the mainstream with profound consequences. For historians of both occultism and political extremism, the Thule Society serves as an important case study in how mythological thinking can be harnessed for political purposes. The society created a narrative about German origins and destiny that provided psychological comfort and a sense of special mission during a time of national humiliation. This narrative proved adaptable enough to be simplified and spread beyond occult circles to a mass audience searching for explanation and hope. Museums in modern Germany occasionally feature exhibits on the Thule Society as part of the larger history of the rise of Nazism. Historical documents, photographs of members, and surviving copies of their newspaper provide glimpses into this strange chapter of history. Unlike some historical secret societies that sought to keep their very existence hidden, the Thule Society operated somewhat openly in its time, making its activities better documented than many older esoteric groups. The snow continues to fall on Munich streets, Covering the locations where this fateful society once gathered, the elegant hotel still stands, though few guests realize the role it played in a dark chapter of history. The villa that housed the Thule Temple was destroyed during Allied bombing in World War II, erasing the physical center of this brief but influential secret society. What remains are scattered documents, photographs, and the troubling legacy of what happens when mystical nationalism transitions from candlelit ceremonies to political power. As we leave this strange intersection of occultism and history, the story of the Thule Society reminds us that secret societies do not exist in isolation from their times. They reflect the dreams, fears, and obsessions of the cultures that produce them. In the case of the Thule Society, those dreams took a dark turn, showing how the human search for meaning and connection can sometimes lead down destructive paths when mixed with theories of racial superiority and national destiny. Mist drifts through ancient redwood trees in a secluded forest north of San Francisco. As night falls, men in dark robes gather around a massive stone owl, nearly 40 feet tall. A bonfire blazes beneath the towering statue. Haunting music echoes through the trees as a ceremony begins that has remained largely unchanged for over a century. This is the cremation of care ritual that opens the annual summer encampment at Bohemian Grove, the exclusive retreat of one of America's most intriguing secret societies, the Bohemian Club. The story begins in 1872 in San Francisco. The gold rush era had transformed the rough frontier town into a booming city, but a group of journalists, artists, and musicians felt something was missing. Cultural refinement and artistic fellowship. They founded the Bohemian Club as a gathering place for creative minds seeking inspiration and camaraderie. The name reflected their artistic aspirations, referencing the bohemian lifestyle of European artists and writers who valued creativity over convention. The club motto became "Weaving spiders come not here," taken from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. This phrase embodied their core principle. At bohemian gatherings, outside business and practical concerns were to be left behind in favor of art, music, and fraternal bonds. The early membership included newspaper editors, opera singers, painters, and writers who gathered regularly for performances, lectures, and artistic exhibitions. Within a few decades, the character of the club began to shift. Wealthy businessmen and influential politicians joined, attracted by the cultural atmosphere and exclusive social connections. These new members, called associate bohemians rather than regular bohemians, had money and power but little artistic talent. They supported the club financially while enjoying the creative environment created by the artists. Gradually, the balance tipped, and the club transformed from an artistic haven into a gathering place for the elite of American society. In 1899, the Bohemian Club purchased land along the Russian River in Sonoma County, about 75 miles north of San Francisco. This 700-acre property, filled with magnificent ancient redwood trees, became known as Bohemian Grove. What began as a weekend camping retreat evolved into an elaborate summer encampment where members could escape the pressures of public life for 2 weeks each July. Within the grove, they built small rustic cabins and camps with whimsical names like Lost Angels, Mandalay, Owl's Nest, and Silverado. The most famous tradition at Bohemian Grove is the cremation of care ceremony that opens the summer encampment. In this theatrical ritual, members witness the symbolic burning of human worries and responsibilities, represented by an effigy named Dull Care. The ceremony takes place in front of the massive concrete owl statue that has become the unofficial symbol of the club. This ritual, with its robes, pyrotechnics, and elaborate script, sets the tone for the retreat, a temporary escape from the burdens of the outside world. Throughout the 2-week encampment, members enjoy daily activities ranging from serious to playful. Lakeside talks feature prominent members speaking on important topics, often providing insider perspectives on politics, economics, or international affairs. Theatrical productions called Low Jinks and High Jinks showcase comedy skits and musical performances. Members hike through the redwoods, swim in the river, enjoy elaborate meals prepared by staff, and gather around campfires for drinks and conversation. What makes the Bohemian Club particularly noteworthy is its membership roster. Presidents Herbert Hoover, Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, and George W. Bush have all been members. Corporate leaders from America's largest companies, military generals, media executives, bank presidents, and university leaders fill its ranks. With around 2,500 members, The club represents an extraordinary concentration of American power and influence, gathered in one exclusive organization. The most famous quote about the Grove comes from one of its own members, President Herbert Hoover, who called it the greatest men's party on earth. The all-male membership policy has remained unchanged since its founding, though women are employed as staff and occasionally appear as performers. This gender exclusivity has drawn criticism in modern times, but remains central to the club's tradition as a place for male bonding and brotherhood. The secrecy surrounding Bohemian Grove activities has fueled endless speculation and conspiracy theories. The club itself maintains a policy of discretion, with members discouraged from discussing Grove events with outsiders. Journalists are generally barred from the property, though a few have managed to sneak in over the years. When powerful people gather in secret, public imagination naturally fills the void with theories ranging from the plausible to the wildly fantastic. Most accounts from former members and staff describe the Grove atmosphere as surprisingly informal and playful. Men who command corporations and governments reportedly relax, drink heavily, perform in silly skits, and even relieve themselves against the famous redwood trees rather than walking to bathroom facilities. This behavior represents a deliberate escape from the constraints and formalities of their public lives, a chance to temporarily return to a boyhood freedom from responsibility. Yet serious conversations do occur among the redwoods. While official club rules discourage business discussions, the informal networking opportunities are undeniable. Historic meetings at the Grove have included early planning for the Manhattan Project in 1942 and discussions that led to the founding of the United Nations. When people who shape national and international policy gather in relaxed settings, their casual conversations can have far-reaching consequences, even without formal deal-making. The club maintains a city headquarters in San Francisco, a 7-story building near Union Square that includes dining rooms, a library, artist studios, and performance spaces. Here, members gather throughout the year for regular events, maintaining the bonds formed during summer retreats. Unlike the rustic Grove, the city clubhouse features elegant furnishings, fine art collections, and formal dining services. Both locations reflect different aspects of the club's dual nature, money and artistic values, alongside exclusive social privilege. Annual membership fees run into thousands of dollars, and the waiting list for admission typically stretches for years. Prospective members must be nominated by current members and undergo a stringent selection process. While wealth alone does not guarantee acceptance, the financial requirements effectively limit membership to the upper classes. Some members join through family legacy, with membership passing from father to son across generations, creating dynasties within the club. Environmental protests have targeted Bohemian Grove since the 1980s, focusing on the old-growth redwood forest that the club owns. Activists argue that these ancient trees should be protected for the public rather than reserved for private enjoyment by the elite. The club has responded by implementing forest management practices and placing some portions of their land under conservation easements, though the property remains private and closed to the public. Political protesters have also regularly appeared at the Grove gates, objecting to the concentration of power and the secretive nature of the gatherings. These demonstrations highlight the tension between the American democratic ideal of transparency and the reality of private networks where influential decision-makers gather beyond public view. The club defends its privacy as necessary for members to truly relax and speak freely without media scrutiny. In recent decades, the club has faced declining relevance as traditional power structures evolve. The original purpose of providing cultural refinement to San Francisco has become less necessary in a global city with thriving arts institutions. The networking function faces competition from modern forums like economic summits and technology conferences. Younger generations of leaders often favor transparency over secrecy and inclusion over exclusivity, making the club seem increasingly anachronistic. Yet the Bohemian Club endures, adapting just enough to survive while maintaining its core traditions. Its longevity speaks to a persistent human desire for belonging to exclusive groups and the enduring value of face-to-face connections in an increasingly digital world. For members, the appeal remains the same as it has for generations, a place where the burdens of responsibility can be temporarily set aside in favor of friendship, creativity, and the simple pleasures of a forest retreat. As darkness settles over the towering redwoods, the campfires of Bohemian Grove continue to burn each summer. Men who shape our world gather in this private Eden, temporarily free from public scrutiny. Whether viewed as an innocent retreat or a troubling symbol of concentrated influence, the Bohemian Club represents a fascinating intersection of power, secrecy, tradition, and human desire for connection that continues to capture our imagination and raise questions about how decisions are made in a democratic society. Imagine a dark European night in the early 1600s. Candles flicker in the study of a learned scholar as he pores over ancient texts on alchemy, astrology, and mystical philosophy. Outside, religious wars rage and new scientific ideas challenge old beliefs. In this turbulent time, mysterious pamphlets begin to appear in the cities of Germany. They tell of a secret brotherhood called the Rosicrucians, masters of hidden wisdom who work quietly to transform society through spiritual knowledge. The pamphlets cause a sensation across Europe, with some scholars desperately seeking to join this brotherhood, while others condemn it as dangerous heresy. But who are these mysterious Rosicrucians, and do they even exist at all? The story begins with three strange documents published between 1614. The first, called the Fama Fraternitatis, tells the tale of a German doctor named Christian Rosenkreuz, who lived over 100 years earlier. According to the story, Rosenkreuz traveled to the Middle East and North Africa, studying secret wisdom from Islamic and Egyptian scholars that was lost to European knowledge. Upon returning to Germany, he gathered a small group of trusted friends to form the Fraternity of the Rose Cross. The second text, the Confessio Fraternitatis, expanded on the first, describing how these brothers possess secrets of nature, medicine, and spiritual transformation. The third document, called The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz, was a strange allegorical story filled with symbols and hidden meanings. Together, these works announce the existence of a secret brotherhood dedicated to universal reformation of human knowledge, healing, and spirituality. What made these claims extraordinary was the description of the founder. According to the texts, Christian Rosenkreuz lived for 106 years, dying in 1484. His body was placed in a special seven-sided vault filled with symbols, mirrors, and inscriptions. The Brotherhood agreed that the tomb would remain secret for 120 years. The pamphlets claimed that this time had passed, and now the Brotherhood was ready to cautiously reveal itself to the world. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Scholars, doctors, and mystical thinkers across Europe published hundreds of books and pamphlets either praising or condemning the Brotherhood. Some left public notices begging to be contacted by the Rosicrucians. Others claimed to have already joined their ranks. Religious authorities warned that the group practiced dark magic. Yet, despite all this attention, no verifiable Rosicrucian organization appeared to claim responsibility for the original manifestos. Most historians now believe the Rosicrucian documents were actually written by a small group of German Lutheran scholars, possibly led by theologian Johann Valentin André. Rather than announcing a real secret society, the texts were likely a spiritual allegory, using the story of a fictional brotherhood to call for religious and scientific reform during the troubled period following the Protestant Reformation. Yet sometimes, fiction can create reality. In the decades and centuries that followed, various groups formed claiming to be the true Rosicrucian Brotherhood or its spiritual successors. The ideas found in the original manifestos influenced many different movements and organizations dedicated to exploring the borderland between science, spirituality, and human potential. What exactly did these Rosicrucian texts teach? At their core was a blend of Christian mysticism with older traditions of alchemy and Hermeticism. Alchemy was not just about trying to turn lead into gold, as many people think today. It was a spiritual practice that used chemical processes as symbols for inner transformation. The alchemists sought to purify their own soul just as they purified metals in their laboratory. Hermeticism was based on writings attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary Egyptian sage believed to possess divine wisdom. These teachings included the famous principle that became a key Rosicrucian belief: as above, so below. This meant the patterns of the cosmos were reflected in human beings and in the natural world. By studying nature and themselves, humans could understand divine truth. The rose and the cross, which gave the Brotherhood its name, were powerful symbols with multiple meanings. The cross represented the human body and the physical world of suffering. The rose symbolized the unfolding of the soul and divine wisdom. Together they suggested the spiritual transformation that was central to Rosicrucian teaching. As the Enlightenment dawned in Europe, interest in Rosicrucianism merged with Freemasonry and other esoteric movements. Secret societies became fashionable among intellectuals and the nobility. Many Masonic lodges added Rosicrucian degrees to their systems. Famous figures like the composer Mozart included Rosicrucian themes in works like his opera The Magic Flute. By the 19th century, Several organized groups claimed the Rosicrucian tradition. The Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia formed in England as a scholarly organization for Freemasons interested in esoteric subjects. In France, groups like the Kabbalistic Order of the Rose Cross explored ceremonial magic alongside Rosicrucian philosophy. These various organizations often disagreed about which was the true inheritor of the original brotherhood. The modern era saw Rosicrucianism spread globally. In 1915, H. Spencer Lewis founded the ancient mystical order Rosicrucius, or AMORC, in America. This organization became one of the largest Rosicrucian groups in the world, establishing lodges on multiple continents and publishing extensive teachings by mail. Other groups like Max Heindel's Rosicrucian Fellowship and Rudolf Steiner's Anthroposophical Society also drew inspiration from Rosicrucian traditions while developing their own unique approaches. What drew people to these Rosicrucian teachings across the centuries? For many, it was the promise of knowledge not available through mainstream religion or education. Rosicrucians studied healing techniques, meditation practices, and esoteric sciences that orthodox institutions often rejected. They promised a path to develop inner faculties and perceptions beyond ordinary senses. Modern Rosicrucian orders typically offer systematic teachings in stages or degrees. New members begin with basic principles and gradually receive more advanced instruction as they demonstrate their understanding and commitment. Many groups maintain physical temples where members gather for rituals, lectures, and meditation. Between meetings, students practice exercises designed to develop concentration, visualization skills, and intuitive faculties. The teachings often include practical applications as well as philosophical concepts. Some Rosicrucian groups study sound healing, color therapy, or techniques for directing vital energy for health. Others focus on interpreting dreams, understanding cosmic cycles, or communicating with higher planes of existence. What unites these diverse practices is the belief that humans possess latent abilities and awareness that can be systematically developed. Unlike some secret societies, most modern Rosicrucian organizations maintain relatively open public profiles. They publish books, operate museums, and maintain websites explaining their basic philosophy. The secrecy now tends to surround specific rituals and advanced teachings rather than the existence of the organization itself. Many groups actively seek new members through advertisements and outreach programs. Despite this openness, Rosicrucians still cultivate an air of mystery. Their temples feature Egyptian, Greek, and medieval European imagery that connects members to ancient wisdom traditions. Ceremonial regalia, symbolic colors, and special language create a sense of participating in something ancient and profound. This blend of accessibility and mystery has helped Rosicrucianism survive while many other esoteric movements have faded away. As modern science and technology transform our world, Rosicrucian teachings continue to appeal to those seeking to bridge the gap between spiritual and material understanding. Their approach suggests that electric energy, radio waves, and quantum physics might be understood not just through laboratory equipment but through developing human consciousness itself. The ancient Hermetic principle of correspondence between macrocosm and microcosm finds new expression in systems thinking and ecological awareness. The original Rosicrucian story of a hidden vault containing the perfectly preserved body of Christian Rosencreutz serves as a powerful metaphor. Like the symbolic founder waiting to be rediscovered, ancient wisdom remains available to those who seek it with sincere hearts and open minds. Whether the original Brotherhood of the Rose Cross ever existed matters less than the quest for knowledge and transformation that their story inspired. As night deepens around us, we might wonder if some quiet scholars still gather by candlelight, studying the mysteries of nature and spirit as their predecessors have for centuries. Perhaps the true legacy of the Rosicrucians is not any specific organization, but the enduring human desire to penetrate beyond the veil of ordinary perception into the deeper mysteries of existence. The old church stands silent on a hill in the French countryside. Shadows play across ancient stones as the sun sets behind distant mountains. In the village below, a researcher pores over dusty documents in a local library. He seeks evidence of a secret society said to have protected the bloodline of Jesus Christ for nearly 1,000 years. This is the legend of the Priory of Sion, a mysterious organization that exploded into public awareness in the 1980s and reached global fame through the pages of the Da Vinci Code. But unlike the other secret societies in our journey, the Priory of Sion holds a special place in the landscape of history and myth, It appears to be largely a modern creation wrapped in the trappings of ancient mystery. The story as it was first told to the world is captivating. According to documents discovered in the National Library of France in the 1960s, the Priory of Sion was founded in Jerusalem in 1099 by a crusader named Godfrey of Bouillon. This secret organization supposedly protected a great secret myrrh that Jesus and Mary Magdalene had been married and had children whose descendants became the Merovingian dynasty of French kings. The priory had allegedly been led by some of the greatest minds in European history: Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, Victor Hugo, and Claude Debussy, among them, called Grand Masters. This narrative first reached public attention through a series of books published in the 1980s. The most influential was Holy Blood, Holy Grail by Michael Bygent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. The authors presented their research as historical investigation, weaving together mysteries surrounding the French village of Rennes-le-Château, hidden codes in paintings and architecture, and the explosive theological implications of a Jesus bloodline. The book became an international bestseller, introducing millions to the Priory of Sion and its alleged secrets. 2 decades later, novelist Dan Brown incorporated many of these ideas into his thriller, The Da Vinci Code, which sold over 80 million copies and was adapted into a blockbuster film starring Tom Hanks. Through fiction, the Priory of Sion reached an even wider audience. Many readers, caught up in the exciting blend of history, conspiracy, and religious controversy, wondered how much of the story might be true. Was there really an ancient secret society preserving the bloodline of Christ against the wishes of the Catholic Church? The answer, according to most historians and researchers, is far less mysterious but in some ways more interesting as a study of how myths are created in the modern world. The evidence points to the Priory of Sion being largely the creation of a Frenchman named Pierre Plantard, a complex figure with a talent for historical fabrication and self-promotion. In the early 1960s, Plantard and a few associates registered a small organization called the Priory of Sion with French authorities. Far from being an ancient order, this was a new local club with modest stated goals related to low-cost housing and opposing communism. But Plantard had grander ambitions. Over the following years, he and his collaborators created and planted documents in the National Library of France that described the Priory as an ancient order with connections to the Knights Templar and other historical mysteries. These documents, known as the Dossiers Secrets or Secret Files, were carefully crafted to appear authentic. They included genealogies, coded messages, lists of Grand Masters, and maps related to Rennes-le-Château, a small French village that had already developed its own treasure mystery, thanks to the unusual activities of its 19th-century priest, Berenger Saunière. The documents suggested that Plantard himself was a descendant of the Merovingian dynasty, and thus of the Jesus bloodline. Plantard built his elaborate story on existing historical curiosities and unanswered questions. Rennes-le-Château had genuine mysteries. Father Saunière had indeed spent large sums of money redecorating his church in unusual ways, with strange symbolism that fueled speculation about hidden treasures or secrets. The Knights Templar were a real historical order, with puzzling aspects to their rise and fall. The Merovingian dynasty did rule parts of France in the early medieval period, before being replaced by the Carolingians. The genius of Plantard was combining these real historical elements with fabricated documents in ways that seemed plausible enough to intrigue researchers. When journalists and authors began investigating the Priory of Sion story in the 1970s, they found just enough genuine historical oddities to make the fabricated parts seem credible. The story grew more elaborate with each retelling, gaining the veneer of legitimacy through repetition and publication. But the careful facade began to crack under scrutiny. In the 1990s, French researchers discovered that the supposed ancient charters and documents had been created recently. The paper, ink, and printing methods were modern. Some of the alleged medieval parchments contained modern staple holes. The list of Grand Masters included people who had little connection to one another and no evidence of involvement in any secret society. Leonardo da Vinci, for instance, left extensive notes and records of his life with no mention of such an organization. When confronted with this evidence in a 1993 French television documentary, Plantard admitted under oath that he had fabricated the entire story. This confession came during a difficult period when Plantard had become peripherally connected to a political scandal, bringing unwanted official attention to his activities. He acknowledged creating the documents and planting them in the library, effectively exposing the Priory of Sion as a modern hoax rather than an ancient secret society. Despite this clear evidence of fabrication, the myth has proven remarkably resilient. Many people continue to believe in some version of the Priory of Sion story, either unaware of Plantage's confession or unwilling to accept that such an elaborate and widely published narrative could be almost entirely fictional. The village of Rennes-le-Château still attracts thousands of visitors annually, seeking clues to mysteries that were largely invented in the 1960s. The psychological appeal of the Priory of Sion story helps explain its persistence. It combines several powerful elements that resonate deeply with many people: alternative religious history that challenges established authority, hidden bloodlines connecting modern people to sacred figures, codes and symbols waiting to be deciphered by clever investigators, and the tantalizing notion that established history conceals explosive secrets. These themes tap into fundamental human desires for special knowledge, hidden importance, and narratives that make sense of a complex world. For scholars of religion and history, the Priory of Sion phenomenon offers fascinating insights into how myths are created and spread in the modern era. Unlike ancient legends that evolved slowly over centuries through oral tradition, this was a myth deliberately crafted using modern tools, typewriters, photocopiers, and eventually mass media. It demonstrates how quickly a fabricated story can take on a life of its own when it resonates with existing cultural interests and desires. The real mystery of Rennes-le-Château remains unsolved. Father Saunière did somehow acquire significant wealth that allowed him to renovate his church and build a villa, tower, and gardens in the small village. Various theories suggest he found treasure, sold masses, engaged in financial improprieties, or was paid to keep political secrets. His unusual architectural choices and symbolic decorations in the church continue to intrigue visitors, but there is no credible evidence connecting his activities to any ancient secret society or Jesus bloodline. Today, the legacy of the Priory of Sion exists primarily in popular culture rather than historical reality. Beyond the Da Vinci Code, its influence can be seen in numerous novels, films, video games, and television shows that explore alternative religious history and secret societies protecting ancient knowledge. The blend of fact and fiction that characterized Plantage's creation has become a template for many modern conspiracy theories and alternative histories. Some modern groups have adopted the name Priory of Sion for new organizations, claiming to continue the traditions of the alleged ancient order. These range from small spiritual groups exploring esoteric Christianity to online communities discussing alternative history. Without historical continuity to an actual medieval organization, these modern priories are essentially new religious movements inspired by a compelling modern myth. For those interested in genuine historical mystery, the story of how Pierre Plantard created the Priory of Sion myth is actually more fascinating than the fabricated history itself. It demonstrates the power of storytelling, the human desire for hidden knowledge, and the complex relationship between history, belief, and imagination. In an age of information abundance, the line between fact and fiction can blur, allowing modern myths to take root and flourish. As darkness falls over the French countryside and the old church of Rennes-le-Château fades into shadow, we might reflect on how stories shape our understanding of the past. The Priory of Sion may not be an ancient secret society guarding the bloodline of Christ, but as a case study in modern myth-making, it reveals much about our continuing fascination with mystery, our desire for hidden truths, and our willingness to believe in secret histories waiting to be discovered. Welcome to the ultimate rags-to-riches story of ancient history, the saga of ancient Egypt, where a bunch of desert dwellers somehow managed to build giant triangles that still confuse engineers today. Picture this. It's 3100 BCE, and while the rest of humanity is still figuring out that pointy sticks make better weapons than regular sticks, Egypt is about to drop the hottest civilization mixtape of all time. Enter King Menes, the original unifier, who looked at Upper and Lower Egypt and basically said, "Why have two mediocre kingdoms when we could have one super kingdom? Classic corporate merger, ancient style." Before Menes came along, Egypt was basically running the world's oldest north-south rivalry. Upper Egypt was the southern part with their white crown, and Lower Egypt was the northern region with their red crown. Like many neighbouring states throughout history, they spent a good chunk of time glaring at each other across borders. Menes, also known as Nama depending on which historian you ask, decided this arrangement was inefficient and proceeded to conquer his way into a solution. He crowned himself with a fancy new combo crown that was both red and white. Innovation at its finest, folks. Legend has it that Menes founded Memphis as his capital city, strategically placed at the junction between the two former kingdoms. This wasn't just good politics, it was good real estate development. Location. The city became the cultural and administrative heart of the new unified kingdom. Though if they had property values back then, they would have skyrocketed overnight. The real MVP in this story? The Nile River. If ancient Egypt was a reality show, the Nile would get all the confessional time. This river was basically the ancient world's Amazon Prime, delivering everything from water to fertile soil on a yearly basis. Talk about reliable shipping. The Egyptians basically won the geographic lottery, getting regular floods that deposited rich soil instead of just destroying everything. While other civilizations were begging for rain, Egyptians were setting their calendars by their friendly neighborhood river. The Nile didn't just provide water in a desert, it created a 750-mile-long oasis of fertile black soil that the Egyptians called Kemet, meaning the Black Land. Beyond this narrow band of fertility stretched the harsh, red desert they called Deshret, or the Red Land. This stark contrast between lush river valley and barren desert shaped Egyptian culture, religion, and worldview. It was like having paradise and hell right next door to each other. Talk about extreme zoning issues. Annual flooding was so predictable that the Egyptians developed one of the world's first reliable calendars based on it. They divided their year into 3 seasons: Akhet, flooding, Pere, planting, and Shemu, harvesting. Imagine organising your entire life around your local weather forecast and having it actually work out. Modern meteorologists could never. This magical combo of leadership and location let the Egyptians create the world's first true centralised state. They developed bureaucracy before it was cool, and yes, there was paperwork, except their paper was made from plants and called papyrus. Even in 3000 BCE, you couldn't escape filling out forms in triplicate. The early dynastic period saw Egypt working out its growing pains. Kings, now calling themselves pharaohs, established traditions that would last for literally thousands of years. They figured out that when you die, you should probably take all your stuff with you, leading to increasingly elaborate tombs. This started as simple mud brick rectangles called mastabas, but would eventually evolve into those show-off pyramids everyone knows and loves. Speaking of evolution, let's talk about the Old Kingdom, when pyramid building became the national pastime. Around 2700 BCE, a vizier turned pharaoh named Imhotep decided that his boss Djoser deserved more than a flat tomb. He stacked several mastabas on top of each other, creating the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the world's first large stone building. This was essentially the ancient equivalent of that guy who always has to one-up everyone else's stories. Following pharaohs were not about to be outdone in the posthumous housing market. Pyramid design reached its peak, literally, with Khufu's Great Pyramid at Giza, around 2560 BCE, standing 481 feet tall, with more than 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing about as much as a modern car. It remained the tallest human-made structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years. That's what we call a lasting architectural flex. How did they build these massive monuments without cranes, trucks, or power tools? Historians and engineers are still debating the exact methods, but it involved tens of thousands of workers, ramps, levers, ropes, copper tools, remarkable mathematical knowledge, and probably a healthy dose of managerial shouting. No, it wasn't aliens. It was good old-fashioned human ingenuity, combined with a political system that could mobilize massive labor forces and a religious belief that making your dead king happy was worth the back-breaking effort. The Old Kingdom eventually collapsed into the first intermediate period around 2180 BCE, a chaotic time when central authority broke down, regional governors took control, and Egypt experienced its first taste of climate change with a severe drought. Turns out even the most stable civilizations can fall apart when the weather goes wonky and the government stops functioning. Some things never change. Egypt pulled itself together during the Middle Kingdom, 2055 to 1650 BCE, restoring centralized rule and cultural confidence. Literature flourished, trade expanded, and Egypt remembered why it was so awesome in the first place. But this renaissance was interrupted when those aforementioned chariot-driving hipsters known as the Hyksos showed up from somewhere in the Near East and took over northern Egypt for about a century. Fast forward to the New Kingdom era, around 1550 BCE. Egypt had gone through these rough patches, but after kicking out the Hyksos, Egypt entered its imperial phase, or what historians call, that time, Egypt got really into expansion. The New Kingdom was basically Egypt's equivalent of that person who peaks in high school and never lets anyone forget it. Under pharaohs like Thutmose III and Ramesses II, Egypt flexed on everyone by expanding into Nubia to the south and the Levant to the northeast. They weren't just conquering for the fun of it. They wanted all those sweet, sweet resources and trade routes. Nothing says we've made it, like forcing other countries to pay you tribute. Thutmose III, often called Egypt's Napoleon, but with better hair, conducted at least 17 military campaigns and expanded Egypt's borders to their greatest extent. He recorded his victories in elaborate temple inscriptions, essentially creating the world's first military propaganda campaign. His battle at Megiddo is the earliest precisely documented battle in history, described in such detail that military historians still study it today. Ancient Egypt, inventing warfare documentation before PowerPoint was even a twinkle in Microsoft's eye. Queen Hatshepsut ruled during this period too, though she preferred trading expeditions to military ones. She sent ships to the mysterious land of Punt, probably somewhere along the Red Sea coast, and brought back exotic goods like myrrh trees, gold, and baboons. Yes, baboons. Nothing says diplomatic mission accomplished, like returning with primates. Then came Akhenaten, the pharaoh who decided Egypt's thousands of years of religious tradition needed a complete overhaul. He promoted the worship of the Aten, the sun disk above all other gods, moved the capital to a brand new city in the middle of nowhere, and had artists portray him with an elongated head and a pear-shaped body. Talk about a midlife crisis. This experiment in ancient religious reformation didn't outlast him, though, and his successors promptly returned to traditional religion and pretended the whole thing never happened. His likely son Tutankhamun is far more famous today, despite dying young and accomplishing relatively little, all because his tomb was discovered intact in 1922. History can be so unfair. Ramesses II ruled for an astonishing 66 years and never missed an opportunity to remind everyone how great he was. He built monuments to himself all over Egypt, fathered more than 100 children, and claimed complete victory in the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites, even though the actual outcome was more of a draw. The original king of spin, Ramesses would have dominated social media if it had existed in 1250 BCE. This era saw Egypt to building monuments that screamed, "We're rich and we want everyone for the next 4,000 years to know it." The temples at Karnak and Luxor were the ancient world's equivalent of buying a mansion in Beverly Hills, excessive, impressive, and designed to make visitors feel inadequate. Karnak Temple, dedicated to the god Amun-Ra, grew over centuries into a sprawling religious complex covering over 200 acres. Its hypostyle hall, with 134 massive columns arranged in 16 rows, creates a stone forest that still inspires awe today. The columns in the central aisle stand 80 feet tall and about 33 feet in circumference, large enough that 100 people could stand on top of each capital. Ancient Egyptians didn't just go big, they went absurdly, unnecessarily big. Abu Simbel, another Ramesses II vanity project, features 4 colossal statues of the pharaoh carved into a mountainside, each standing 67 feet tall. When engineers moved the entire temple to higher ground in the 1960s to save it from the rising waters of Lake Nasser, they precisely aligned it so the sun would still illuminate the inner sanctuary on the same 2 days of the year as in Ramesses' time. That's dedication to historical accuracy that would make movie period piece costume designers jealous. Religion was huge, and by huge I mean it affected literally everything. The pharaoh wasn't just a king, he was a living god with the world's most intense job description: maintain cosmic order and keep the universe from collapsing into chaos. No pressure. Imagine having prevent the apocalypse as your daily to-do list. Egyptian religion was a complex polytheistic system with countless gods and goddesses who could appear in human, animal, or hybrid forms. Amun, the king of gods, could merge with Ra, the sun god, to become Amun-Ra, doubling his divine power like some mythological transformer. Osiris ruled the underworld after being murdered and reassembled by his wife Isis, except for one crucial body part that was never found, leading to countless awkward conversations in Egyptian mythology classes. Cats were sacred to the goddess Bastet, while Anubis, the jackal-headed god, oversaw mummification. Sobek, the crocodile god, accepted live crocodiles as pets in his temples. Egyptians were basically running divine zoos millennia before modern wildlife conservation was a thing. The art during this time was peak Egypt figures with weird sideways poses, hieroglyphs everywhere, and everything painted in colors that would make a kindergarten classroom look subdued. Egyptian art followed strict rules: heads in profile but eyes facing forward, shoulders frontal but lower body in profile. It's like they invented Cubism 4,500 years before Picasso, and then never changed the style. Why mess with perfection? And contrary to what you see in museums today, those temples and statues weren't dignified beige stone. They were painted in colors so vibrant they'd give you a headache. Modern scientific techniques have revealed traces of these original pigments, showing that ancient Egypt looked less like a sepia-toned documentary and more like a color-saturated music video. Behind all this success was an economy that hummed along like a well-oiled machine, with farmers farming, craftsmen crafting, and an army of scribes writing everything down. Because if there's one thing bureaucracies love more than collecting taxes, it's documenting that they collected taxes. The pharaoh sat at the top of this pyramid scheme, pun absolutely intended, reaping the benefits, while theoretically keeping the gods happy enough to let the Nile flood at the right time each year. Scribes enjoyed high social status because literacy was rare and valuable. Learning to write hieroglyphics required memorizing hundreds of signs and years of training. Scribes didn't hesitate to remind everyone how important they were, with one ancient text proclaiming, "Be a scribe, your limbs will be smooth, your hands will be soft, you will be one who is counted among the elite." The original study hard and get a desk job career advice. Most Egyptians were farmers who worked the fertile fields along the Nile, growing wheat, barley, flax, vegetables and fruit. They also raised cattle, sheep, goats, and poultry. Farmers paid taxes in the form of crops, which were stored in massive government warehouses to feed officials, priests, artisans, and construction workers. It was basically a giant, nationwide company cafeteria system. Skilled craftsmen created exquisite jewelry, furniture, pottery, and stonework. The quality of Egyptian craftsmanship was so high that wealthy people in neighboring countries clamored for Egyptian luxury goods. Egyptian exports were the ancient equivalent of that imported label that still makes products seem fancier today. International trade brought cedar from Lebanon, gold and incense from Nubia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and silver from Anatolia. Egypt's trade network stretched surprisingly far for a time when the fastest mode of transportation was a wooden boat with sails or a camel with an attitude problem. So there you have it. Ancient Egypt in its glory days, when the living was easy, the monuments were enormous, and everyone was obsessed with what would happen after they died. They created a civilization so iconic that we're still using their images to sell everything from luxury hotels in Las Vegas to cereal with questionable nutritional value. Now that's what I call a cultural legacy. While other ancient civilizations have faded into obscurity, Egypt maintains its grip on our collective imagination. We remain fascinated by their monumental architecture, intricate mythology, and elaborate death practices. Perhaps it's because they were so intentionally memorable, a culture that deliberately built for eternity and somehow succeeded. They wanted us to remember them, and thousands of years later, we're still talking about them. If there's an afterlife, countless ancient Egyptians are nodding in satisfaction at a job well done. The marketplace in Jerusalem bustles with activity under the hot Mediterranean sun. Roman soldiers patrol the edges, keeping watchful eyes on the local population. In the crowd, a man moves with purpose, his cloak concealing a short curved dagger called a seeker. He approaches a wealthy Jewish merchant known for collaboration with Roman authorities. In an instant, the blade flashes, the target falls, and the attacker melts back into the crowd before anyone realizes what has happened. This is the signature method of the Sicarii, perhaps history's first documented group of organized political assassins who fought against Roman occupation of Judea in the 1st century CE through targeted killings and guerrilla warfare. The story of the Sicarii unfolds against the backdrop of Roman rule in ancient Judea, a region roughly corresponding to modern Israel and Palestine. After the Roman general Pompey conquered Jerusalem in 63 BCE, the Jewish homeland became subject to Roman control. While Rome initially allowed a degree of self-government under client kings like Herod the Great, direct Roman rule was established around 6 CE with the appointment of Roman prefects and procurators. This foreign occupation created deep resentment among the Jewish population, particularly as Roman authorities interfered in religious matters and imposed heavy taxation. From this environment of growing tension emerged several resistance movements. The most famous were the Zealots, a broader revolutionary group opposed to Roman rule, and those who collaborated with it. The Sicarii represented an extreme faction within this resistance, distinguished by their method of assassination using concealed daggers. Their name came directly from their weapon of choice, the sica, a short curved blade that could be hidden under clothing and used for swift, lethal strikes in public places. Our primary historical source on the Sicarii comes from Josephus, a Jewish historian who wrote in the late 1st century CE. Having initially participated in the Jewish revolt against Rome before surrendering and allying himself with the Romans, Josephus provides a complicated and somewhat biased account. He describes the Sicarii as merciless killers who murdered prominent Jews who collaborated with Rome, created an atmosphere of terror in Jerusalem, and engaged in kidnapping for ransom to fund their activities. Unlike modern terrorist groups seeking publicity, the Sicarii emphasized stealth and anonymity. Their preferred tactic was to blend into crowds during festivals and public gatherings in Jerusalem. When the city was packed with visitors, they would strike quickly, kill their target, and then cry out about the crime along with the shocked bystanders, ensuring they could not be identified as the perpetrators. This method allowed them to escape capture and continue their campaign of targeted violence over many years. One of their most prominent victims was Jonathan the high priest, assassinated around 56 CE. As a religious leader seen as accommodating to Roman rule, he represented exactly the type of figure the Sicarii targeted, not just direct Roman authorities but also Jewish leaders they viewed as collaborators. These assassinations served both practical and symbolic purposes, eliminating individuals who facilitated Roman control while sending a powerful message to others who might consider cooperation with the occupiers. The Sicarii were motivated by a complex mix of religious zeal and nationalist fervor. They believed they were fighting a holy war, guided by the conviction that God alone should rule the Jewish people rather than any foreign power. For them, violent resistance against Rome and its collaborators was not merely a political act but a religious duty. They likely saw themselves as following in the tradition of biblical figures like Phinehas, who in Jewish scripture was praised for killing those who violated religious law. Under the leadership of Menahem, grandson of Judas of Galilee, who had led an earlier revolt against Roman taxation, the Sicarii established a base at the fortress of Masada around 66 CE. This remote stronghold, built by Herod the Great on a plateau overlooking the Dead Sea, provided a secure location from which they could launch attacks on Roman targets. The natural defences of the site nest steep cliffs on all sides and a single narrow path to the summit made it nearly impregnable. The activities of the Sicarii intensified as tensions built toward the Great Jewish Revolt that erupted in 66 CE. In the early stages of the rebellion, they participated in attacks on Roman garrisons and collaborated with other revolutionary factions. However, the Sicarii soon found themselves in conflict with more moderate Jewish leaders who feared their extreme tactics would bring Roman retribution upon the entire population. This internal division weakened the Jewish resistance and contributed to eventual Roman victory. According to Josephus, the Sicarii engaged in more than just assassinations. They burned the public archives in Jerusalem to destroy debt records, raided villages for supplies, and kidnapped officials for ransom. During the siege of Jerusalem in 70 CE, as Roman forces surrounded the city, the Sicarii and other radical factions reportedly prevented civilians from surrendering and executed those who attempted to negotiate with the Romans, believing that divine intervention would save them if the situation became desperate enough. After the fall of Jerusalem and the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans in 70 CE, the remaining Sicarii retreated to their fortress at Masada. There, under the leadership of Eleazar ben Yair, they held out against the Roman 10th Legion for several years. The Romans built a massive ramp to breach the defences, a remarkable feat of engineering still visible today. According to Josephus, when the Romans finally broke through in 73 or 74 CE, they discovered that nearly all 960 defenders had chosen suicide rather than surrender, with each man killing his own family before 10 selected men killed the others, and finally themselves. This dramatic end at Masada has become one of the most famous episodes in Jewish history, symbolizing for many a commitment to freedom and religious identity, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Archaeological excavations at the site have confirmed some elements of Josephus's account, though scholars continue to debate the details. The dramatic story, regardless of its exact historical accuracy, has served as a powerful national symbol in modern Israel, where military cadets once took their oath with the declaration that Masada shall not fall again. Though the Sicarii were ultimately defeated, their approach to resistance had lasting historical significance. They were among the first documented groups to systematically use targeted assassination as a political weapon, a tactic that would be adopted by many later organizations throughout history. Their methods showed how a small group willing to use extreme violence could challenge a vastly superior military power, at least temporarily, by striking at key individuals and creating an atmosphere of fear. The ethical questions raised by the Sicarii continue to resonate in modern discussions about political violence. Were they freedom fighters resisting foreign occupation through the only means available to them, or terrorists who killed civilians and ultimately brought destruction upon their own people? This debate mirrors similar conversations about resistance movements throughout history, highlighting the persistent tension between the right to resist oppression and the moral limits of violent methods. The Sicarii also demonstrate how religious beliefs can become intertwined with political resistance, creating a particularly intense form of commitment among adherents. Their conviction that they were fulfilling divine will gave them the courage to undertake high-risk operations and ultimately to choose death over surrender. This fusion of religious and political motivation has been a recurring pattern in resistance movements across different cultures and time periods. Historians have noted similarities between the Sicarii and the later Hashins, or assassins, of medieval Persia, suggesting a possible historical connection where the tactics of targeted killing were transmitted across centuries. There are also parallels with modern extremist groups that combine religious ideology with political goals and view violence as a sanctified act. These connections highlight how certain patterns of human conflict recur throughout history, though always shaped by their specific cultural and historical contexts. Archaeological evidence of the Sicarii comes primarily from Masada, where excavations have uncovered the remains of their final stronghold. Visitors today can see the ruins of storerooms, ritual baths, synagogue, and defensive walls where this desperate band made their last stand. Archaeologists have found remnants of their daily life pottery, clothing, food stores, and weapons humanizing these historical figures beyond the limited accounts provided by Josephus. As night falls over the ancient landscapes where the Sicarii once moved through crowds with hidden daggers, their story continues to fascinate and trouble us. They remind us that the struggle against occupation and for national identity has deep historical roots, and that the questions they confronted about resistance, violence, and survival continue to challenge societies caught in similar conflicts today. In their devotion to a cause they deemed greater than their own lives, the Sicarii left a complex legacy that defies simple judgment even after 2,000 years. So we've seen how Rome grew from a collection of shepherds' huts to history's greatest Mediterranean power package. Now let's talk about what the Romans actually contributed to civilization besides roads, public baths, and that weird obsession with building things out of concrete. First and foremost, the Romans gave us law. Not just any law, but a comprehensive legal system so effective that much of it still forms the backbone of modern legal codes worldwide. Roman law evolved from the rather basic 12 tables in the early Republic. Essentially, don't steal or we'll cut off your hand level of sophistication, to the intricate Justinian Code of the 6th century CE, which filled multiple volumes with detailed regulations on everything from property rights to family relations. What made Roman law special wasn't just its comprehensiveness but its flexibility. Romans distinguished between different types of law: ius civil law for citizens, ius gentium law of peoples applicable to non-citizens, and ius natural law based on universal principles. This allowed them to maintain core legal principles while adapting to diverse provincial situations across their vast empire. Roman jurists, the legal experts who interpreted and applied law, approached cases with remarkable sophistication, considering intent, circumstance, and precedent rather than rigidly applying rules. Key Roman legal concepts still fundamental today include the presumption of innocence, e incumbit probatio qui deceit, non qui negate. Proof lies with the one who asserts, not the one who denies. The principle that one is innocent until proven guilty, and the idea that laws should be publicly accessible rather than secret knowledge of elites. They developed contract law, property rights, and inheritance procedures that became models for later European systems. When you sign a contract, buy property, or contest a will today, you're participating in legal rituals with direct Roman ancestry. In engineering and architecture, Romans transformed theoretical knowledge into practical applications on an unprecedented scale. While they didn't invent the arch, the Etruscans get credit there. They perfected it and used it everywhere, in bridges, aqueducts, buildings, and triumphal monuments. The arch allowed them to span greater distances and support heavier loads than the post and lintel system used by Greeks. Combine multiple arches and you get a vault. Make a vault circular and you get a dome. The Pantheon's 142-foot unreinforced concrete dome remained the world's largest for over 1,300 years and still stands intact today, surviving earthquakes, fires, and centuries of neglect. Roman aqueducts delivered millions of gallons of fresh water daily to cities throughout the empire, supporting populations and public health standards that wouldn't be matched again until the 19th century. The city of Rome alone had 11 major aqueducts by the imperial period, some bringing water from over 50 miles away and delivering it through careful gradient calculations that required drops of just a few inches per mile. Engineers built these massive projects using nothing more sophisticated than water-filled troughs to establish levels and the eyeball test for alignment. No computers, no lasers, just meticulous Romans being obsessively precise. The famous Roman roads, over 250,000 miles of them at the empire's peak, weren't just flat paths but sophisticated engineering projects with multiple layers for drainage and durability. The deepest layer consisted of rubble and stones for stability, followed by gravel, sand, and finally large, tightly fitted paving stones on top. Roads were crowned in the middle to allow water runoff and featured drainage ditches on both sides. Some Roman roads have survived in usable condition for 2,000 years, which puts modern pothole-filled highways to shame. Next time you hit a pothole, remember the Romans could build better roads with hand tools than we can with modern machinery. Roman sanitation systems were equally impressive. Public latrines featured running water beneath stone seats arranged in rows, ancient flush toilets that made communal bathroom breaks into social occasions. Extensive sewer systems carried waste away from population centers, improving public health even if Romans didn't understand the germ theory behind why this worked. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's main sewer, was so large a person could sail a boat through it, and portions still function today as part of modern Rome's drainage system. That's right, Romans built sewers so well that parts are still working after 2 millennia of continuous use. In urban planning, Romans created a template for city design that spread throughout Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. The typical Roman city featured a grid layout with a forum public square at the center, surrounded by government buildings, temples, and markets. Standard amenities included theaters, amphitheaters, public baths, and fountains accessible to all citizens. This wasn't just aesthetically pleasing but highly functional, allowing efficient movement of people and goods while providing necessary services. The Roman emphasis on public space for civic engagement influenced urban design for centuries to come. The concept of public health itself was a Roman innovation. While they lacked modern medical knowledge, Romans understood the connection between cleanliness and health at a practical level. Public baths weren't just for socializing but for hygiene, with separate pools of hot, warm, and cold water, plus exercise areas and massage services. Imagine a combination YMCA, spa, and social club available to citizens of all classes for minimal fees. The baths were so integral to Roman life that when barbarian invasions disrupted aqueducts in later centuries, the loss of bathing facilities symbolized the decline of civilization itself. Roman medicine, while primitive by modern standards, established important practices that would influence later development. Military medicine was particularly advanced, with dedicated field hospitals, specialized surgical instruments, and physicians trained in treating battlefield wounds. Roman doctors performed successful cataract surgeries, amputations, and even basic dental work using tools remarkably similar to those used centuries later. The physician Galen's works on anatomy and treatment, though containing many errors, formed the basis of Western medical education until the Renaissance. In military organization, Romans created the most effective fighting force of the ancient world through standardization, discipline, and tactical flexibility. The legion, typically 5,000 men divided into cohorts, centuries, and smaller units, operated with a clear chain of command, standardized equipment, and extensive training. Romans excelled at military engineering, constructing temporary camps each night when on campaign, complete with ditches, ramparts, and defensive positions. Their siege techniques, from massive battering rams to earth ramps to sophisticated catapults, could reduce even the strongest fortifications given enough time. Perhaps most impressively, the Roman military functioned as a social institution as well as a fighting force. The service offered social mobility to poor citizens and eventually to provincial recruits. Veterans received land grants, citizenship rights, and social status, integrating them into Roman society and spreading Roman culture throughout the empire. When they settled in provincial towns after service, these veterans brought Roman customs, language, and loyalty with them, effectively Romanizing the empire from the ground up. In commerce and finance, Romans created sophisticated systems for trade, banking, and investment. They standardized weights, measures, and coinage throughout the Mediterranean, enabling reliable transactions across vast distances. Banking families accepted deposits, made loans, and provided letters of credit that functioned like modern checks, allowing merchants to travel without carrying large amounts of cash. Investment partnerships shared risk in commercial ventures, particularly shipping, which was profitable but hazardous given ancient navigation technology. Insurance contracts protected against losses, while futures contracts allowed speculation on upcoming harvests or commodity prices. Roman agriculture transformed the landscape through large-scale farming techniques, crop rotation, and specialized production. The latifundia, vast agricultural estates often worked by slaves, produced grain, olive oil, and wine in quantities that supported urban populations throughout the empire. Romans improved irrigation methods, developed better plows, and wrote agricultural manuals detailing best practices for everything from vineyard management to beekeeping. Many European agricultural regions still follow patterns established during Roman times, with the same areas specializing in the same crops 2 millennia later. In language and literature, Latin evolved from a local Italian dialect to an international language of government, law, and eventually religion that would dominate Western intellectual life for over 1,000 years. Classical Latin literature, the works of Cicero, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, and others, established models of eloquence and style that would be imitated by scholars throughout the Middle Ages and Renaissance. When you use words like exit, agenda, alibi, or etc., you're directly quoting Latin phrases that became so useful they never left our vocabulary. The Roman education system, adopted from Greek models but adapted for practical Roman needs, established a curriculum of grammar, rhetoric, and logic that would form the basis of Western education until modern times. Young men and occasionally women of the elite studied great literary works, practiced public speaking, and learned the art of persuasion, skills considered essential for participation in civic life. While limited to a privileged minority, this educational model established the concept of a standard body of knowledge that educated people were expected to master. Even in art and architecture, where Romans are often dismissed as mere imitators of the Greeks, they made significant innovations. Roman portraiture captured individual likenesses with remarkable realism, moving beyond Greek idealization to show wrinkles, warts, and character. Roman historical reliefs on monuments like Trajan's Column told visual narratives that function almost like ancient comic strips, recording military campaigns and daily life with documentary precision. And while Romans adopted Greek column styles, they combined them with arches and concrete to create architectural forms, like the basilica that would become templates for later churches and public buildings throughout Europe. Perhaps Rome's greatest contribution, however, was the concept of Romanitas, Romanness, a cultural identity that transcended ethnicity and geography. Unlike earlier empires that remained foreign impositions on conquered peoples, the Roman Empire gradually transformed into a multicultural civilization where individuals could become Roman through language, customs, and civic participation, regardless of origin. By the later empire, senators came from Spain, North Africa, and Syria, while emperors originated from the Balkans or even Arabia. This inclusive imperial identity, while never eliminating ethnic distinctions or inequalities, created a cosmopolitan Mediterranean civilization where diverse peoples shared common values and institutions. But despite these remarkable achievements and contributions, the Roman Empire couldn't last forever. Its decline and fall came through a complex combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures that gradually transformed the Mediterranean world from imperial unity to medieval fragmentation. The first cracks appeared even during the peak Pax Romana period. The reign of Marcus Aurelius 161–180 CE faced constant warfare on the northern frontiers against Germanic tribes and devastating outbreaks of what was likely smallpox, called the Antonine Plague, which killed millions throughout the empire. The philosopher emperor's son and successor Commodus proved incompetent and megalomaniacal, preferring to fight as a gladiator in staged contests rather than address imperial problems. His assassination in 192 CE triggered the first major succession crisis since the year of 4 emperors a century earlier. The subsequent Severan dynasty stabilized the empire temporarily, but at a critical cost. They significantly increased military salaries to secure army loyalty, setting a precedent that strained imperial finances. Emperor Caracalla granted citizenship to all free men throughout the empire in 212 CE, a momentous development in making provincial subjects into Romans, but one motivated primarily by expanding the tax base to pay those military expenses. The real crisis came with the 3rd century anarchy from 235–284 CE, when the empire nearly collapsed under simultaneous pressures. During this chaotic half-century, at least 26 men claimed the title of emperor, most ruling briefly before being murdered by troops or rivals. The military effectively became the only path to power, with soldier emperors rising and falling with alarming frequency. Without stable leadership, frontiers weakened, economic problems multiplied, and civic institutions decayed. External threats intensified during this period. A revitalized Persian Empire under the Sassanid dynasty replaced the Parthians, creating a more aggressive eastern rival that captured the Emperor Valerian in battle, an unprecedented humiliation. Germanic confederations like the Alemanni, Franks and Goths increased pressure on Rhine and Danube frontiers, occasionally breaking through to raid deep into Roman territory. The empire seemed to be crumbling from all directions simultaneously. Economic problems compounded the political and military crises. Desperate emperors debased the currency to pay troops, leading to severe inflation. Trade networks fractured as security declined, reducing tax revenue and commercial activity. Plagues reduced the population, creating labor shortages in agriculture and crafts. Wealthy elites retreated to self-sufficient rural estates, diminishing urban economies that had been centers of Roman cultural and economic life. The empire nearly fractured completely, with breakaway regimes in Gaul and Palmyra, Syria functioning as separate states during the 260s. Only through the military efforts of emperors like Aurelian, known as Restorer of the World, was imperial unity temporarily restored. But the Roman world that emerged from the 3rd century crisis was fundamentally transformed, more militarized, more regimented, and more autocratic than before. Emperor Diocletian, 284–305 CE, implemented sweeping reforms to stabilize the wounded empire. He doubled the number of provinces while creating a more hierarchical administrative structure. He established the Tetrarchy, rule of 4, with 2 senior and 2 junior emperors governing different regions, attempting to solve the succession problem that had plagued Rome. He imposed price controls to combat inflation, reformed taxation, and required sons to follow their fathers' professions to ensure economic stability. Most significantly, he transformed the emperor from princeps first citizen to dominus lord and god, surrounding the imperial office with elaborate court ceremonial borrowed from Eastern monarchies. These emergency measures worked temporarily but accelerated centralization and regimentation that changed Rome's character. The distinction between citizen and subject became meaningless, as all inhabitants became subject to increasingly bureaucratic state control. Free peasants found themselves increasingly bound to the land in arrangements that prefigured medieval serfdom. Diocletian's reforms didn't cure Rome's problems but managed them enough to prevent immediate collapse. Constantine the Great, 306–337 CE, continued transformation by establishing a new capital at Constantinople, modern Istanbul, strategically positioned between European and Asian provinces where it could better respond to frontier threats. Most famously, Constantine legalized Christianity after centuries of intermittent persecution, eventually making it his personal faith. This momentous religious shift accelerated after his reign, with Emperor Theodosius I, 379–395 CE, making Christianity the empire's official religion and suppressing traditional Roman religious practices. The empire formally split into western and eastern halves after Theodosius, reflecting administrative realities that had existed informally for decades. While both claimed to be the Roman Empire, their paths diverged significantly. The Eastern Empire, later known as Byzantine, retained greater wealth, population, and urban infrastructure. The Western Empire faced more immediate barbarian threats with fewer resources to respond effectively. The traditional fall of Rome date of 476 CE marks when Germanic military commander Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor, Romulus Augustulus, and declared himself king of Italy, rather than elevating another puppet emperor. This relatively anticlimactic event formalized a reality that had existed for decades. Real power in the West had long been held by Germanic generals commanding increasingly Germanic armies, with emperors serving as figureheads. But the fall wasn't a sudden collapse so much as a gradual transformation. Germanic tribes like the Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Vandals, and Franks established kingdoms within former Roman territories, but generally maintained Roman administrative structures, used Roman law, and sought legitimacy through connections to Roman traditions. These kingdoms weren't destroying Roman civilization, so much as adapting it to new political realities, while competing for status and territory among themselves. The Eastern Roman Empire, meanwhile, continued for nearly 1,000 years after the Western collapse, preserving Roman law, administration, and cultural traditions in modified form. The Emperor Justinian, 527–565 CE, temporarily reconquered Italy, North Africa, and parts of Spain, and commissioned a definitive codification of Roman law. While gradually becoming more Greek in language and culture, the Byzantines considered themselves Romans until their final defeat by Ottoman Turks in 1453 CE. The Roman Catholic Church emerged as another preserver of Roman traditions, adopting the empire's administrative divisions for its dioceses and the Latin language for its liturgy and documents. The Pope in Rome gradually assumed a leadership role comparable to the missing Western emperor, creating a parallel authority structure that would shape medieval European development. Monasteries preserved ancient Roman texts through dedicated copying, while church schools maintained elements of classical education. Even the barbarian kingdoms that replaced direct Roman rule were more continuations than replacements of Roman civilization. The Frankish realm under Charlemagne explicitly attempted to revive the Western Roman Empire, culminating in his coronation as Emperor of the Romans by the Pope in 800 CE. The very concept of what we now call the Holy Roman Empire represented ongoing efforts to recapture lost Roman unity and authority, however imperfectly realized. So what caused this lengthy, complex imperial transformation that we simplistically call the fall of Rome? Historians have proposed dozens of explanations, from lead poisoning to Christianity to moral decay to climate change. The reality involves multiple interconnected factors that undermined Roman resilience over time. Military overextension stretched defensive capabilities too thin across enormous frontiers, requiring ever larger armies and expenditures. The empire stopped expanding significantly after Trajan, meaning no new conquests brought in treasure and slaves, while maintenance costs for existing territories continued. Germanic and Persian threats intensified simultaneously, forcing costly two-front defense. Economic problems compounded over generations, with currency debasement leading to inflation, tax burdens falling increasingly on the shrinking middle class, and agricultural productivity suffering from soil exhaustion and possibly climate shifts. The plague reduced the taxpayer and labor base while military needs increased, creating an impossible fiscal equation. Political instability, particularly during the 3rd century crisis, meant long-term problems went unaddressed while short-term emperors focused on immediate survival. The lack of clear succession mechanisms made each transition a potential civil war. Military priorities dominated civilian needs as soldier emperors focused on army loyalty above all else. Social transformation saw urban decline as elites retreated to self-sufficient rural estates. The middle class that had filled municipal leadership roles shrank under tax burdens. Social mobility decreased as Diocletian's reforms required sons to follow fathers' professions. Religious shifts from traditional Roman practices to mystery cults and eventually Christianity reoriented values away from civic participation toward personal salvation. External pressures increased as Germanic tribes faced their own population pressures and Hunnic invasions from the east, forcing them toward Roman frontiers. The Sassanid Persian Empire provided a more formidable eastern rival than the earlier Parthians. Climate changes may have driven population movements that increased frontier pressure beyond sustainable levels. Administrative division between east and west meant the wealthier eastern provinces no longer subsidized western defense needs. The transfer of the capital to Constantinople redirected resources eastward, while the division of military commands reduced strategic flexibility. Western emperors increasingly relied on Germanic foederati, allied troops who maintained divided loyalties. None of these factors alone would have doomed Rome, but their combination created a perfect storm that the empire couldn't weather indefinitely. The Eastern Empire survived precisely because it faced fewer of these challenges simultaneously and retained greater resources to address those it did face. The legacy of Rome extends far beyond its political collapse. Roman law forms the basis of legal systems throughout continental Europe and their former colonies. Romance languages, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, Romanian, evolved directly from Latin and are spoken by nearly 1 billion people today. Roman architectural principles revived during the Renaissance still shape our public buildings and urban spaces. The Catholic Church preserved and modified Roman administrative structures that influenced European institutional development for centuries. Perhaps most significantly, the very idea of Rome, of a unified civilization bringing law, stability, and common culture to diverse peoples, remained a powerful ideal long after the reality disappeared. From Charlemagne to Napoleon to the European Union, attempts to recreate some version of Roman unity have shaped European history repeatedly. The United States deliberately incorporated Roman republican symbols and structures, from the Senate to the fasces on the Lincoln Memorial to the Latin mottos on our currency. Rome fell as a political entity, but in many ways it never stopped influencing how we organize our societies, build our cities, practice our laws, and even how we imagine what civilization itself should be. The empire that spanned 3 continents and 5 centuries created patterns of thought and governance so fundamental we often don't even recognize their Roman origins. So next time you drive on a straight road, sign a contract, read a calendar, use concrete, attend a stadium event, or participate in a republican form of government, remember you're engaging with the legacy of those ambitious shepherds who built their city on 7 hills beside the Tiber River. They created not just an empire of territory, but an empire of the mind that outlasted their political control by millennia. Not bad for a civilization that started with a questionable story about twin brothers and a wolf. Imagine a world on the edge of transformation. The year is 1776. While American colonists declare their independence across the Atlantic, something equally revolutionary stirs in the heart of Bavaria, Germany. In a small university town, a professor lights a candle in a dimly lit room. Around him gather a handful of students and intellectuals. They speak in hushed tones about reason, liberty, and overthrowing the old ways of thinking. This is the birth of the Illuminati, a secret society that would last only a decade but sparks centuries of conspiracy theories that burn to this day. Adam Weishaupt was not born to shake the foundations of Europe. The son of a law professor, he studied with Jesuits before becoming a professor of law himself at the University of Ingolstadt. But Weishaupt grew frustrated with the religious control over education and society. The ideas of the Enlightenment called to him: reason over superstition, liberty over tyranny, equality over privilege. Yet in conservative, Catholic Bavaria, such thoughts were dangerous. On May 1st, 1776, Weishaupt and 5 students formed a secret group called the Order of the Illuminati. The name came from the Latin word for enlightened ones. Their symbol was the Owl of Minerva, representing wisdom and knowledge. The original members took ancient names to hide their identities. Weishaupt became Spartacus, after the slave who rebelled against Rome. Their mission seemed noble: spread Enlightenment ideals, fight against superstition, and challenge the power of monarchs and religious authorities. The Illuminati grew slowly at first. New members went through elaborate initiation ceremonies and a system of ranks inspired by Freemasonry. They pledged loyalty to the order above all else. Messages traveled between members in secret codes. They developed a calendar system different from the Christian one, and created their own geography with code names for locations. Bavaria became Achaia, Austria was Egypt, and Munich was Athens. A breakthrough came when Baron Adolf von Koenig joined in 1780. Well connected in Masonic circles, he helped the Illuminati infiltrate Masonic lodges across Europe. Freemasons already gathered in secret and discussed philosophical ideas, making them perfect recruiting grounds. Within a few years, the Illuminati counted around 2,000 members spread across Germany, France, Italy, Hungary, and Poland. The members included some powerful figures: dukes, barons, philosophers, writers, and merchants. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the famous German writer, possibly joined their ranks. The composer Mozart, though never confirmed as a member, included themes in his opera, The Magic Flute, that strongly hinted at Illuminati ideals. Through these influential members, they hoped to gradually reshape society from within existing structures, but trouble brewed as the Illuminati became more radical. Internal conflicts erupted between Weishaupt and von Koenig about the direction of the order. Some members worried that the true aim was not just educational reform but the complete overthrow of governments and religions. Rumors spread about their secret rituals and oath-taking ceremonies. Former members left and revealed secrets. The group grew careless, leaving written evidence of their plans. The hammer fell in 1784. Karl Theodor, the Duke of Bavaria, issued an edict banning all secret societies, including the Illuminati and Freemasons. The following year, he specifically outlawed the Illuminati by name. Police raided homes of suspected members. They discovered documents outlining plans to influence governments and remake society. Weishaupt fled Bavaria, eventually finding refuge in the city of Gotha, where he lived out his days writing defenses of his order. By 1787, the Illuminati were officially gone, suppressed after just 11 years of existence. In normal times, they might have faded from memory entirely, but these were not normal times. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, shocking the established order of Europe. As kings and queens lost their heads and ancient institutions crumbled, many searched for someone to blame. Enter Augustin Barruel, a French Jesuit, and John Robison, a Scottish professor. Independently, they published books claiming the French Revolution was the work of the Illuminati. According to their theories, the disbanded group had not truly disappeared, but gone deeper underground, orchestrating world events from the shadows. These books spread rapidly through Europe and across to America, where they found eager audiences terrified by the chaos in France. In the United States, fear of the Illuminati influenced early politics. Federalists accused Thomas Jefferson and his supporters of being secret Illuminati agents. 4th of July sermons warned of their influence. Newspapers printed stories about their ongoing plots. The fact that the Illuminati had formed the same year as American independence seemed too coincidental to many suspicious minds. Though these initial fears eventually faded, the idea of the Illuminati as puppet masters never truly died. Throughout the 1800s and 1900s, they became a convenient explanation for any unsettling change or disaster. Economic crash. The Illuminati manipulated markets. World War. The Illuminati played both sides. New cultural movement. The Illuminati controlled entertainment to corrupt minds. By the late 20th century, the Illuminati had evolved in popular imagination from a specific historical group into an all-powerful shadow government. Books, movies, music, and eventually the internet spread increasingly elaborate theories. They became linked with everything from alien contact to mind control technologies. The symbol of the all-seeing eye that appears on the US dollar bill was cited as proof of their continued influence, though it actually represented divine providence to the founding fathers. Modern conspiracy theories suggest the Illuminati count world leaders, business titans, and celebrities among their ranks. Music videos and films are analyzed for supposed Illuminati symbols. Triangles, eyes, hand gestures, and specific poses are interpreted as secret communications. The theories grow ever more complex, with each new generation adding layers to the myth of the secret society that refuses to die. What would Adam Weishaupt think of all this? The professor who started a reading group that evolved into a secret society would likely be amazed at the lasting power of his creation in the public imagination. The real Illuminati were indeed dedicated to changing society, but through education and the spread of rational thinking, not through the supernatural or alien means often attributed to them today. The true story of the Bavarian Illuminati contains enough intrigue without embellishment, a group of idealists meeting by candlelight, developing secret codes and rituals, infiltrating other organizations, and eventually falling victim to their own ambition and carelessness. Their rapid rise and fall speaks to both the power and danger of secret societies in turbulent times. As darkness settles around us, we might wonder if any modern group carries the true flame of the original Illuminati. Perhaps their real legacy lies not in shadowy global control, but in the continued struggle between authority and freedom, between old traditions and new ideas. The candle Weishaupt lit in 1776 burned briefly but cast long shadows that still dance across the walls of our collective imagination to this day. Now that we've seen the Greeks rise to glory and reach their peak with Alexander making half the known world speak Greek, let's talk about what they actually gave to civilization besides Olympic sports and statues with strategically placed fig leaves. First up, democracy. The Greeks didn't just invent democracy. They invented the word itself from demos, people, and kratos, power. Athenian democracy was direct rather than representative, meaning citizens didn't elect officials to vote for them. They showed up themselves and voted on everything from tax rates to whether to go to war. It was exhausting but effective, at least for the relatively small percentage of the population who qualified as citizens. Women, slaves, and resident foreigners need not apply. The Athenians were progressive for their time but would fail modern inclusion standards spectacularly. When the Athenian leader Cleisthenes established democratic reforms around 508 BCE, he created a system designed to prevent any one group from dominating politics. The city was divided into 10 artificial tribes that cut across traditional family and regional loyalties. A council of 500, with 50 members from each tribe, prepared legislation for the assembly of all citizens. To prevent corruption, many officials were chosen by lottery rather than election, based on the radical idea that any citizen was capable of serving the state. It was like jury duty, except you might end up running the treasury instead of just deciding if your neighbor really did steal that goat. Greeks also pioneered the concept of citizenship itself, the idea that people have both rights and responsibilities in their community. This wasn't just a legal status, but an identity people took seriously. The Greek word for someone who focused only on private affairs and ignored civic duties was idiots, the etymological root of our word idiot, the original political insult. In philosophy, the Greeks went from explaining the world through myths about gods with complicated love lives to developing systematic approaches to understanding reality through reason. The Presocratics asked big questions like what is everything made of, with answers ranging from water, thales to air, Anaximenes to undefined boundless substance, Anaximander to fire, Heraclitus to numbers, Pythagoras. They were wrong about the specifics but revolutionary in seeking natural rather than supernatural explanations. Socrates shifted philosophy toward ethics and epistemology, constantly questioning assumptions and exposing contradictions in people's thinking. His student Plato developed an elaborate theory of forms, arguing that the physical world is just a shadow of perfect eternal ideas. His Republic outlined an ideal society run by philosopher kings, essentially arguing that the people who should rule are those who don't want to but are really good at thinking. A political system that has never been implemented for obvious reasons. Aristotle, Plato's star pupil, decided to categorize and analyze literally everything, creating foundational works in logic, ethics, politics, poetics, physics, biology, and psychology. He established the scientific method of systematic observation and cataloging, even if many of his specific conclusions were later disproven. His work was so comprehensive that medieval scholars simply called him the philosopher, as if no one else deserved the title. The competing philosophical schools that emerged, Epicureans, Stoics, Cynics, and Skeptics, offered different recipes for happiness and good living. Epicureans sought modest pleasure and freedom from pain, not the wild hedonism their name now suggests. Stoics emphasized virtue and acceptance of what cannot be changed, developing psychological techniques still used in modern therapy. Cynics rejected social conventions and lived with extreme simplicity, while skeptics questioned whether we can know anything for certain. Each school offered a complete life philosophy that addressed the fundamental question, how should we live? They were the original self-help gurus minus the expensive seminars and questionable merchandise. In mathematics, Greeks transformed an art of practical calculation into a rigorous deductive science. Euclid's Elements organized geometry into a logical system of definitions, axioms, and proof so elegant and comprehensive that it remained the standard mathematics textbook until the 20th century. Archimedes calculated the value of pi, developed the principles of leverage and density, and invented numerous mechanical devices, including the Archimedes screw still used for irrigation today. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy using nothing but shadows, a well and basic geometry. Hipparchus developed trigonometry and created the first comprehensive star catalogue. These achievements are even more impressive considering they did all this without 0 decimal places or algebraic notation. In astronomy, Greeks went from seeing stars as holes in the dome of the sky to developing sophisticated models of planetary motion. Aristarchus even proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system in the 3rd century BCE, nearly 1,800 years before Copernicus. Unfortunately, no one believed him because it seemed absurd that the Earth would move without people falling off. Sometimes being too far ahead of your time just means everyone thinks you're crazy. Greek medicine, founded by Hippocrates, moved healthcare from superstition and magic to clinical observation and natural causes. The Hippocratic Corpus, a collection of medical texts, established a code of ethics, detailed case studies, and treatment protocols based on the theory of 4 bodily humors. While the humor theory turned out to be completely wrong, the empirical approach to diagnosis and treatment was revolutionary. Hippocratic doctors were taught to observe patients carefully, document symptoms, and first do no harm, a concept that distinguishes them from many other ancient healers who often did considerable harm with their remedies. In literature, Greeks invented or perfected nearly every genre we recognize today. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey established the epic as a form combining adventure, heroism, divine intervention, and meditations on fate and mortality. Sappho's intensely personal lyric poetry expressed individual emotions with unprecedented intimacy. Tragedy, developed by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, explored the human condition through mythic stories, showing how character flaws and bad decisions lead to inevitable suffering. Aristophanes created political comedy, using outrageous plots and crude humor to satirize politicians, intellectuals, and social trends. Herodotus and Thucydides invented historical writing, attempting to explain human events through evidence rather than myth. The novels of the Hellenistic period featured romances, adventures, and fantastical journeys that would feel surprisingly familiar to modern readers. Greek art revolutionized aesthetic standards by developing naturalism, idealism, and narrative composition. Sculptors like Phidias, Polychaetas, and Praxedes created figures so lifelike they seemed to breathe, establishing ideals of human beauty that still influence our concepts of physical perfection. Vase painters depicted myths, daily life, and historical events with increasing sophistication, experimenting with perspective and emotion in ways that wouldn't be surpassed until the Renaissance. Greek architects created the classical orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, that still define important building aesthetics on everything from banks to government buildings worldwide. Greeks also gave us theatre as performance art, complete with actors, costumes, and stage productions. What began as religious ceremonies honoring Dionysus evolved into complex dramatic presentations exploring the human condition. Theatre festivals were major civic events, where playwrights competed for prizes and prestige. The Greeks built stone theatres with incredible acoustics, like the theatre at Epidaurus, where audiences of 14,000 could hear a whisper from the stage, ancient sound engineering that modern architects still struggle to replicate. In the realm of sport, the ancient Olympic Games established the concept of regular international athletic competition, complete with opening ceremonies, specialized training, and victory celebrations. Athletes competed in running, wrestling, boxing, pentathlon, chariot racing, and the particularly brutal pankration, a no-holds-barred combination of wrestling and boxing, where only biting and eye gouging were prohibited. Olympic victors achieved celebrity status, receiving free meals for life in their home cities, and sometimes having statues erected in their honor. The Games connected the fractious Greek world through shared cultural experience, establishing the idea that sports transcend political boundaries. Perhaps most important was the Greek concept of paideia, education not just as technical training, but as the formation of character, intellect, and aesthetic sensibility. Greeks believed education should develop the whole person through physical training, music, poetry, rhetoric, mathematics, and philosophy. This ideal of balanced development influenced educational theory for millennia and still underpins liberal arts education today. Their cultural achievements were spread throughout the Mediterranean world by colonies, trade, and eventually Alexander's conquests. As Greek ideas mixed with Egyptian, Persian, Indian, and other traditions during the Hellenistic period, new hybrid forms emerged. The Library of Alexandria became the greatest collection of knowledge in the ancient world, with scholars from throughout the Mediterranean studying, copying, and commenting on works from multiple civilizations. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, standing over 300 feet tall, with a fire visible for miles, symbolized how Greek ingenuity and engineering illuminated the ancient world. But despite these towering intellectual and cultural achievements, Greek political power gradually declined as a new superpower emerged in the Western Mediterranean. Rome, once a minor city-state on the Italian peninsula, had been developing its own talents for organization, military discipline, and practical engineering. As Roman power grew, it inevitably collided with the Greek world. The decline and fall of independent Greek civilization came gradually rather than from a single catastrophic event. After Alexander's death in 323 BCE, his empire fragmented into kingdoms ruled by his generals, the Ptolemies in Egypt, the Seleucids in Asia, the Antigonids in Macedonia, and others. These Hellenistic kingdoms preserved Greek culture but replaced the democratic and republican ideals of the classical period with monarchy and bureaucracy. The mainland Greek cities briefly attempted to reassert their independence through federal leagues, the Achaean and Aetolian leagues, that united multiple cities under shared institutions. This was an innovative attempt to overcome the limitations of the small city-state in an age of territorial kingdoms. However, internal divisions and the fatal tendency to seek outside help in local disputes ultimately doomed these experiments. Rome entered the Greek world first as an ally, helping Greek cities against Macedonian domination. After defeating Macedonia at the Battle of Pydna in 168 BCE, Rome presented itself as the protector of Greek freedom. This protection, however, increasingly resembled domination as Rome intervened more directly in Greek affairs. When the Achaean League rebelled against Roman interference in 146 BCE, the Roman general Mummius destroyed Corinth as a warning to other Greek cities. The message was clear: resistance to Roman power would not be tolerated. Rather than formally annexing Greece immediately, Rome initially ruled through client states and puppet governments. By 27 BCE, however, Greece had been organized as the Roman province of Achaia. The independent political life of ancient Greece was officially over, though Greek culture remained vibrant and influential. The final irony was that even as Rome conquered Greece militarily, educated Romans acknowledged Greek cultural superiority. Wealthy Romans hired Greek tutors for their children, collected Greek art, spoke Greek as a second language, and imitated Greek architectural styles. Roman writers adapted Greek literary forms, and Roman philosophers studied in Athens. The Roman poet Horace famously wrote that captive Greece captured her savage conqueror, acknowledging that Greek culture had conquered Rome even as Roman legions conquered Greece. Under Roman rule, Greek cities like Athens and Alexandria remained important cultural and educational centers. Students from throughout the empire traveled to study with Greek philosophers and rhetoricians. Greek doctors dominated Roman medicine, and Greek architects designed Roman buildings. The Greek language remained the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean, used for commerce, administration, and intellectual discourse. This cultural prestige provided little comfort to Greeks who resented their political subjugation. Occasional rebellions were crushed, and Greek cities gradually lost the administrative autonomy they had initially been granted. Roman governors, tax collectors, and soldiers served as constant reminders of foreign domination. The physical symbols of Greek achievement suffered as well. Roman generals and emperors looted Greek temples and public spaces for statues and artwork to display in Rome. The general Sulla sacked Athens in 86 BCE, destroying buildings and walls that had stood since the classical period. Later emperors took columns and building materials from older Greek structures to use in new Roman projects. Yet Greece experienced periods of revival under Roman rule. Emperor Hadrian, a noted Hellenophile, completed the massive Temple of Olympian Zeus in Athens, built a comprehensive library and improved infrastructure throughout Greece. The wealthy sophist Herodes Atticus funded new buildings, including the Odeon Theatre on the slopes of the Acropolis. Greek intellectual life continued at the philosophical schools in Athens, the scientific research in Alexandria, and the medical school on Kos. The division of the Roman Empire in the 4th century CE placed Greece within the Eastern or Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople. As the Western Empire collapsed under Germanic invasions, the Eastern Empire preserved Greek language and modified Greek cultural traditions, though increasingly within a Christian context. Christianity presented perhaps the greatest challenge to traditional Greek culture. Where Greeks had celebrated human achievement and beauty, Christianity emphasized human sinfulness and divine salvation. Where Greek philosophy had sought understanding through reason, Christian theology emphasized faith and revelation. The Emperor Justinian closed the philosophical schools of Athens in 529 CE, including Plato's Academy, that had operated continuously for nearly 900 years. This act symbolically marked the end of ancient pagan Greek intellectual tradition. The physical remnants of Greek civilization suffered further during this period. Temples were converted to churches or dismantled for building materials. Statues were destroyed as pagan idols or melted down for their bronze. Manuscripts that didn't align with Christian teaching were not copied and gradually disappeared. The Great Library of Alexandria, already damaged in earlier conflicts, ceased to function as a center of learning. Yet even as institutional support for Greek learning declined, the Byzantine Empire preserved and transmitted much of Greek literature, philosophy, and science. Byzantine scholars maintained the Greek language, copied ancient texts, and wrote commentaries that preserved understanding of ancient works. When Constantinople finally fell to Ottoman Turks in 1453 CE, Byzantine scholars fled to Italy, bringing ancient Greek manuscripts that helped fuel the Renaissance. This preservation, however imperfect, allowed Greek ideas to resurface in Western Europe during the Renaissance and Enlightenment. Architects rediscovered the principles of Greek design, scholars relearned ancient Greek to read original texts, and political theorists studied Greek concepts of democracy and citizenship. The Greek revival in 18th and 19th century Europe and America reflected renewed appreciation for Greek achievements, albeit often through a romanticized lens. Modern Greece itself, after nearly 4 centuries of Ottoman rule, achieved independence in 1830, consciously connecting its national identity to its ancient past. The selection of Athens as capital, the adoption of classical motifs in public architecture, and the purification of the language to remove Turkish influences all reflected the desire to reclaim ancient heritage. Today, ancient Greek achievements remain foundational to Western civilization and increasingly recognized globally. Democracy, rational inquiry, artistic realism, literary forms, ethical philosophy, and educational ideals all trace direct lineage to Greek innovation. Terms from Greek politics, science, and philosophy fill our vocabulary, often without our realizing their origins. The fall of ancient Greece reminds us that cultural achievement doesn't guarantee political survival. The city-states that produced democracy, philosophy, and tragedy couldn't overcome their internal divisions and external threats. Yet Greek ideas proved more durable than Greek political institutions, spreading through time and space to influence civilizations the original Greeks never knew existed. Perhaps the true legacy of ancient Greece lies not in specific institutions or artworks, but in a particular way of seeing the world, a belief that humans can understand their universe through reason, that beauty has enduring value, that citizenship carries both privileges and responsibilities, and that the examined life is worth living. These ideas have survived conquest, religious transformation, and technological revolution, proving as resilient as the marble of the Parthenon. From a collection of villages emerging from a dark age to the creators of ideas that would transform human understanding, the Greeks carved out a unique place in history. Their physical empire was limited and short-lived, but their empire of the mind continues to shape how we think, create, and organize our societies. Not bad for a civilization that began with sheep herders, telling stories about gods who couldn't keep their togas on. So we've seen how the Mesopotamians created the world's first cities and empires between their troublesome twin rivers. Now let's talk about what they actually gave to civilization besides ziggurats and some seriously intense legal penalties. First and foremost, these folks invented writing, which might seem like an obvious contribution until you consider what a mind-blowing concept it was at the time. Imagine being the first person to think, hey, what if we could make marks on clay that represent the sounds we make with our mouths? That's some seriously next-level thinking. The Sumerians started with pictographs around 3500 BCE, little drawings that looked like the things they represented, but soon realized this system was as efficient as explaining a movie plot through charades. So they developed cuneiform, using wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay tablets with a reed stylus. Over time, these symbols evolved from representing whole words to representing syllable sounds, making the system more flexible but still ridiculously complicated. Learning cuneiform required years of education and thousands of hours of practice, the ancient equivalent of getting a PhD just to send a text message. These clay tablets have proven remarkably durable. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of them, revealing everything from grocery lists and school homework to epic poetry and astronomical observations. When ancient cities burned down, which happened frequently, the fire actually baked the clay tablets, preserving them even better. Talk about accidental data backup. Modern cloud storage wishes it was as reliable as a fired clay tablet. Beyond just technical writing, Mesopotamians created the world's first literature. The Epic of Gilgamesh isn't just an entertaining story about a semi-divine king and his wild man bestie fighting monsters. It's humanity's first exploration of friendship, mortality, and the meaning of life through narrative. When Gilgamesh fails in his quest for immortality and comes to accept his mortal fate, he's expressing existential angst thousands of years before French philosophers made it fashionable while smoking cigarettes in Parisian cafes. Mesopotamians also pioneered the legal system as we know it. Hammurabi's code wasn't the first law collection. Ur-Nammu and Lipit-Ishtar came before him, but it was the most comprehensive and influential. By carving his laws on a giant stone monument placed in public, Hammurabi established the revolutionary principle that laws should be written down and accessible to everyone. No more "I didn't know that was illegal" excuses, though given the penalties involved, claiming ignorance probably wouldn't have saved you anyway. The code featured the iconic principle of an eye for an eye, which sounds harsh to modern ears, but was actually meant to limit punishment and prevent blood feuds from spiraling out of control. Earlier systems might have demanded 10 eyes for 1 eye, so this was actually progress. The code also established different penalties based on social class, which wasn't exactly egalitarian, but at least recognized that context mattered in judgment. Congratulations. Mesopotamia, you invented both law and legal loopholes simultaneously. In mathematics, Mesopotamians were absolute rock stars. Their sexagesimal base 16 number system still influences how we measure time and angles today. Every time you look at a clock or measure a 360-degree circle, you're using their math. They developed place value notation thousands of years before the invention of zero, could calculate square and cube roots, and solved quadratic and cubic equations using something similar to algebra. Mesopotamian mathematicians created detailed tables of multiplication, division, squares, and cubes that functioned as ancient calculators. They could calculate compound interest, proving that bankers have been complicating our lives since the dawn of civilization. Their mathematical achievements were so advanced that some of their techniques wouldn't be rediscovered in Europe until the Renaissance, nearly 3,000 years later. Not bad for people using clay tablets instead of computers. Their astronomical observations were equally impressive. Mesopotamian priest astronomers meticulously recorded celestial movements over centuries, creating the world's first astronomical databases. They identified 5 planets, tracked lunar phases, and could predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy. Of course, they interpreted all this as divine communication rather than physics. Ancient astronomers were basically astrologers with really good record-keeping habits. This astrological focus led them to divide the sky into 12 sections that became our zodiac signs. So next time someone asks if you're a Taurus or a Gemini, you can blame the Mesopotamians for starting that whole conversation. They also grouped stars into constellations, many of which we still recognize today. Looking up at Orion or the Big Dipper connects us directly to those ancient sky watchers. The Mesopotamian calendar tried to reconcile lunar months with the solar year, resulting in a 12-month calendar, with occasional leap months thrown in when things got too out of sync. This was the prototype for later lunar solar calendars like the Hebrew and Chinese calendars. Their 7-day week, with the 7th day designated as a rest day, would influence later religious traditions. So when you're enjoying your weekend, Pour one out for ancient Mesopotamia. In architecture and engineering, they pioneered techniques that would spread throughout the ancient world. The arch, the dome, and the vault all have Mesopotamian origins, though the Romans would later perfect these forms. Without these innovations, basically every impressive building in history would be impossible. No cathedrals, no Colosseum, no Capitol building, no cool bridges, nothing with any interesting ceiling whatsoever. Their irrigation systems transformed agriculture across the Middle East. Using canals, dikes, dams, and water-lifting devices like the shaduf, they turned arid lands into fertile fields. These techniques spread throughout the ancient world and still influence farming in many regions today. Mesopotamians didn't just feed themselves, they invented the techniques that would help feed civilization for millennia to come. Mesopotamia also gave us the wheel. While simple rollers had been used earlier, the true wheel and axle combination for vehicles first appeared in Mesopotamia around 3500 BCE. Within a few centuries they had chariots, wagons, and potter's wheels, a transportation and manufacturing revolution that literally got civilization rolling. If time travel were possible, ancient Mesopotamians could legitimately demand royalties on basically every wheeled vehicle in existence. They also invented the sailboat, combining the power of wind with directional control to create vessels that could travel both upstream and downstream on rivers, and eventually venture into the Persian Gulf for maritime trade. These weren't exactly luxury cruise liners, more like glorified rafts with sticks and fabric attached, but they revolutionized transportation and trade nonetheless. In the culinary arts, Mesopotamians created the world's first recipes, written on clay tablets around 1750 BCE. These weren't just ingredient lists, but detailed cooking instructions for various stews and broths. They also invented beer as we know it, deliberately fermenting grain into alcoholic beverages rather than accidentally discovering fermentation like earlier cultures presumably did. They brewed at least 20 different varieties of beer and considered it essential to civilized life. The world's oldest drinking song comes from ancient Sumer, proving that humans have been combining alcohol and bad music for at least 4,000 years. Mesopotamians pioneered metallurgy, developing techniques for working copper, bronze, gold, and eventually iron. Their craftsmen created intricate jewelry, weapons, tools, and decorative objects using sophisticated methods like lost wax casting. The Bronze Age is literally named after their technological innovation of combining copper and tin to create a harder, more durable metal that transformed warfare, agriculture, and craftsmanship. They even made contributions to beauty and hygiene, creating the first known soaps, perfumes, and cosmetics. Mesopotamian women used kohl to darken their eyes, rouge for their cheeks, and henna for their hair, the original makeup influencers. Men and women both wore elaborate hairstyles and jewelry to indicate their social status. The concept of dress to impress has deep Mesopotamian roots. But despite all these innovations and achievements, Mesopotamian civilization couldn't last forever. Its decline and fall came through a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures that gradually transformed the region from the world's most advanced civilization into a series of conquered provinces within larger empires. The first major blow came from the north, where the Assyrians built a brutal but effective empire beginning around 900 BCE. The Assyrians were basically the ancient world's first military superpower, with iron weapons, sophisticated siege engines, and psychological warfare tactics that included impaling captives on stakes outside conquered cities as a warning to others. Subtle, they were not. Assyrian kings like Ashurbanipal, Sennacherib, and Ashurnasirpal II conquered the entire Mesopotamian region and beyond, creating an empire stretching from Egypt to Iran. They ruled through terror, demanding absolute obedience and heavy tribute from subjected peoples. Their capital cities of Nimrud, Nineveh, and Ashur featured lavish palaces decorated with intricate stone reliefs depicting royal hunts, military victories, and the gruesome fates of those who opposed them. The original Mess Around and Find Out illustrated guides. While fearsome in conquest, the Assyrian Empire struggled with the challenges of governing such a vast territory. Constant rebellions required continuous military campaigns, stretching resources thin. The empire reached its greatest extent under Ashurbanipal in the 7th century BCE, but began to crack soon after his death. A coalition of Babylonians and Medes finally destroyed Nineveh in 612 BCE, ending Assyrian dominance with a satisfying dose of poetic justice for all the peoples they had terrorized. From the ashes of the Assyrian Empire rose the Neo-Babylonian Empire, led by kings like Nabopolassar and his son Nebuchadnezzar II. This was Babylon's big comeback tour, a last hurrah for independent Mesopotamian civilization. Nebuchadnezzar II rebuilt Babylon into the ancient world's largest and most impressive city, with massive walls, grand processional ways, and the legendary Hanging Gardens, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, though archaeologists still debate whether these gardens actually existed or were ancient fake news. The Neo-Babylonian Empire expanded through conquest, famously capturing Jerusalem in 587 BCE and taking the Jewish population into the Babylonian exile, an event extensively documented in the Hebrew Bible. This period of forced cultural exchange would have profound effects on Judaism, and by extension on later religions like Christianity and Islam. Sometimes the most significant cultural influences come from traumatic historical events, the original its complicated relationship status. But Babylon's renaissance proved short-lived. In 539 BCE, the Persian king Cyrus the Great captured Babylon, adding Mesopotamia to his rapidly expanding Persian empire. According to both Persian records and the Hebrew Bible, Cyrus entered the city with minimal resistance after diverting the Euphrates River and marching his army along the riverbed under the walls, an ancient version of thinking outside the box. The Babylonian king Nabonidus and his corregent Belshazzar, of writing on the wall biblical fame, found themselves suddenly unemployed. Persian rule marked a significant turning point. For the first time in its history, Mesopotamia became just one province within a much larger empire centered elsewhere. The Persians were relatively benevolent rulers who respected local customs and religions, but political power had definitively shifted eastward to Persepolis and Susa. Babylon remained an important administrative center, but it was no longer the seat of independent power. The Persian Empire itself fell to Alexander the Great in the 338 BCE, bringing Mesopotamia under Greek influence. Alexander had grand plans for Babylon, intending to make it his eastern capital, but his premature death in the city in 323 BCE, after a night of excessive drinking, some historical traditions never change, left his empire to be divided among his generals. Mesopotamia became part of the Seleucid Empire, ruled by Greeks but still maintaining much of its cultural identity. Greek and Mesopotamian traditions began to blend in interesting ways, creating new cultural hybrids. However, cuneiform writing and traditional religious practices gradually declined as Aramaic language and Hellenistic culture became more dominant. The Parthians, an Iranian dynasty, conquered the region next, followed by the Sassanid Persians, and eventually the Islamic caliphates after the 7th century CE. With each conquest, links to the ancient Mesopotamian tradition grew more tenuous. The last known cuneiform inscription dates from the 1st century CE, the final whisper of a writing system that had endured for over 3,000 years. By the time of the Islamic conquest, ancient Mesopotamian culture had been thoroughly transformed. The ziggurats crumbled, the cuneiform tablets were buried under layers of debris, and even the memory of Gilgamesh faded into vague legends. The great irrigation systems that had made the region so fertile deteriorated through centuries of warfare and neglect. The Fertile Crescent became significantly less fertile as environmental degradation, combined with political instability, reduced agricultural productivity. The final blow to Mesopotamia's ancient glory came with the Mongol invasion in 1258 CE, when Hulagu Khan destroyed Baghdad, ending the Abbasid Caliphate and demolishing the irrigation systems that had sustained the region since Sumerian times. Contemporary accounts claim the Tigris ran black with the ink of books and red with the blood of scholars, a dramatic description of cultural devastation. In a cruel historical irony, the region that had invented irrigation, writing, cities, and empire had become a backwater, its ancient achievements forgotten by the world, and even by its own inhabitants. The ziggurats were mistaken for natural hills, the cuneiform tablets for curious stones with strange markings. Mesopotamia, once the center of world civilization, had fallen so completely that when European archaeologists began to rediscover its remains in the 19th century, they were astonished by what they found. Yet in another sense, Mesopotamia never truly fell. Its cultural and technological innovations spread throughout the ancient world, influencing Egypt, Greece, Rome, Persia, India, and beyond. The concept of a written legal code passed from Hammurabi through the Hebrews, Greeks, and Romans into modern legal systems worldwide. Their mathematical and astronomical knowledge was preserved and expanded by Greek, Indian, and Islamic scholars. Even after the physical cities crumbled and the original languages died out, the fundamental ideas birthed between the Tigris and Euphrates continued to shape human civilization. Our 60-minute hours, our 360-degree circles, our written contracts, our interest-bearing loans, our astrological signs, and countless other aspects of modern life trace directly back to those innovative ancient Mesopotamians. In the deepest sense, Mesopotamia never really fell because we're still living in the world it created. The first civilization established patterns that all later ones would follow, creating a template for urban life, organized religion, centralized government, and written culture that continues to define what we mean by civilization itself. So next time you sign a contract, check the time, drink a beer, or complain about city traffic. Remember, you're participating in cultural practices pioneered by those innovative people between two rivers more than 5,000. If you've ever wondered what happens when you give absolute power to someone with trust issues, Emperor Domitian of Rome provides a textbook answer. The last ruler of the Flavian dynasty took paranoia to an art form, transforming the Roman Empire into a place where a wrong glance at the emperor could earn you a death sentence. And even the walls had ears, sometimes literally, thanks to his network of informants. Domitian might not have the name recognition of Nero or Caligula in the terrible Emperor Hall of Fame, but what he lacked in flamboyant madness, he made up for with methodical, calculating cruelty that left Rome's elite living in constant fear. Imagine an emperor who combined the micromanagement skills of an overbearing boss with the suspicion levels of a conspiracy theorist and the vindictiveness of someone who keeps a spreadsheet of everyone who ever wronged them. That's Domitian in a nutshell. Born in 51 CE as Titus Flavius Domitianus, he grew up in the shadow of his more successful father and brother. His father Vespasian rose from humble origins to become emperor after the chaotic year of 4 emperors in 69 CE. His older brother Titus was the golden child, handsome, charming, and a successful military commander who helped suppress the Jewish revolt and conquer Jerusalem. Meanwhile, young Domitian was largely sidelined during his father's rise to power, given minor ceremonial roles while the real authority went to his brother. When Vespasian died in 79 CE, Titus became emperor and continued to keep his younger brother at arm's length from real power. Titus's reign was brief but popular, marked by his handling of multiple disasters including the eruption of Mount Vesuvius that destroyed Pompeii. When Titus died suddenly in 81 CE, after just 2 years as emperor, rumors immediately spread that Domitian had hastened his brother's demise, perhaps by having him denied proper treatment during his final illness, or even directly poisoning him. Whether or not he murdered his way to the throne, Domitian finally had the power he'd been denied for so long, and he wasn't about to use it subtly. The new emperor quickly set about reorganizing the government to centralize authority in his own hands. Unlike his father and brother, who maintained the pretense that the emperor was just the first citizen working with the Senate, Domitian dropped the charade and embraced autocracy. He demanded to be addressed as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, had gold and silver statues of himself placed throughout the imperial palace, and insisted on elaborate court ceremonies that emphasized his divine status. Imagine being so insecure about your authority that you need people to literally call you a god to your face. It's the ancient equivalent of constantly telling everyone you have a very high IQ. In fairness to Domitian, his administration wasn't entirely a disaster. He was an efficient, hands-on ruler who took his administrative duties seriously. He strengthened the currency, enforced public morality laws, built impressive new structures in Rome, including a massive palace on the Palatine Hill, and generally kept the empire running smoothly. He was also a micromanager who insisted on personally overseeing even minor details of government, the kind of boss who would email you at 2 a.m. asking for updates on a routine project. His military record was similarly mixed. He secured the German frontier and ordered the construction of the Limes Germanicus, a series of forts, watchtowers, and walls that protected Roman territory. However, his campaigns in Britain and against the Dacians in modern Romania achieved limited success, despite his extravagant claims of victory. After a particularly unimpressive campaign, he staged a mock triumph in Rome, with slaves dressed up as German prisoners. It was the ancient equivalent of giving yourself a participation trophy and then throwing yourself a parade. Where Domitian truly distinguished himself as a terrible ruler was in his relationship with Rome's elite. From the beginning of his reign, he viewed the Senate with suspicion, believing not entirely without reason that many senators looked down on his family as upstarts and preferred the old aristocratic families. What began as tension evolved into open hostility and eventually a reign of terror against anyone perceived as a threat. Domitian's paranoia created an atmosphere of fear and suspicion that permeated Roman high society. He regularly attended trials for treason himself, watching with an unnerving intensity that left the accused and judges alike wondering what he wanted to hear. He had informers everywhere, rewarding those who brought accusations against potential enemies. Casual comments, jokes about the emperor, or even reading the wrong kind of literature could be reported and used as evidence of sedition. As his reign progressed, Domitian's suspicion turned into outright purges. He executed or exiled senators, philosophers, and anyone else he perceived as a threat. One senator was executed for celebrating his birthday on the same day as a rebel general. Another was killed for having a map of the world in his house, which Domitian took as evidence of imperial ambitions. A historian named Hermogenes was executed for perceived slights in his writing, and the slaves who had copied the manuscript were crucified. Even Domitian's own cousin, Flavius Clemens, wasn't safe. He was executed on vague charges of atheism, which may have been a reference to Christian or Jewish sympathies. The emperor's living arrangements reflected his growing paranoia. He lined the walls of his palace portico with reflective stones so he could see if anyone was sneaking up behind him. He reportedly spent hours alone each day catching and stabbing flies with a stylus, leading one courtier to quip that at least there were no flies around when someone asked if the emperor was alone. It's never a good sign when your hobbies include stabbing insects while imagining they're your enemies. Domitian's personal life was as troubled as his public one. His marriage to Domitia Longina was tumultuous, including a period where he exiled her for an alleged affair, only to recall her shortly after. He had no surviving children with Domitia, but after the death of his niece Julia Flavia, with whom he reportedly had an affair, he deified her, elevating her to divine status. Nothing says healthy family dynamics quite like turning your deceased niece Lolta into a goddess. By 96 CE, after 15 years of Domitian's increasingly erratic and dangerous rule, fear of the emperor had transformed into a fear for Rome itself. The constant purges had eliminated many capable officials and created a climate where ability and integrity were liabilities rather than assets. Even the emperor's closest circle no longer felt safe, a feeling that proved justified when Domitian began executing even his most loyal officials based on the slightest suspicions. The end came from within his own household. On September 18, 96 CE, a group of conspirators, including court officials, senators, and even Domitian's wife Domitia, carried out an assassination plot. According to historical accounts, a freedman named Stephanus, who had been accused of embezzlement, pretended to have an injured arm and kept a dagger hidden in his bandages. After gaining a private audience with the emperor to discuss supposed conspirators, Stephanus struck, stabbing Domitian. Other conspirators rushed in to finish the job. The emperor, who had spent his reign seeing threats everywhere, finally encountered a real one. The Senate wasted no time celebrating his death, immediately passing damnation over memory, ordering his statues torn down and his name erased from public monuments. They selected the elderly Senator Nerva as the new emperor, beginning the period of the 5 good emperors that would give Rome a century of relatively stable and competent rule, quite a change from Domitian's paranoid micromanagement. What makes Domitian particularly interesting among Rome's bad emperors is that he wasn't obviously insane like Caligula or theatrical in his cruelty like Nero. His tyranny was cold, calculating, and methodical. He didn't burn Rome or make his horse a consul or commit obviously deranged acts. Instead, he created a system of surveillance, intimidation, and selective punishment that allowed him to control through fear rather than outright terror. In this sense, Domitian represents a more modern kind of authoritarian, the ruler who maintains the functions of the state and even improves its efficiency while simultaneously undermining its institutions and creating a climate of fear. His administration worked well on paper. The provinces were governed effectively, the borders secured, and the economy managed responsibly. For ordinary Romans, life under Domitian might have seemed relatively normal. It was the elite who lived in constant fear, never knowing when an innocent comment or association might lead to ruin. Historians have debated whether Domitian's paranoia had some justification. There were indeed plots against him, and the senatorial class undoubtedly resented his authoritarian style. But like many rulers consumed by suspicion, Domitian created the very threats he feared by alienating potential allies and pushing people toward conspiracy as a means of self-preservation. The lasting image of Domitian's reign is perhaps best captured by the story that he once invited leading senators to a dinner party where everything, the walls, furniture, plates, and food, was coloured black. The guests were seated next to gravestones bearing their names, served by naked, black-painted children who danced around them like spirits of the dead. After terrifying his guests into believing their execution was imminent, Domitian sent them home with the gifts that had been displayed on their gravestones. Whether this macabre dinner party actually happened or was invented by his enemies, it perfectly captures the psychological torture that characterized his reign, the deliberate cultivation of fear as a tool of control. 2,000 years after his assassination, Domitian serves as a reminder that tyranny doesn't always announce itself with spectacular displays of madness. Sometimes it arrives in the form of an administrator with a clipboard and a list of enemies, methodically crossing off names, while assuring everyone that it's all for the greater good. In the end, Domitian's legacy is not the buildings he constructed or the borders he secured, but the climate of fear he created, and the lesson that even the most vigilant paranoid can't watch his back forever. In the grand theatre of awful leadership, few performers deserve a standing ovation quite like Emperor Nero. This Roman disaster in a toga took the imperial stage in 54 CE and proceeded to put on what can only be described as history's most catastrophic one-man show. Picture this: Rome, the ancient world's greatest superpower, handed over to a teenager with the emotional regulation of a toddler and the artistic aspirations of a rejected theatre kid. What could possibly go wrong? As it turns out, absolutely everything. Nero started his reign promisingly enough. At just 16 years old, he became emperor with the help of his mother Agrippina, who basically ran a masterclass in helicopter parenting. For the first 5 years, under the guidance of his tutor Seneca and the Praetorian prefect Burrus, Nero actually seemed decent. He reduced taxes, gave slaves the right to complain against unjust masters, and banned capital punishment. It's like finding out that Voldemort had a brief phase of volunteering at animal shelters. But like many child stars, Nero's early promise quickly devolved into a spectacular train wreck. His first order of business: murder his own mother. Agrippina had become too controlling for his taste, and rather than attend family therapy like a normal person, Nero decided matricide was the answer. First, he tried an elaborate collapsing boat scheme, which failed when Mum turned out to be an excellent swimmer. Eventually, he just sent assassins. Mother-son relationships in ancient Rome were complicated, to say the least. With Mommy Dearest out of the picture, Nero's terrible decision-making accelerated faster than a chariot with no brakes. He kicked his first wife Octavia to the curb, then literally kicked her to death. He married his mistress Poppaea, who later died when Nero, in a fit of rage, kicked her while she was pregnant. Detecting a pattern here, the man had serious anger management issues and a disturbing fondness for kicking. But Nero's true passion wasn't violence, it was the arts, and not in a wholesome painting as a hobby kind of way. Nero considered himself the greatest artist of his age, a regular ancient Roman Kanye West minus the talent. He competed in the Olympic Games, and mysteriously won every event he entered, imagine that. Wrote poetry that made everyone cringe, and performed marathon concerts where audience members allegedly faked death to escape. People would literally pretend to die, rather than listen to another one of his lyre solos. That's not just bad reviews, that's audience members choosing fake mortality over his music. The emperor converted part of the palace into a private theatre, where he could force Rome's elite to endure his performances. Guards were stationed at the exits to prevent escape, and audience members were required to show their appreciation or face consequences. It was basically an imperial version of an open mic night, except you might get executed for checking your sundial too, obviously. Then came the most notorious moment of Nero's reign, the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE. While Rome burned for 6 days, destroying 10 of 14 districts, rumours spread that Nero was playing his lyre and singing about the destruction of Troy. The emperor as a disaster tourist, composing his soundtrack to the apocalypse. While historians debate whether Nero actually fiddled while Rome burned, especially since fiddles didn't exist yet, The image stuck because it perfectly captured his self-absorbed nature. In the fire's aftermath, Nero did implement impressive urban planning reforms with wider streets and fire-resistant building materials. But he also seized prime real estate to build his outrageous Golden House Palace complex, complete with a 120-foot statue of himself. It's like rebuilding after a hurricane and deciding what the community really needs is a giant golden statue of you. Needing a scapegoat for the fire, Nero chose Rome's small Christian community. What followed was the first systematic persecution of Christians by Roman authorities. Believers were covered in animal skins and torn apart by dogs, crucified, or set on fire as human torches to illuminate Nero's gardens at night. Even by ancient standards of cruelty, this was extreme. As Rome's economy tanked under the weight of Nero's extravagant spending, public opinion soured. Senators, soldiers, and citizens grew increasingly fed up with their emperor's theatrical antics and brutal governance. Provincial governors began revolting, and the Senate finally declared Nero a public enemy. In his final hours, as troops closed in, Nero famously lamented, "What an artist dies in me." Still obsessed with his performer's legacy rather than his catastrophic rule. Unable to face execution, he forced his secretary to help him commit suicide. His dying words perfectly captured his delusional ego. He wasn't concerned about the thousands he'd killed or the empire he'd mismanaged, but about the world losing his artistic genius. Nero's death at age 30 ended the Julio-Claudian dynasty and plunged Rome into the chaotic year of 4 emperors. His legacy was so toxic that subsequent emperors used Nero as shorthand for how not to govern. The Senate ordered his statues destroyed, his name scratched from monuments and his memory condemned, the Roman equivalent of being cancelled. What makes Nero truly fascinating isn't just his cartoonish villainy, but how his reign represents the perfect storm of absolute power, artistic delusion, and zero accountability. He embodied the dangers of unchecked narcissism in leadership centuries before psychology had terms for it. Essentially, Nero was that theater kid who never faced rejection, given unlimited power and zero criticism. Looking back, Nero seems almost like a cautionary satire, a living warning about entrusting power to someone who values applause over governance. He treated Rome as his personal talent show venue while the actual empire burned, both literally and figuratively. In the pantheon of terrible rulers, Nero stands out not just for his cruelty, though there was plenty of that, but for his unique combination of artistic pretension and governmental malpractice. Ancient historians like Tacitus, Suetonius, and Dio Cassius painted Nero in the darkest possible colors, and while modern historians question some of their more outrageous claims, the core truth remains: Nero was a disaster of imperial proportions. He represents the ultimate example of what happens when leadership becomes performance art rather than public service. Perhaps the most incredible thing about Nero's legacy is that even after his death, pretenders claiming to be him popped up around the empire. Some people apparently thought, you know what would be great? If that guy who kicked his pregnant wife to death and used Christians as garden lights came back. These false Neros gained followings, speaking to both the chaos of the time and the strange charisma the man must have possessed. In the end, Nero remains the benchmark against which terrible leaders are measured. When we describe someone as Neronian, we're invoking a specific brand of self-obsessed, artistically pretentious, murderously unstable leadership that manages to be both tragic and absurd. He didn't just fiddle while Rome burned. He tried to make the burning into his own personal concert venue, then blamed the fire on someone else. Nero continues to fascinate us, not just as a villain, but as an archetype, the eternal warning of what happens when we give absolute power to those who are absolutely unprepared for it. In the reality show of history's worst emperors, Nero didn't just win the competition, he burned down the studio, killed the judges, and declared himself the greatest performer who ever lived.